Hello and welcome back to my channel. In today's video we are going to be asking Spirit about your future spouse, and that is going to include details about who they are, their personality, possible zodiac signs, and a little bit of information about your relationship with your future spouse, and then we're going to look at some romance oracles and get maybe some important numbers, dates, zodiac signs, whatever we can find, and maybe some physical attributes to near the end of the reading. So that's today's reading. So feel free to pause the video and pick whichever pile is speaking to you. And with that said, let's get into today's reading. Hello Pile 1 and welcome to your reading. In today's reading we are going to be talking about your future spouse, and this spread here is going to be about who they are as a person, and then the next spread we're going to look into a bunch of different stuff, get some romance oracles, look at what your relationship is going to be like, and then any other clues that we can pick up from the cards, and maybe some advice from your spirit guides, and we're just going to look at some other stuff. So this spread is about who your spouse is as a person, and I want to say I love this energy. I'm just picking up somebody who is like very free-spirited, has a strong creative side, a lot of creative energy, and is very balanced, like a balance between that kind of like free-spirited artistic energy and the more practical side of the Pentacles suit, like very grounded, practical mind with a very open heart chakra, an open heart, like just open-minded, very practical, that kind of energy. That's what I'm seeing in the cards here, and that's kind of the energy that I'm picking up on. I had intended only to take 5 tarot cards, but it always happens that Spirit insists that I look at the back of the deck, or I take an extra card or whatever. So your back of the deck card was the Wheel of Fortune. And Spirit insisted that I look at that, and I was like, okay, that's great, I'll make a note of it, but I'm not going to take it because I don't want the screen to be too crowded. And then as I was shuffling and pulling your other cards, I kept hearing, you have to take that Wheel of Fortune, like just put it in the spread. So that's what I did. That's why we have 6 tarot cards here. So I am going to start with the tarot up top, and then we'll move into the oracle cards here. So the first card we have is the Fool. And the Fool is a card, first of all, it's the very first card in the tarot deck, and so it can talk about like being at the beginning of a new cycle. It can talk about being in like a kind of carefree sort of energy. We've left the burdens and the baggage of the previous cycle behind. We've learned the lessons we needed to learn from that, and we're not going to bring it with, like, we're only going to take what we need with us into the next phase, feeling very hopeful about the next part of our adventure, and just kind of like taking it one day at a time, with the faith that we are being supported. Like it is really that kind of like carefree, going on an adventure kind of attitude. And so that's why I'm bringing up that free-spiritedness. I want to say, Pile 1, I'm feeling very nervous right now. Like I almost have like a very over-caffeinated, jittery sort of energy, which was not the energy that I was in before I started recording. And it's just as I'm speaking, like I'm feeling a lot of, it's almost like not even necessarily anxiety. It's like anxiety, like a nervous excitement. Like that, you know, for me, anxiety and excitement are kind of the two sides of the same coin. I'm just feeling very activated. So I'm sorry if I start rambling, if I'm going all over the place, if there's a lot of like stops and starts in what I'm saying, if I stutter a lot. That's kind of an energy that I'm picking up here. It could be that I'm picking up on your energy. It could be that your person might be either very caffeinated right now, or is somebody who is just like very excitable, and just like it might be very excited to meet you. That could be it. Like they're higher self could be coming through, or their energy could be coming through, and they're just like, I'm so excited about pile one, and like I'm just, I don't know where to start. You know, it's that kind of like kind of energy that is coming through here. So I'm sorry if I'm having a little bit of trouble, feeling a little scatterbrained. That's because I'm picking up on that energy. So, and that could also be an energy that might be associated with the Fool. It's like I'm excited, and I don't even know where to start. Like it's so, I'm just excited to be here. And that's also, what's interesting is there's a flamingo on this Fool card, and we also have the flamingo spirit as the spirit animal oracle. And flamingos are a symbol, I think the basic symbolism of a flamingo, I did look this up because I didn't know it off the top of my head, is about balance. And the Flamingo Spirit card says, embrace the in-between. And I thought that was like a beautiful energy. And I will talk about the Flamingo Spirit card when we get into it. I just thought it was interesting that we have two flamingos here, because that's not an animal that I commonly see. And I will say I'm Canadian, but I associate flamingos with like the state of Florida, because that's the only place I've been to where I've seen flamingos. And so that could be a clue for you. That could be the part of the world where your person is from, or where they're currently living, or where you might meet them. We do have two flamingos, and then I guess you could say maybe the creature on the Seven of Wands might be an alligator. So, you know, but we have a variety of creatures. We have a lobster and an armadillo and a kangaroo. So, you know, and I also don't know, like I only know that there are flamingos in Florida. I don't know where else there might be flamingos. So I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, again, the basic message of the flamingo, like the symbolism there, is about balance. And I would see this person as being very balanced, as I said, between the excitable energy of the Fool and the Page of Cups, and like just I'm just excited to be here, with the more grounded energy, more grounded practical energy of like the Queen of Pentacles and the Virgo sign we have down there in the Starcodes energy. So I wanted to just point that out before I forget, because again, I don't often see flamingos. So the fact that we have two coming out in the first part of your reading, I think might be significant. And we also there's also pink birds on the Wheel of Fortune card. So that might be like, you know, that we have two bookends of a pink bird, and then the flamingo in the middle here. So again, just wanted to point that out. And then the next card is the Page of Cups. And the Page of Cups is a beautiful energy. I love this card. This is communicating to me that your future spouse might be very romantic. They might have like a big romantic side and love like all those, like the butterflies in your stomach part of falling in love. They might love romance novels, romance movies, like romantic plots. Like they might be really into that, or they could just have a strong romantic side, and might really like expressing their romantic side, because the page is a messenger. This card I also associate with like communicating over text message, or writing love letters, or which could again be over text or messenger, because we're in the modern world. You know, sending loving messages over social media. That could be one of the ways in which your future spouse will communicate their feelings. Could be via text message, just like sending you like a loving little message. I'm also seeing things like, you know, if they're, you know, if you're there, or you or whoever is preparing lunch for the other person, just slipping like a little note into their lunch saying like, I love you. It's that kind of sweet romantic gesture that that I associate with this card. And this card also, you can see the lobster has like a paintbrush. So this card's also associated with creative expression, particularly related to romance, but it's also related to any kind of emotion, because the Page of Cups, it's cups, and cups is about emotions. So I think that this person is very good at expressing how they feel, you know, both positive and negative. Like I think they're very expressive. Like I don't think you're ever going to have to wonder or guess about what this person is thinking or feeling. I think they're going to express that. You know, they're very good at communicating that. And I think that with the Fool and the Page of Cups here, I'm getting the sense that this person has generally a positive attitude and tends to look on the bright side. You know, and that might not be something that comes naturally to this person, because the next card we have is the Seven of Wands. Like, this might be like a hard-earned thing where your future spouse might have had to learn how to set healthy boundaries and how to really protect their energy. And what I'm hearing is that they've done that. Like, they're in a place when you meet them, or right now, like I'm picking up their current energy with this spread, they have already learned those lessons. They've already put that work in to having like a really, really solid sense of when they need to enforce a boundary and when they can just be their normal, free-spirited, emotional self. Like as I said, like I think this person has a very open heart chakra, and they also know how to protect the parts of themselves that are vulnerable, and they're very good at expressing, you know, what they need and what they expect from a relationship. So I think that that's a very healthy, balanced place to be. You know, it's like this person, they're not so open that that other people, like, they make themselves a target for people who have bad intentions, you know, but they're not closed off either. You know, the Page of Cups is like an energy that can sometimes be associated with like innocence or naivete. But with this type of Seven of Wands here, I don't think that's, you know, this person. Like, I think this person has very good discernment, and they're really able to recognize when somebody's coming at them in an unhealthy energy or an imbalanced energy or with bad intentions, and they're able to say, okay, no, I'm not giving my energy to you because you're coming at me with bad vibes, you know, and I don't want to share that energy with you. So that's when I'm going to enforce a boundary with you, you know. But 99% of the time, I see this person as being very open-minded and very open-hearted, like a big heart kind of person, and that, you know, that generosity of spirit is being confirmed for me by the fact that we have both the Six of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles here. And with these two cards, it is possible that your future spouse is an earth sign, possibly a Virgo. We do have Virgo. Or they could have prominent earth placements. I'm hearing like a Virgo moon, maybe. They could also be a water sign, because we do have the Page of Cups here. You know, or they could not apply to them at all, you know, and that's that's okay too. It's just that this is like an additional clue or confirmation if that resonates with you. If it doesn't, you don't have to take it. So with the Six of Pentacles, I mean, you can see like this armadillo is just like throwing coins around, you know. It's a card that I think in this spread is communicating that your future spouse is somebody who's very generous. They could, I'm seeing with the Queen of Pentacles somebody who is at the very least financially stable, but the Queen of Pentacles is also a symbol of abundance, and so it could be that they are very financially abundant, and one of their joys in life, I think, is sharing that abundance with other people. I think that that really gives them a sense of fulfillment, and so I think that your future spouse may have a job. First of all, they might donate to charity. That might be a big part, like philanthropy might be a big part of their life. They might volunteer with their time, and that could be something that they do regardless of whatever their job is. They could also have a job where they work at a nonprofit or doing something that helps other people. Like that, I think that's part of their life's purpose is having a job where they can help other people, especially on an emotional level. Because we have the Page of Cups, and then we also have the Archetype cards down here, and I'll talk about those when I get to them. But the Six of Pentacles in conjunction with this Child Wounded card is telling me that I think it's likely that your future spouse, even if that's not like their day job, I think they feel passionate about giving back to people, and especially giving of their abundance to other people who might not have the same advantages or privileges that they do. And it could be that this person comes from money. It could be the case. It might not be for all of you. I'm getting kind of a split here when I'm trying to get a confirmation from my spirit guides. I'm hearing like yes and no. You know, it could be that because the King card here comes with a message about like kings are usually born into the position, you know, that it's usually like a legacy, like a family line of royalty, right? So it's not necessarily an elected position or something that they had to work their way up to. So there could be this material abundance could be coming from like a family legacy of money. But the Queen of Pentacles also talks about somebody who might own their own business, you know, or have created their own abundance in some way. Like they're a leader in some way. They might have created their own abundance. They might have come from a legacy of abundance. And both could be true for the same person. It could be that your future spouse came from a long history of, like, their family might have had a lot of money for a lot of generational wealth is what I'm trying to say. They might come from generational wealth, and they might have also forged their own path and created a lot of abundance for themselves, doing their own thing, like doing something that nurtures their spirit. And like with the Queen of, like they generated their own abundance in some way that might have been off of the expected path. Or, you know, it might not have, you know, but we do have the Fool here. So there is a chance that I think your spouse might have started their own business, or might have started a nonprofit or a charity or something like that, a program to help other people that they are the spearhead of, and that's something that they have taken ownership of. Like, I think that's something that they're very proud of, because that's a message that's coming through strongly with this Queen of Pentacles. And the Queen of Pentacles is somebody who is very nurturing, down to earth, giving, loving, compassionate, generous with their time, their energy, their money, their resources. It's just a great energy. And I would also, again, we have the Virgo card here, so I think that we could interpret this Queen of Pentacles as somebody who is also very good at discernment. Like, that's kind of echoing this message of the Seven of Wands in the middle here. Like, this person has had to learn where to put their energy and when to protect themselves, and still maintaining an open heart and still wanting to give back and be generous. And something that I forgot to say when I was talking with the Seven of Wands is, what's interesting is on either side of this card, we have a lobster who has like a hard outer shell, and an armadillo who also has a hard outer shell. And so that's kind of echoing for me that I think, again, this person has really learned how to set appropriate boundaries. And both the lobster and the armadillo are very happy, you know, because they know they're safe. Like, they're protecting the parts of themselves they need to protect, and they're just having a good time. Sharing their abundant, like sharing their creative, artistic side, their emotional side, their romantic side, and sharing their abundance with other people while still, you know, protecting what they need to protect. So that's, again, like a very balanced kind of energy here. And then we do have the Wheel of Fortune. So again, this was kind of the back of the deck energy. I'm not sure that it really applies to necessarily like who your person is. It could, I mean, it could, if it does, then the message here that I would get from this is, first of all, your person, I think that one of the reasons why they might be able to embrace the free-spirited energy of the Fool is because they have faith in things like divine timing and the fact that the universe is going to have their back, and that they're, you know, they're safe wherever they are because they've learned how to take care of themselves. It's like that kind of, like feeling safe and secure, and have it like being able to embrace the in-between, because we know that even during a transition, we're safe, like we're protected. And things are going to happen when they happen. We don't need to force the next cycle to begin. We can just embrace the time in between cycles. So there's a new cycle with the Fool, there's the end of the cycle with the Wheel of Fortune, and we can embrace the time in between as like a necessary part of the transformation process. And there are things to learn, you know, and do and embrace and celebrate and enjoy in the between cycles. That could be one possible reason why the Wheel of Fortune is here. This could also be a message from Spirit for you about the fact that this is a divine connection, and it is going to happen in divine timing. So regardless of what other clues we might get in terms of the timing of when you might meet this person, or when you might marry them, or whatever other clues we might get here, the basic message is this is going to happen in divine timing. It's being divinely guided, it's being divinely protected, so you don't need to worry, you know. And I'm doing this reading under the assumption that you do want to get married someday, you know, or you're at least open to that concept. However, whatever works best for you and this person is going to work out the way that it's meant to, and you don't need to worry about it. Like spirit has this, they're on this, and they want to bring this in for you. And there could be a message with this card that you know, you need to be patient because things will happen in divine timing. It could also be a message that this is coming in soon. So just take that however it resonates. I am being encouraged to repeat that message. This could be coming in, like I'm hearing it like around the corner. It's around the corner. The wheel of fortune is always spinning, and regardless, the wheel of fortune also represents good luck, good fortune. So this is probably a blessing that's coming in for you. I do see your future spouse being in a very positive energy. You know, this is their current energy. This is a very great, like, there's a great place to be. I really like this energy. So again, it could be a message. This person's coming in soon because it seems like they're ready for your connection. So I want to say that, oh, also before I forget, we do have a lot of blue, like a deep blue here, which I would associate with the third eye chakra. Your person, I'm getting the sense that they have a strong sense of intuition, that they let their intuition guide them. Because especially with the color on the Fool and the King card, like I'm just getting the sense that like they're happy to let their intuition guide them, regardless of whether they are aware that they are being guided. I think that they might just see it as intuitive feelings, and they're happy to follow those feelings. And because I think it's led them to good places, you know, and that might be why they have faith with the Wheel of Fortune, why they have faith that everything is going to work out and be okay. Like, I think they just kind of have an intuitive sense of that. We also have colors that I associate with the sacral chakra, which is kind of echoing that message with the Page of Cups of artistic expression and creativity. That could be, again, another part of this person's calling. In addition to helping other people and sharing their abundance with other people, it could be that they are very artistic. They could be an artist as part of their job, or that could be like maybe a hobby that they share with other people. They could be involved in art therapy. That might be something that they're just doing for themselves, or it could be something that they do as part of a group or a community thing, or they might lead like an art therapy group, or like just something like that is I would associate with the cards here. Might be something that they're passionate about. And the Flamingo card does carry a message about discovering our inner creativity. So that could be part of this new journey that they're going on, might be exploring their creative side. And then, you know, with the Pentacles cards, that green of the heart chakra, that's why I'm kind of in combination with the messages of the tarot card, getting the sense that your future spouse has a very open heart chakra. Like they're open-hearted, kind-hearted, and very open to new connections and connecting with other people on a genuine level. So I'm going to move on to the archetype cards here. And the first card we have is the King, and it says, enlightened, benevolent leadership, benefiting those in your charge. And then we have the Child Wounded, which says, awakens compassion and desire to serve other wounded children, opens the learning path of forgiveness. And I wanted to kind of read these together because I think they are kind of intertwined. I would see the King on the King card kind of as the figure that's wrapping up the children on the Child Wounded card in their robe and like protecting them. You know, I think that maybe that's part of like this really soft, nurturing, gentle energy that's also has like a protective side. I'm kind of picking up there. It could be that your future spouse went through a lot in their childhood. They might have gone through abuse or neglect, or like emotional abuse or neglect, or some trauma of some sort. And so they've put work into healing their inner child, and that could have been through maybe artistic expression, or therapy of some sort. Definitely dealing with the Seven of Wands, of embracing their inner fighter spirit, to say, like, I don't have to let this rule my life, and I don't have to sit in this pain. I can choose to build healthy boundaries, stand up for myself, and fight for myself and other people who have been through these things that they should never have had to go through. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. With the King card, I think that there is, again, there is that message that specifically because it's the King and not like a president, or like a mayor, or yeah, even an emperor. Like, the king is born into their role. So again, it kind of maybe carries that message that this person might have come from a long line of leaders, or some sort of legacy, perhaps again, like a generational wealth kind of thing. Or there could have been a lot of expectations put on your future spouse when they were growing up, that might have been like oppressive in some way. And it could have been the situation where, I was gonna say, like, your future spouse might have been like, I don't even want to say it because it's not ringing true. It doesn't feel true, but I'm going to say what I was trying to say was, it might have been a situation where this person underwent a lot of like abusive practices to try to get them to fit into like a king role, quote unquote. Like, you need to act like royalty. You need to learn this. You need to do that, and it's a very strict thing. And it might have come with some abuse. However, that's not necessarily, like, I'm just being drawn to, like, that's not the correct interpretation. So that was something that occurred to me, and then I was just being told, like, no, that's not the case here. That's not necessarily the case here. It's something else to do with this king and this child wounded. I think that their inner wounded child, like whatever trauma happened in childhood, was probably unrelated to this king card. Like, it might be unrelated to their legacy, or the expectations that were put on them. I think that your future spouse might have a really good relationship with their family, and it could be that whatever trauma they underwent was not related to that at all. Like, it might not or it could have been a situation where maybe it was just one specific person in this person's life who was contributing to their trauma, that they could separate from the general, like their general family of origin, their general whatever this legacy is. They could make that compartmentalization and work on healing their inner wounded child as it related to this specific person or specific circumstance, or like situation. Like, it could have, I don't want to make assumptions because I don't know, but it could have been a situation where it's like outside, some abuse or trauma was happening outside of the home, and maybe the quote unquote kingdom that this person could return to might have been their safe haven. That might have been the situation. Like, I'm getting a sense that is closer to the truth than the interpretation that whatever was happening at home or coming from the family of origin. So take that however it resonates. That's kind of, I wanted to give the interpretation of these two cards together. I think with the leadership energy of the King and then the Queen of Pentacles here, they I'm getting the sense they're in a position of authority. They're in a leadership position. Again, they might own their own business. They might have started a business, started a charity, a group. They might be a community leader. They might be like a political political figure. They might be like a pillar of their community, or just a well-known personality. They could, there's not a ton of confirmation for this, but they could be somebody who is famous in some way, or just very well known in their field. And either way, it's a benevolent leadership, it's enlightened, and it's benefiting those in your charge. Again, it's very related to this child wounded card, where it's like it's not just about healing our own trauma and our own inner child wounds. It's about helping other wounded children also heal their own wounds, and learning how to forgive other people while not self-abandoning, if that makes sense. And this card is really reiterating for me the message of the Six of Pentacles of wanting to give back. And specifically, it could be that your future spouse works with children, or wants to help children and protect children. That could be, so maybe they might volunteer with children, or they might work with, like they might be like a child therapist, or just have like some involvement with helping children who have struggled or undergone some sort of trauma, because they might, that might be something like they have gone through themselves. So that's what I'm seeing with the archetype cards. And then we have the flamingo spirit, which says embrace the in-between. And that again, I want to say flamingos are a symbol of balance. I do get the sense that your future spouse is very balanced, even if they might sometimes be a little bit excitable, overly excitable, and have trouble getting their words out, as I am during this reading, having trouble getting my words out and expressing my thoughts the way that I want to. It could be, this reading might have been easier for me to do if it was like an art interpretation, or like an intuitive drawing. Might have been easier for me to communicate, because I get the sense that this is how this person is more comfortable communicating. It might have been easier for me to read, doing like an art, and again, like an art reading, rather than trying to read the cards and use words to communicate. I have usually don't struggle to communicate like I am in this reading, so I'm getting the sense I might be picking up on this person's energy. Anyway, but the flamingo spirit, again, there's a message about balance, there's a message about discovering your inner creativity, and there's a message about, that echoes that kind of grounded energy of the Queen of Pentacles. This person might need to make a conscious effort to incorporate meditation and grounding exercises into their life, because otherwise they might feel a little bit overly excitable or jittery. It could be a part of self-care. Virgo is very good at self-care, and so that might be something that they've learned how to embrace, is doing grounding meditations and things like that, because that might be something that they need to do in order to manage their energy. And I think that really helps this person kind of pull back and kind of resituate themselves in the current moment. And because this card talks about embracing the moment, embracing the in-between. We're not where we started, and we're not yet at the end goal. We're somewhere in the middle, and that's okay. I'm happy to just be here and to celebrate where I am, without needing to, constantly be rushing onto the next thing. So I think that your future spouse is very good at staying present in the moment. Or at the very least, if that's not something that comes naturally to them, that is something they have worked really hard to be able to cultivate, because it does seem like this person has gone through a lot of healing. They might have had trauma from their childhood that they've really had to work on healing, and they might have kind of a chaotic, frenetic energy. They might have trouble focusing. They might have ADD or ADHD. That might be something that they've had to learn how to cope with, and I think that they have. They've learned how to do that with the flamingo spirit here. The other thing, I'm just realizing I forgot to talk about forgiveness with the child wounded card. I think that is also something that your future spouse is good at, because they've put work into learning how to forgive themselves and how to forgive other people, and kind of live on like a moment-to-moment kind of basis without hanging on to old resentments and hurts of the past. Again, they've learned how to set healthy boundaries, so they're not living in fear. That they can be happy and open and free and having let go of the baggage of the past with the Fool card, because they've learned how to forgive and let go of what happened. They don't need to carry it around with them all the time. They've kind of let go of that and opened up their heart, well, because it was like, well, knowing that they have appropriate self-protection in place so that they are never targeted or victimized again in the way that they were. Like there's faith, they know they're safe because they've done the work into recognizing when a situation is becoming threatening or dangerous in some way, and knowing how to protect themselves in that situation. If that makes sense. I hope that that makes sense. Again, I'm having a lot of trouble expressing myself in a way that I don't normally struggle with. So I hope that what I'm saying is making sense. So I'm going to move into the Starcodes cards. This is a new deck, and I'm still learning about it. I apologize if I miss something, or like if I can't convey the full message of the card. I'm just going to do my best. And I want to start off the bat with like the intuitive things I got when I pulled the cards before I consulted the guidebook. So we have Pallas Athena, which says think, and then we have Virgo, which says digest. I did mention we do have the Queen of Pentacles and then also Virgo. So again, this person could be an earth sign or a Virgo or have those placements in their chart. I'm also getting the sense that there's plants on this Pallas Athena card. And there's the wheat on the Virgo card, and there's like the hands kind of moving into the wheat. It's like a sensual connection with nature and plants, which I would also associate with the Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles is somebody who likes sensual things and connecting with their senses, because it's about like the material world. Pentacles is about material things, and that can include money, and it can also include things like the natural world and nature. So this person, your future spouse, could be somebody who is very connected with nature, loves being outdoors, might have a job that puts them outdoors or has like outdoor hobbies, and that could be how they ground themselves, is by going out into nature and kind of like sitting in like a park or a meadow or wherever they live, maybe sitting in the ocean or whatever. They might have a very strong connection to nature, and that could be how they ground themselves, is by literally like putting their hands in nature and reconnecting with the earth. That could be something that's very important to this person. They could also be interested in gardening or like cultivating plants in some way, like herbology or something like that. Maybe not, but it could be like that could also be part of their artistic expression, is working with plants in some way, plants or flowers. They could be somebody who really admires the beauty of flowers, so I wanted to throw that in there as something, because both these cards have plants on them, and especially with the Virgo card, about the sensual side. I wanted to mention that. I'm sorry if you heard my cat's feeder go off. So the Pallas Athena card. This card talks about a couple of things. First of all, it talks about the goddess Athena, and she is the goddess of wisdom, I think, and she has some other areas of symbolism, but I think that this in combination with the Virgo card, which carries a message about discernment, about being able to separate the wheat from the chaff, while understanding that both the wheat and the chaff have a valuable role to play, but still discerning between the two. And then we have the goddess of wisdom. I think that your future spouse is somebody who, again, I was getting that message about intuition and having an intuitive sense. I think that whether your future spouse realizes this or not, they do have like a very, very good sense of like perception. They're very perceptive, I guess is the way to put it. Like they're just very in touch with their intuition. I think they have a very good sense about people. Again, like I was giving that message about like, if you come at me with the wrong energy, like I'm just like my wall's going right up, like that kind of thing. Like I'm open-minded 99% of the time, but if I pick up on an energy that's like not vibing well with me, I'm like, that's my boundary, you know. That's kind of the sense I'm getting. And I think that your future spouse is very good at picking up on energies. Again, like whether they realize that they're doing that or not, like they just get like vibes off of people, very good at reading people. And I was getting, the word that was coming to me was observant. However, I don't think it's like observant in like a hyper-vigilant way that might be imbalanced, like somebody who hasn't healed their inner child wound, who hasn't done the work of the Seven of Wands, and is still kind of in that like that hyper-vigilant energy of, you know, I have to protect myself from everybody because I don't know who's coming to hurt me. You know, it's more the energy of like, I'm just very good at reading people, and if somebody is not in the right energy and I'm picking up like a bad vibe from them, I'm just gonna walk away from that. Like I don't have to engage with that. I can choose not to, and I'm going to move towards somebody who has a bright, vibrant, positive energy, because that's the kind of energy I like to be in. You know, it's more of that kind of thing. So that's, you know, that's not necessarily the message of this card. That's kind of with both Virgo and Pallas Athena. That was an intuitive message I was getting. The Pallas Athena card, I think, it does have the word think on it. So again, it's that kind of intellectual discernment sort of energy. I'm getting the sense that your future spouse is somebody who's very thoughtful, puts a lot of thought into their actions. The Fool can carry like an impulsiveness to it. However, with the King kind of taking care of their responsibilities and the practical, methodical energy of the Queen of Pentacles, I think that your future spouse has learned how to kind of balance that out. I don't think this is somebody who makes impulsive choices. I think they're happy taking the time to think about something, because they're embracing the kind of like the in-between between realizing that there's a choice to be made and making that choice and taking the time to kind of weigh the pros and cons there. So there is an intellectual energy with Pallas Athena. There's also, regardless of gender, this person, I think, has really embraced their inner feminine and their feminine side. I think that your future spouse is somebody who has a very balanced, you know, we do have the balance message being repeated here. They have a balanced masculine and feminine. I think that, and again, we have a queen and a king. So that would kind of be confirmed for me there, and I think that they've embraced their inner feminine. This is not somebody who is either an imbalanced feminine energy or afraid of their feminine side, and I think that that's also being confirmed with the fact that we have the Page of Cups here. Like again, this is somebody who's very interested in and able to express themselves and their emotions, whether that's through artistic things or creativity or through romantic gestures. However they express themselves, they are very much able to express their emotions. And there's, again, that energy of like not needing to force things or control things too much, because they have faith that the universe has their back. So it's just a very balanced feminine energy. And I would say like this is also a feminist energy. You know, and so again, like regardless of gender, it's likely that your future spouse is a feminist and believes in feminist values, which is great. You know, that benefits everybody. And then we have Virgo, and we also have Virgo. The number 26, 30, and 6 might be important to your connection. 30 or 6 might be like the 30th of the month or 6th of the month, or the month of June might be significant to your connection, or 6 months from now, whatever resonates. I just wanted to point that out. So again, one of the messages of the Virgo card, because it has wheat on it, one of the messages of this card is being able to separate the wheat from the chaff. And that's like about using discernment and being able to be very organized and methodical, with again echoing that kind of Queen of Pentacles energy. While also recognizing that every part of the wheat plant has value, it has its purpose. The chaff protects the wheat, and the wheat is the part that we consume. And this card says digest. And so I think that that kind of goes hand in hand with that like thoughtful energy of like wanting to put thought into things and really digest the situation, and celebrating, embracing the in-between, the part where we're learning and we're taking information, and we don't necessarily need to jump from one thing to the next thing, because we can enjoy the current moment where we are right now, even if we're in the middle of a transition, which your person might be, and they're just taking time to digest where they are before moving on to the next thing. Again, the Virgo card is just telling me this person has very good discernment, and there's also a message with this card about self-worth and self-care. And so it could be that your future spouse is somebody who is very much into those things, like really takes really good care of themselves. And I think that they also take care of other people. That's being coming through very strongly with the King and the Child Wounded card. They're very concerned about taking care of other people. However, they realize that they can't fill up anybody else's cup if they don't fill up their own cup first. You know, it's like, I'm taking care of myself because I deserve to be taken care of, and I'm also going to take care of other people because that fulfills me and it fulfills them. You know, it's like every person that I can have a positive impact on is contributing positively to that person's life, you know, so that's valuable in and of itself. That's a worthy thing to do in and of itself. I think that, again, like I'm just getting the sense with this card that your future spouse takes very good care of themselves on an emotional level, a mental level, a spiritual level, a psychological level, and probably also a physical level. Like they might be interested in clean eating, or they might be a vegetarian or a vegan or whatever. Just take it however it resonates. And you know, there's probably somebody who has a very kind of, again, with the balance message, a very good balance between like a work-life balance, and, you know, and getting enough sleep and making time to meditate and et cetera, while also taking care of their responsibilities, which is something that a Queen of Pentacles and a King archetype would do. So that's what I'm seeing here in the first spread here for you, pile one. This is going to be a longer video than I thought, but that's okay. I'm excited about all this information. So we're going to move into the second part of your reading, where we will be getting just more information. Okay, pile one. So here we have your oracle cards. And I'm sorry, I know it's very crowded. I wanted to do this reading in 2 parts instead of 3 parts, so I just did my best to fit everything on screen. Also, I know it's like a little bit crooked, and I tried my best, but I basically had to tell my inner perfectionist to go kick rocks, because like I can only do so much. So anyway, wanted to say that at the beginning of the reading. The other thing was that I realized that Mercury is in retrograde at the time of filming, and so that could be affecting my ability to communicate, although I do still think that my kind of excited, jittery kind of energy, I think I was kind of channeling that energy from your future spouse. I do think that that is their energy coming through in this reading, and that's kind of being confirmed for me because there's a lot of excited energy here, particularly with the 2 Wands cards we have here, and then the fiery climax on the full moon in Aries. So I think that their energy is coming through as kind of like jittery and nervous, just because they're so excited to meet you. And I think that specifically the beginning part of your relationship is going to be so exciting for both of you. And so I want to explain the kind of spread that I have here. We do have 5 tarot cards, and these cards represent your relationship and what your relationship is going to be like. And I want to say it's all good news, and so don't worry. Although there are some messages here about potential challenges that you might face, but I want to reiterate, this person is your future spouse. What I'm seeing from the cards here is that ultimately, in the long run, it's a very strong partnership, and you do have the same goals. So whatever you want out of this marriage with your future spouse is the same thing that they want. And I think being willing to have like open and honest communications, especially when that is frightening, or if you are experiencing maybe a fear of vulnerability, maybe due to past relationships. Maybe there might be stuff that is going to kind of pop up in this relationship, as it does with, you know, most relationships. What I'm seeing is that you're going to work through it, and I think that, like, from judging from the first part of this reading, your future spouse in particular is going to be very open to talking about this stuff, and they're not going to judge you for whatever you're feeling or thinking. If you have like doubts about the relationship or something kind of triggers an old fear for you, and like whatever you're going through, I think as long as you are willing to share that with this person, there's nothing the two of you can't work through. You are both ultimately in the long run on the same page about what you want out of this relationship. So I want to kind of say that right off the bat. So that's the relationship I'm seeing with these tarot cards, and I will go through card by card and explain that. Then we have the Moonology Oracle cards and the Romance Angel Oracle cards at the top, and that's advice and any other information from your spirit guides. Then I have some letters, some numbers on the dice, some words that are associated with this relationship, and then we have some additional like traits and other identifiers down at the bottom there. So I am going to start with the tarot cards, and I think part of the reason why I'm getting such an excited energy is that the first two tarot cards we have here are the Ace of Wands and the Page of Wands. And the wand suit is all about like excitement, passion, creativity. And I can see on the Ace of Wands there's like, oh, what do you call those things? Like an artist where they hold it and it has paint on it. I see one of those, and I see a paintbrush, and I see like a conductor's wand and a book and a map. Like it's just, there's lots of creativity there. So that kind of maybe confirms, maybe a bit of a confirmation of the message that I think your future spouse is very into like artistic expression. They might be an artist, they might have artistic hobbies. That could be a clue as to how the two of you meet. We do also have the music lover trait down at the bottom there, so this person could be a musician. That could be part of their artistic expression, and even though Mercury is in retrograde and I think it is affecting my ability to kind of like find the right words or get my words out clearly, I do get the sense that I think that your future spouse may be someone who is much better at expressing their thoughts and feelings like via poetry or maybe writing lyrics, and they might be more comfortable like singing their feelings than they are like speaking them out loud, because I think sometimes they get tongue-tied. And they will still try, you know, the Page of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, they will still try their best to express what they're feeling through words if that's what you need. But, you know, I think they're just much more comfortable expressing themselves through creativity. So I wanted to say that. Again, you could tell I'm feeling jittery, but that's kind of the energy of these cards. So with the Ace of Wands, this kind of represents like a very passionate, fiery beginning. We do have, with the full moon in Aries up top, a fiery climax approaches. So that's a confirmation for me that this is going to be a connection where I think it's going to start off with passion. I think that there's going to be incredible chemistry between the two of you, and I think that it's going to be the start of something very exciting, a new adventure, and it's going to seem like that, I think, for both of you. I think that's going to be a feeling that both of you have, but I'm getting specifically the message, your future spouse is going to be so excited about you. As soon as the two of you meet, like, they're just going to be like, oh my god, like, and I'm not even sure, like, it's necessarily at the sense that like it could be, I don't want to rule it out, I'm just saying I'm not necessarily sure it's a sense of like, you know, one soul recognizing another so much as like your future spouse just thinks you're so cool, you know, they just think you're like really cool and they're so excited about you, you know, and I think you're going to be really excited about them too. And then that's going to kind of start off as this Ace of Wands, you know, the beginning of something very exciting and passionate. It could be that the two of you are going to be working on some sort of creative project together. You know, I was mentioning that kind of like artistic creative energy. It could, you know, I'm not necessarily getting a ton of confirmation that you're going to meet through work, but it could be, you know, if you work in an artistic field or like a creative field, it could be that you kind of come together with this person somehow. Again, like it could be how you meet, but I just see like even if it like what am I trying to say? I think whatever you're working on together, if it is something that's like like a creative project or something like that. It's a passion project. It's not coming across as like kind of like a button down 9 to 5 office work kind of collaboration. It's like if the two of you are working together on a project, which you could be with these cards here, you could kind of merge your life's purposes together in some way and both be working, you know, it could be part of your relationship. It doesn't have to be. It could be with the Page of Cups in the last part of the reading, could be that you are kind of this person's muse. It might be that, you know, as soon as they meet, they're like, oh my God, I'm so inspired by pile one, you know, that I just have to write a song about them, or I have to like make some creative piece that's like how excited and how cool I think they are. I went on a tangent and I totally lost my train of thought. I think you're also going to be working very hard on like, well, I don't know if I want to say that. Like, it's not going to be hard work being together. It's going to be fun and exciting, and you know. But your relationship goals are very similar, is what I'm trying to say. So like, it's not going to feel like work building a relationship together. It's just going to be something that the two of you do because you're so passionate about your relationship. That's what I'm trying to say. And then we do have the Page of Wands, and so that's like really echoing that energy of the Ace of Wands, you know, the start of something new that's very exciting and passionate. The Page of Wands is somebody who's very excited and passionate, and very courageous and bold and adventurous. I want to go try new things. I want to go on this new adventure. I would see this being kind of representative of how your future spouse views your relationship. Like, it's an opportunity to go on a journey together. It could be that the two of you travel a lot together, or you're always looking to try new things. Like, again, it's just a very exciting, passionate time. And I mean, sometimes with this card, it can carry a message about somebody who's only looking for a casual relationship. However, I think that's being like contraindicated here because, first of all, this is your future spouse, so you are going to end up marrying this person. And then because the next card we have is the Two of Cups. And so I would say, like, that's probably not, like, I think it is going to have all of the aspects of the Page of Wands that are related to having fun and being adventurous and going out and doing like exciting new things together, and kind of like going out together and kind of seeing what the world has to offer. I think it's carrying that energy without the energy of somebody who's only interested in something casual. Like, I think there's not going to be necessarily like a ton of expectations put on. Like, I don't think that's going to be a challenge in this connection. Is you know, if somebody is in a Page of Wands energy, they might not be looking to commit. I think it's all like the fun and exciting parts of the Page of Wands energy, and I think that that's going to make it feel really easy and effortless to get to this Two of Cups. And the Two of Cups is a card that just represents like a really strong partnership. You know, it's two people coming together to like in equal amounts to both work towards something together on an emotional level. And again, like, there's just like this kind of like effortless feeling to it. We have two people on the beach kind of clinking their wine glasses together. Like, it's just like, I'm so happy to be here with you. And like, look at this beautiful, bright future we have together. And so I think that this is going to be like a connection that is effortless. Like, it's just going to flow. And I mean, all of these cards here are kind of taking place outdoors. So I think, you know, there's some connection with travel, and I'm getting, you know, we do have the loves the outdoors trait at the bottom, and I was seeing that with I think the Virgo card and the Queen of Pentacles. Like, this person, I think, is very outdoorsy and loves like traveling and might like camping, or going on like hiking, going to the beach, that kind of thing. And I just had a kind of a mental image of somebody proposing on the beach. So, you know, take that however it resonates. Either way, with the Two of Cups here in the middle, like, it's reiterating for me that message that, like, no matter what happens, the two of you are on the same page. Like, you're in it together. You're both equally as committed to this relationship as the other person. However, there might be some stuff from your past, and it could be from it's like kind of a mix of things from both of you here with the Five of Swords card here. So with the Five of Swords card, when it comes up in a relationship reading, it can sometimes talk about self-sabotaging. And it could be related to the fact that we have, up at the top, we have what do you need to release with the waning moon, and then release your ex. The time has come to clear your energy. So with the first part of the reading with your person's energy, I think that their heart chakra is open, their energy field is pretty clear. However, we did have that Seven of Wands, and the child wounded. So I think that this person has, I think they've worked through all of that stuff. I think they're in a very balanced place right now with all that stuff. And I think that might be one of the reasons why your relationship is going to be able to weather this. What this card is telling me is that there might be stuff that comes up for you related to a past relationship. I think you're being encouraged to do as much work as you can before you meet this person to try to release that stuff, but there might still be stuff that kind of pops up with the Five of Swords card here that might cause you to want to self-sabotage or sabotage the relationship in some way. It could be a feeling of this is too good to be true, especially with all of the passion here with these two Wands cards and the fiery climax, and then it might be you might be in an energy of the Page of Wands of this is so fun and exciting. However, there might be fears related to an ex-relationship where it's once this card kind of slips effortlessly into the energy of the Two of Cups and you realize, oh, this has real solid long-term potential and I'm starting to fall in love with this person, that might bring up old fears related to a past relationship for you. I'm seeing that's probably why we have the Five of Swords card here, and that might bring up a feeling within you of oh no, it's too good to be true, and I need to protect myself because this person, I'm developing feelings, and this person's going to break my heart because that's what happened before, and so. What I'm getting is that's not going to happen, but it is valid that you have that fear, especially if you need to work on releasing kind of a past relationship and fears related to an ex. This relationship is going to be an opportunity for you to release whatever remains that needs to be released. And again, like I'm saying, I think that your future spouse is going to be very patient with you. We had the very nurturing energy of the Queen of Pentacles. We have the kind of the soft-hearted energy of that Page of Cups. I think that they're going to be very supportive of you while you work through this stuff. And it could be that that very kind of open-hearted supportiveness, that in itself might be scary, because it could be that you've never encountered somebody like that before who is just so calm, about and so validating and so supportive about something like the Five of Swords that might pop up, old fears being triggered and some self-sabotaging behaviors that might come up. I think it's important, and you are being encouraged to do as much work as you can on this before you meet this person. However, I think that it's likely that those feelings are still going to pop up for you. And I think it's just important that you share them with this person, because they're not going to run away. You're not going to scare them off. And they might have advice and be able to help you kind of work through that stuff. And with the really playful energy here, I think they're happy if you say it's moving too fast and it's scaring me because I've had past bad experiences and I really like you and I just don't want to go too fast. This person is going to 100% be okay, let's just, let's go see a movie. There's no pressure, and I think that is going to help you release the last of your fears here. And so that's why I think we have the Five of Swords here. And then the last card we have here is the Chariot. And that's kind of echoing that message of the Two of Cups of we're working on building something together. And this card specifically carries a message about two people in relationship readings. It carries a message about two people having the same goals, having, you have a sense of purpose for your relationship. You know where this relationship is going. And I think that's because the two of you have kind of banded together in this partnership with the Two of Cups. You've worked through whatever was going on with the Five of Swords and gotten to a place where you're just so comfortable and there's so much trust in the relationship and between the two of you that it's you just know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the two of you are on the same page and that there's nothing to worry about here. This is just something that is meant to be. And that it's a rock solid relationship. And so that's why I'm saying there's no bad news here. This is all positive. Even when stuff comes up from the past and stuff like that, it's so important that it does, so that you can work through it and build that trust in the relationship that's going to make it, this is going to be your future spouse. This is why you're going to marry this person, because you're just going to have, again, like such a solid relationship together, and you're really going to work on it together. And so that's what I'm seeing in the tarot cards here for your relationship. We do have the full moon in Aries, which says a fiery climax approaches, and that kind of explains my jittery energy with all this wands energy here. Again, I think you're going to have very good chemistry. There's going to be a lot of passion here, and that's why you have that a lot of that excitement at the beginning. It's like, oh my god, I think you're going to see each other and be like, oh my god, I'm so attracted to this person. I think they're the coolest. I think both of you are going to be in that energy, and it's going to be very exciting. It's the full moon, it's a fiery climax, and we also have the word approaches. And so I'm getting the sense, and it's a full moon, I'm getting the sense that this relationship is not that far away, especially because your future spouse, judging from the last part of the reading, they're already in that Fool energy. They're ready, they're very excited to meet you. And so I don't think you're going to have to wait that long for this to come in for you, especially because the next card we have, it says very soon. Clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. So it could, that could be interpreted as advice from Spirit. If one of the things you need to do is to work on releasing the energy from your ex or from your past relationship or a past connection, I think that maybe a good thing to do would be to, instead of thinking about your ex and thinking about what you don't want, like what wasn't working in that relationship, kind of flip it around and say, okay, if I don't want a person who cheats on me, I want a person that I trust, that I trust is going to be loyal. You know what I mean? To just kind of flip it around to the positive and then write that down, maybe do some scripting, do some maybe meditations about what you do want in a relationship, because that's going to help get you to, what's the phrase? The home stretch, the final stretch. I think it's gonna help kind of shorten the window of time until you meet this person, if that makes sense. I think it's gonna bring them in sooner. That's what I want to say. And then we have time for healing with the balsamic moon, and that's kind of echoing this message. This relationship for you is going to be very healing, because there could have been things in your past that that might have not been a solid relationship built on trust, to put it that way. It might have been a unhealthy dynamic with maybe a toxic person, maybe you might have had people betray you, you might have had your heart broken. Whatever is coming up that needs to be released, this relationship is going to help you heal it. And I think that, again, there's no pressure here. Your future spouse, especially judging from the first start of the reading, is not somebody who's going to put any kind of pressure on you to go at a certain pace or to do things a certain way. They're going to give you the time you need to heal whatever's going on here. And I think it's also going to be very healing for them too, because they've been through a lot, and I think that they might have been waiting a while for you to come in. And so I think that they're having faith that they're going to meet you, is this is the two of you coming together is going to be their confirmation that their faith was faith. You don't necessarily need a confirmation for faith, because that's not how faith works, but but it is going to be a confirmation of oh, okay, the thing that I had faith was going to come in, it's come in. Pile one is here, and I'm so excited. So I think it's just going to be a very healing connection for the both of you. And then we have playfulness, which again is that's all that Wands energy, the fiery energy of the Aries. And the playfulness is also kind of a Page of Wands energy. And I think that your future spouse is somebody who's very good at kind of lightening the mood, I guess is a way to put it. Like, I think that they have a strong emotional intelligence. They're not going to make a joke that's going to, make you feel bad. It's not funny if the other person's not laughing, But I think they have a really strong sense of humor, and I think that there's going to be just like a playful teasing. I think there's going to be a lot of flirtatiousness, again, echoing that energy of the Page of Cups of playful flirting. And it says to recapture romance, allow your inner youthful spirit of fun to shine. And I'm definitely absolutely seeing that with the Ace of Wands and the Page of Wands. It's going to be a very, very fun relationship, and very exciting. And I'm excited for you. It just sounds like a really great connection. And then again, I think I've already talked about what do you need to release, and it's like, what do you need to release? Release your ex. It's kind of answering its own question there. But I mean, if there is some more releasing work that needs to be done, I think as much of that as you can do on your own, I think that's going to be positive regardless. However, some stuff might still crop up when this relationship comes in, and that's totally normal. I don't want you to beat yourself up. If you're not 100% totally over whatever happened when you meet this person, that's okay. It's okay, because this person is going to be able to help you get through it. They're not going to run away from you or make you feel bad about if you still have stuff related to your ex that you're going through. They're 100% supportive. So I wouldn't worry about that. And then I'm going to move over to the words and letters here. So I'm going to start with the letters. What was interesting is I have all the letters of the alphabet in these they're like beads. And we have I'll go through them and you'll understand. We have 2 Q's, 2 T's, 2 A's, 2 V's, a C, an O, and then a heart, like a little pink heart. So first of all, we have QT. So obviously your future spouse thinks you're a cutie, and you probably think that of them too. And we have so many repeating letters. It could be the case that one or the both of you might have double initials, repeated initials. These letters could be their initials. It could be your initials. It could just be the name of a city or a town that's important to your connection. And I'm sure you can make words out of these. I'm seeing maybe a vacation, maybe a quote. Maybe this person likes quoting things. I also got taco. I'm sure you can put some words together from that. And then the words that I pulled are secret. We have believe twice, which is interesting. And then we have the word sing. And that's kind of, the sing is echoing the music lover and echoing all the creative energy and kind of reiterating my point about I think this person might really love singing and music, and that could be part of their creative expression. That could be their job. They could be a singer or a musician. I'm getting the sense of somebody who might serenade you because they don't, that's kind of the best way they know how to express how they feel. And they could just be having fun with singing. You might do karaoke together. They might sing in the car, sing in the shower, just have a song in their heart, basically, all the time. And then with the believe and the believe, I think that that might just be saying it's important, I think, for both of you to have faith in this relationship. And I think you will. I'm seeing a very positive outcome here, and this is your future spouse. So I think the fact that both of you have faith that this relationship is going to come in for you, even if your future spouse doesn't know all the details about who you are, I think they do have faith that they are going to meet the love of their life. And I think that the fact that you're watching this reading is saying that you are also working on having faith that you are going to meet this person, and that they're going to come into your life, you're going to come together, and you're going to have this beautiful relationship. And I think the both of you believing in it so hard is really going to help it come in very fast. It's approaching very soon. So want to put that out there. And then I want to address the secret, because when it came out, I was like, what the heck is this about? But what was coming to me is this might be part of one of the challenges with the Five of Swords for your relationship. Might be that this person had the Seven of Wands and the Child Wounded card. For them, it might be an important boundary for them that they don't share about the relationship, particularly a relationship that they're very excited about and very emotionally invested in, with certain people in their life. It might not be like emotionally safe for them to do that with those people, because, and I personally can relate to that. I have, you know, people in my life where, like, if I share something like that, they'll immediately take it on and then start, like, you know, creating expectations, you know what I mean? And it's like, this thing is mine, and I want to just have it for myself. Like, I don't want to have to share it with somebody who's immediately going to take it over from me, like, just in a very, like, overbearing kind of way. And it's like that could be something that this person, like, one of their boundaries that they have, and it could be that you might interpret that as they're trying to keep your relationship a secret. And that might be like, maybe they're trying to hide your relationship, and that could create, like, fear and anxiety for you. Like, why are you hiding our relationship? Why is this a secret? Isn't this, like, important to you? You know, and it could be like, you could have had people in the past who kept secrets from you or from other people, and that could be a red flag for you, and, like, legitimately so. And so that could be something that is coming up that might be related to this. And I think in that instance, it is very important to be very clear with this person about how that makes you feel. And I think that to give them a chance, to keep an open mind, give them a chance to explain what's going on, because it is, I think, if that is the case, if that does happen here, I think it is likely that they're doing that to protect the relationship. But I think it's very important that the both of you are very open about communicating about that and about the feelings on either side, and being kind of, like, open to compromise. You know what I mean? Like, I think this person, if they realize that that's having a negative effect on you, and really making you feel bad, I think that they would be horrified to hear that. Like, it might not even occur to them that that's something that might be an issue for you. So I think it's really important just to communicate about that. If that comes out, that might be the reason this secret is here. It could also be here because there are parts or aspects of this relationship that are being kept secret from you. You might, like, that maybe the way that the two of you meet, or the timing of when you meet, or something, might be intended to be a secret. Like, it could be that your spirit guides don't want to give you too many details because there's something that's supposed to happen in a certain way. We did have the Wheel of Fortune card, like, something is supposed to happen in a certain way, and it is going to happen, and it's probably coming in very soon. It seems like, at the very least, your future spouse is in an energy where they're very, like, they're ready. So, like, it could just be that, like, you're not supposed to know all the details. That could be a reason why this card is here if the other interpretation doesn't resonate for you. So I want to put that out there. And then the traits and stuff that we have at the bottom here are facial hair, beard. So they could have facial hair or a beard. We have makeup. They could wear makeup. Just whatever applies for you. We have music lover. And I was getting that kind of confirmed around here. We have board games and role-playing games. That might be part of, like, the fun activities that just the two of you do together. That might be something that your future spouse really enjoys. And then we have large family. So it could be that this person comes from a large family, or they want to have a large family. They might want to have kids with you. They might want to have a lot of kids with you. However, I will reiterate the message that we have here, that the two of you are going to be on the same page about this relationship. So if you do want kids, your future spouse also wants kids, and they probably want a large family. If you don't want kids, then I would say your future spouse also doesn't want kids, or they're willing to compromise on that. And it could be that they come from a large family, especially with the King card that we had in the first part of the reading. They could come from, like, a long line of very affluent people, and it could just be a large family. And that could be another reason why, you know, if there are people in their life that they don't trust, you know, there might be people that they are very low contact with, or they put on, like, an information diet, because there could just be toxic people, and they just don't want to share that part of themselves with those people. So putting that out there. And then we also have fair hair. So this person could have fair hair. I will say the masculine figure on the Two of Cups does have fair hair. And then we have someone on the Five of Swords has fair hair. So it could be you or they have some fair hair. And then we have November and December. So that's kind of like towards the end of the year. I am posting this in January. So it could be, like, again, we have this relationship is approaching. It's coming in very soon. We have the Ace of Wands. your person is ready to meet you. So like I'm getting the message, it's going to happen very soon. However, in the numbers that I rolled, I do have 10 and 11. So we could take that as being like towards the end of a cycle. It could be that you are not going to meet this person until the end of the year. However, there could be another interpretation. You might meet this person very soon. And we do have the number 3. You could meet them in March, you know, or you could meet them in June with the number 6 that we had in the Virgo card, or, you know, it's very soon, you know, but it could be very soon in spiritual terms where, you know, your higher self or spirit guides might interpret like the end of the year as being very soon. Take that however it resonates. But if you do meet this person like in the next couple of months, it could be that by November and December, you're ready to take the next step in the relationship, whatever that means for you. It could be like going on a trip together or moving in together, or like however fast you want to move. There could be something significant happening in November or December, or that could be your birthday or their birthday. Could be one of you is born in November, one of you is born in December. Just take that however it resonates. And then we do have the loves the outdoors, which kind of confirms that outdoorsy kind of energy, nature-loving kind of energy I was picking up on. And it could be that the two of you just like to spend a lot of time outdoors, and that's great. And then the numbers that I rolled are 3, 10, and 11. So we have the month of March, March, October, and November. And these numbers are also associated with Gemini, Capricorn, and Aquarius. So again, just take that however it resonates. And again, I want to reiterate, like very soon in spiritual terms can mean anything from 3 months to 10 months to 11 months, etc. However, I am getting the sense from these cards it's probably going to be within the year. It's probably going to be this year that you meet this person, and it could be happening as soon as like 3 days from now you meet them, and then you're like moving in together by the end of the year. But it's going to vary from person to person. So again, just like take it however it resonates. Either way, this is a beautiful relationship I'm seeing here with your future spouse. And with that said, if you did like this video, please give it a like. Feel free to comment down below and let me know how this video resonated for you. If you like this video and want to see more from me, you can feel free to subscribe to my channel. And with that said, thank you very much for watching Pile 1, and I hope to see you in my next video. Hello Pile 2, and welcome to your reading. In today's reading we are going to be taking a look at your future spouse. And so this first part of the reading is going to be about who your future spouse is. So this is like about their personality traits and their current energy, what they're currently going through. I'm getting a lot of information from this, which is interesting. I'm picking up like a more complex situation than Pile 1. And I want to say right off the bat, I apologize if I have some trouble getting my words out. I just remembered that Mercury is in retrograde right now while I'm filming. So I'm going to do my best, and you know, hopefully the messages that need to come out are going to come out. And then the second part of the reading is going to be about we'll get some tarot cards about your relationship and some advice from your spirit guides and some letters, numbers, words, and other like additional personality traits, interests, maybe some physical attributes. We'll see what comes out. So that's going to be today's reading. And I want to say, like, again, like right off the bat, I was getting the message that I think your person it's not even necessarily that they are like a more complex energy than Pile 1's person, so much as right now they're either going through or they've been through, maybe recently been through a major transformation. And I think it was a very positive thing, and it was something that they absolutely like needed to do on a spiritual level. Like it was a major evolution for them in terms of embracing their authentic truth and their authentic self. I'm sorry if you can hear my cat. And like this, it's just like such an important major change that they needed to bring into their life so that they could start making choices that were in alignment with their authentic truth, their authentic self, what their soul wants, their divine path, things that are really going to make them happy. Because I'm thinking that your future spouse may have a past where they might have lived to make other people happy, and they might have really needed to break away from that. And I'm seeing that they did. And it might have been like a really full on, what's the word? I guess I'll just describe it when I get into the cards. It was like a major overhaul. It was like a full 180, I think, from where they were before, and it was almost the impression I'm getting is like this person. It was not. Like a lot of us, myself included, we make small changes over time and then they add up to big lifestyle changes, right? Like doing kind of the slow, methodical Knight of Pentacles, day by day, building on it kind of thing. And before you know it, there's a major part of your life that's transformed. This person, I think, was like, they realized that they were in a bad place, or they were unsatisfied, or they weren't following their dreams, they weren't being authentic. There was just something that they were very unsatisfied with. And I think that they just one day decided, literally, I can't do this anymore, and I'm not going to do this anymore. And it was it was like that kind of like a full 180, and it might have been totally shocking to everybody else in their life, and it might have been totally shocking to them, that they just were like, this isn't working, this isn't the life for me, I'm not being authentic, I'm going to stop it all right now today, and I'm going to make change happen for myself. That's what I'm picking up here, and so that's the kind of the message that I'm getting kind of intuitively here. And I will get into the cards, and then maybe that will help me get my words and thoughts out. So the reason why I'm giving right off the bat, the thing that came to me was we had the World card and the Tower card as the first two cards here. And I would say, I think in this reading, the way I'm reading it is, I think the World and the Tower are kind of like the overall message here about who your future spouse is and where they are in their life. Because this major transformation, this major choice that they've made is a huge part of their identity. I think they were not, again, they just weren't living in a way that was authentic to who they actually are on a soul level. And the fact that they chose to change and embrace their authenticity, and that it was not an easy path for them, and they chose to do it anyway, and they chose to just go right through any obstacle in their path, that part is authentic to who they are. The part that faces the obstacles and faces the challenges, faces the truth, and says, okay, this isn't working for me. I'm going to find something that will work for me. And I'm going to do that through trial and error, and I'm going to do that through committing to myself. And that's part of this person's personality. So that's why I think the World and the Tower are the first two cards here, and they are major arcana. This was a major transformation that this person went through. And then we have the Seven of Cups and the Two of Cups. And I would see these two as being kind of related. I think that they each carry a separate message, but there is a message with the two of them together that I think that your future spouse is looking for you. They're I think, getting to a place where they realize that they have a lot more options than they thought they did, and that they're really trying to kind of do, I think, a trial and error, seeing what's out there kind of approach, but they're looking for their true love. They're looking for a partner. They're looking for an equal partnership. I think that's what's going to be satisfying for this person, and I think they're not really, they're looking around and trying different things, but I think they're really not willing to settle for anything less than what they know they deserve, which would be a relationship with you in this circumstance. So that's why I think we have these two cards, and I'll talk about them more. I just want to kind of figure out the spread here. So we have the World and the Tower, then the Seven of Cups and the Two of Cups, which I think talks about their relationships, their emotional life, what they're currently going through in that context. And then we have the Three of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles. And what's interesting is I do think the Three of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles are related. However, I don't think they're they didn't come out of the deck together. In fact, the reason why we have 6 cards in the spread instead of the 5 cards that I intended to take was because for pile 1, their spirit guides were insisting that I take the card at the back of the deck. So I was like, okay, well, to be fair, I have to do that for the other piles too. Otherwise, it's not fair. So your back of the deck energy for in terms of like who your future spouse is was this Ace of Pentacles. And what's interesting is there was another card that fell out of the deck, and I will talk about it because, you know, that could also be relevant here, but there was another card that fell out of the deck, and I was going to put it in, and then I was just like, it doesn't feel right. And I saw that flash of green at the bottom of the deck, and I was like, just feeling really drawn to that. And so I took that instead, and that card was the Ace of Pentacles, and I was like, that feels right. This feels like the right card here. The other card that fell out was a Strength card, and that might be part of this person's personality. Absolutely, I would see that in connection to this major transformation that this person has been going through, and kind of being able to stand in their strength and embrace their personal power. We also have that message being echoed here with the 10th house of authority down there. Just like, and the antelope spirit too, of just like taking charge, becoming the authority in their own life, but in a way that's not, it's like I'm committing to myself and the things that I need, because that was not something that I was doing before. However, I'm not going to run roughshod over everybody else in my life. I don't have to throw my weight around. I don't have to prove myself to anybody else. I know who I am, or I'm committed to figuring that out. And then I'm going to be authentic to that. And part of that, I think, is related again to this 10th house energy. It's also related, I think, to the Vesta card in the Starcodes down there, which does talk about living life in alignment with our own moral code, regardless of what the people around us are doing, or regardless of the influence of other people in our community, if that makes sense. So I think your future spouse probably has a very strong sense of what their moral code is, or they're committed to figuring it out. And that might be something that they're currently working on. But either way, I'm seeing like a very determined energy, and a very like strong on a spiritual and emotional level personality. With the Strength card, it did, again, like it showed itself, but it didn't feel like the card that I should take. It felt like the Ace of Pentacles was a more relevant card, but I just wanted to talk about it so I didn't forget. And with that card, you know, this person could be a fire sign, they could be a Leo. We don't necessarily have like a ton of other signs, like specific signs here. We do have 2 Cups cards, which are associated with water signs, and 2 Pentacles cards, which are associated with earth signs. And, you know, so it could be either. It could be this person could be a water sign with an earth, or like a lot of earth placements, or an earth moon. Could be an earth sign with a lot of water placements, or a water moon. Could be any, you know, could be anything, a mix of anything. And I would associate an antelope with, probably with like an earth or maybe a fire energy. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. And now I am going to get into the cards that we actually do have. So we're starting with the World card. And the World card came out first. And that was like, I think it's significant that it came out first, because it's like, this says a lot about who your future spouse is. And what was interesting is it was the World and then the Tower. And you know, initially I was like, should the Tower card have come out first? Like, did it start with a Tower moment, and then this person was closing out a cycle? Like, I was kind of like, I don't know how this fits together. And then I got this mental image of the figure on the World card in like a superhero pose, and like literally superhero punching that Tower down, and then kind of going into the other cards in your spread. Like punching through the Tower to get to the other cards here. That's how I would see it. And I think the world is like a representation of when we have kind of successfully completed previous chapter, or that like we're successfully at the end of a cycle, and we, you know, it's a chance to celebrate that success. We did a good job in the last chapter, and now we're moving on to whatever the next chapter is. So it's like a closing out a cycle is associated with the World, and it's usually because we've kind of learned the lessons of the previous cycle. And you know, based on what I've already said, that would make sense for your person. There's also butterflies on this card, and butterflies are typically a symbol of transformation, and especially because we have the Tower card right next to it, that's given me the sense this person, part of closing out the last cycle of their life successfully was they had to knock this tower down. That was something that they had to do. And that's a message that's coming through. I don't think that this person went through a tower moment because of something that happened to them. I think they had to step into their own power and decide to knock this tower down. And the Tower card is a card that usually represents a sudden, massive, or shocking change, unforeseen events. You know, and I think a lot of people associate this card with like a negative connotation, like it can happen, you know, if you lose your job, or if somebody in your life passes away, or something that like really shakes your foundation can apply to the Tower card. However, like at its core, it is kind of a neutral message about just like a major change, and it's usually unexpected or very shocking. And that's why I'm kind of giving the interpretation in connection with the World card that, again, like I think that your future spouse made the choice to make a major foundational change in their life. And I think the four other cards here are describing the types of changes that that your future spouse has been working on since they knocked their tower down. You know, that knocking this tower down was like a huge fundamental part of, again, like I'm saying, like I think there's a big part of this this person's personality really is just like it's either I'm unsatisfied, I'm stagnating, I'm not being true to myself, I'm not happy where I am, and it's like the realization I'm not going to be happy where I am unless I do the really hard thing here, the really radical nuclear option, and just like literally bulldoze this obstacle that's in my way. And it could be that the obstacle that was in their way, the tower that they needed to knock down, could have been their own beliefs. Like this could have been, you know, having to face a part of themselves. You know, it can talk, I think in this context, it can talk about, you know, needing to go up against like an institution or something like that, or like a parental figure, break away from a family, break away from something. Like if they were on one path, it's like choosing to drop out of that path and go, totally transition to a different path, you know. But I think that it can also talk about confronting our own beliefs and our own, like the obstacles that we are creating for ourselves, and saying like, is this a real obstacle? Like, is this really impassable, or am I just kind of creating a wall here that doesn't need to be here? And or am I like standing in the way of my own happiness? And then the next card we have is the Seven of Cups, and the Seven of Cups usually talks about having options. You know, there's 7 cups, and we can choose which cup we want to pick. You know, and there's good things in every cup, and so that can lead to a feeling of being overwhelmed. You know, it could be, and especially if this person's gone through such like a major change that they had to do like a total 180, like however that applies to their life, changing their beliefs, changing their job. Maybe they moved to a different country. Maybe they like what's the word, converted to a different religion, or decided to leave their religion, or decided to pursue their passion instead of the thing that they were expected to pursue, or maybe like went no contact with their family. Like I said, it's something like that that I think opened up the world to your future spouse in a way that it hadn't been previously. And so suddenly the world is their oyster, and they have their 7 of Cups. They can choose from an abundance of options that was not open to them before. It's because they've punched through this tower, all of a sudden they're on the other side with the 7 of Cups, saying like, oh my God, there's so many things to choose from. There's so many options that I wasn't giving myself the chance to consider, or I was not in a place to be able to consider before I decided to make this transformation. So that's ultimately a positive thing. This card can talk about, you know, feeling overwhelmed or feeling like confused just because there's too many options, or because there's good things in every cup. It can be hard to decide which cup to pick. However, in your person's reading specifically, I'm getting the message that this is ultimately a positive thing. Even if there is a bit of overwhelm, like especially at first, I think that your future spouse is very good at putting the pieces together. They have the detective archetype here. So that's kind of, you know, and especially because we have the Seven of Cups being what's the word? Seven of, I'm seeing, the word that's coming to me is reduced. Like the Seven of Cups is reducing to the Two of Cups. And so I think that, and we have the detective. And so that's why I gave kind of the interpretation that I think your future spouse is looking for you. You know, they might not know that it's you that they're looking for, but I think they are looking for a relationship that's going to be their like ultimate partnership, their ultimate like two peas in a pod kind of relationship, and they're doing that by looking at the options, you know, by going through and being a detective and kind of like figuring out, okay, what fits where, what do I like, what do I want, what do I not want, what options work for me. But you know, they're in that kind of mindset, I think, when it comes to the Seven of Cups. And I think that's why the Seven of Cups card is here for your future spouse. And then we do have the Two of Cups, and that's, again, like, that's the reason why I'm saying, you know, I think this person's looking for the love of their life. The Two of Cups is a card that talks about partnership. Because a Cups card, it usually talks about like a romantic partnership. Not always, but I think in the context of this reading that it is referring to a romantic relationship, and that I just think this card is so cute with the seahorses, and they each have like a heart, and they're sharing their cups, and both the cups are full, and it's the kind of relationship where the two of you both bring your whole heart in a genuine way to the connection. You're both of your cups are full, like you're both neither one is giving or taking more than the other. It's like a true equal partnership. I think that is what your future spouse is looking for, and that's I think their heart is open to that, and I think that that's like part of what their true desires are. And if part of what the tower that your future spouse had to knock down, if part of that was related to romantic relationships, like maybe we do have the monk nun archetype here, maybe there was like some societal or community pressure to have a certain type of relationship, or to avoid certain types of relationships, or maybe not even pursue a relationship. There might have been some kind of, again, like some sort of expectation that didn't fit your future spouse. It was not for them. And I think that once they smashed through that tower, were able to live in that authentic truth. And this card is the color of the throat chakra, and I think they're finally able to kind of like to be open about it and speak about the type of relationship that they're looking for, and the type of thing that they want. So, you know, obviously this also can apply to an LGBT connection, but again, only take that if it resonates for you. Otherwise, it could just be like, again, it could be like a religious thing, or again, like just a community expectation. It could be they could have had like a very strict family structure, whatever it was. I think there was a barrier here that that your future spouse had to break through in order to be authentic and to speak their authentic truth when it comes to what kind of relationship they're looking for. So I think that's why the Two of Cups card is here. And then we have the Three of Pentacles. And again, I love this card. I love this deck. It's a new deck, and I think the pictures on it are just, they're so cute. And the Three of Pentacles card, I usually associate this with like the social community energy of the three, with the you know, the career or financial aspect of Pentacles. So this card usually talks about, like, to me, it talks about like employees or coworkers, or like a work situation. However, in the context of this person's energy, and especially with the figures on this card, they look like they're like cheerleading. Like they have cheerleader pom-poms. It says high five, and then it says high 10, and they're like kind of like cheering your future spouse on. So I think that, you know, there might still be a connection here with work and like the kind of the material world and career and stuff. So it could be that maybe part of your future spouse's journey was thinking about what kind of career they wanted to have, and finding something where there was like a social or community aspect to their career where they could feel very supported in whatever they were doing. And that can, you know, it can be career also, even in the sense of like a creative pursuit or creative project, or like a community project. Like, I'm just getting the community sense from this card, and that being combined with like the practical energy of Pentacles, of like building something together with a supportive community. I think that that's part of your future spouse's passion, and that might be a bit of a clue as to the kind of job that they have. I think that helping other people and helping other people help other people is important to your future spouse. Even if that's not necessarily relevant to the job that they have, I think that that is relevant to like their life's purpose and where they get their I want to say like satisfaction. Yeah, that's I don't know, I think there's another word that I'm forgetting, but I'm just gonna let it go. And that's that energy of like what kind of job they might have is being kind of echoed for me with the Archetype cards down here, and with the Vesta card, which also carries message about like community, and being like a community hearth, like the warm fire around which a community can grow. And that's like on a spiritual level, rather than like a literal hearth. But we have the Monk Nun, and then we have the Detective, and I will talk about that. I do want to talk about the Ace of Pentacles first. So this was the back of the deck card, and I'm really glad actually that you know, that Spirit wanted me to take this card instead of the Strength card. I think the Strength card is important; it carries an important message, and that's why I still talked about it. But the fact that it's the Ace of Pentacles tells me that, again, like a big part of, with the picture on the card, it's like this lizard holding a heart with a pentacle in it, and they just look so happy, and it's like they're holding their own heart, you know. And the Ace can talk about like a new cycle, beginning something new. And what's interesting is we have that book ending the World, which just talks about the end of a cycle, right? Then we have the Ace, which is the new cycle. And to me, it's like it's a new cycle of some sort of commitment with the Pentacles card. I think the aspect of the Pentacles that's coming through for me here is the commitment part. It's like I'm deciding to make a new commitment to myself and my own happiness, and this lizard kind of holding their own heart, and that it's like self-love, self-compassion, putting myself first so that I can come together in an equal partnership with somebody who is also putting themselves first, so that we can, you know, like meet each other halfway. You know, nobody's doing anything self-sacrificing in this relationship, which is beautiful. You know, obviously every relationship takes some compromise. You know, every relationship, you know, it's okay to sacrifice certain things, you know, to, again, like, as long as everybody's kind of doing that in equal share. But it's not to the point of self-abandoning or like self-sabotaging or self-sacrifice. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not to a detrimental degree. It's in a very healthy way, and it's just, I just love this. It's like this. I think that your future spouse, prior to going through this massive transformation, was not putting themselves first. Like, they were not filling up their own cup. We don't necessarily have context here for exactly why that was the case, but for whatever reason, that's kind of the message I'm getting, is that I think that your future spouse spent a long time putting other people ahead of their own needs, and again, like not embracing what they wanted, with like their true desires, what they needed out of relationships. Just like it's like I'm getting a sense of somebody who like rejected the fact that they even needed anything out of a relationship, because like for a certain period of time it was either like it was too hard to break through that barrier, and they were scared, and that's okay. You know, it's okay to be scared. Like, that's totally understandable. They might have had whatever circumstances. It might have been extremely difficult for them to make this choice, to smash through this tower, and make these changes. This is extremely beneficial that they did. And it takes like a huge amount of strength and strength of character. And I think they're very proud of themselves and the fact that they were able to do this, because it was not easy, you know. And I think that the fact that they stepped up for themselves is like, it's a beautiful thing, and I think it's a beautiful part of their personality, and it's something that they're not going to let go of. You know, that's what I'm seeing with the Ace of Pentacles. Is just like, I'm committed to self-love, self-compassion, starting a new cycle where I'm putting myself first, and I'm going to ground myself and ground this in the real world, the physical world, and I'm going to make sure that I have this social group of cheerleaders around me, whatever I'm doing, wherever I'm putting my energy, whatever I'm choosing to commit to. I'm gonna make sure that my needs are met and that I have a beautiful, lovely community of people around me. I'm going to look through all the different options here to find my true love, my future spouse here, my partner, my equal partner, in a relationship that's fair and balanced and that works for everybody involved. And just like, it's just a beautiful energy. So, and I mean, I did think that I mentioned that it was a little bit more of a complex energy with this person, and I think that part of that is with the cards that we have here, there's just a lot going on on every card. Like on each card, there's like a lot of little pictures, and there's like bubbles and confetti and plants and waves and stars and leaves and butterflies and lightning bolts, and then even like on the archetype cards, even on the antelope spirit, there's a lot going on, you know. And so I think I could translate that as saying this person, your future spouse's world, has become so much more rich and full and vibrant than it used to be, because of changes that they've chosen to make, and they're loving that. I think that they're very happy with their Seven of Cups, even though it might be overwhelming at times. You know, there's a lot going on, you know. But I think they love that, you know, because I think it gives them time to kind of like put their little detective hat on and say, like, there's so much going on, I have so many options, and I love that. I'm going to go figure out what I want to do next. You know, and it's like, I like that. That's a really, I think, a very positive way to it's just like a positive outlook to have. And I think that your future spouse does have a positive outlook. I think that they're really looking forward to meeting you and to like just building this future that I think they felt like they didn't have access to when that tower was still standing. So that's kind of what I'm seeing in the tarot cards up top. I do want to mention before I forget that what's interesting is, you know, and I put the cards in the order that they came out, but we kind of have a progression from the pink of the world card down through that kind of the purpley, dark blue, lighter blue, and then green. So it's kind of like a progression from the colors of the chakra, from the crown through the third eye to the throat on the Two of Cups to the heart chakra with these pentacle cards. And so I see this person really working on their heart chakra and then the upper chakras too, and their connection with spirit, their connection with their intuition. And it could have been that with the world card and the tower card here, it could have been they just got to a point where, you know, they might have been getting like a lot of just like downloads and dreams and intuitive messages from their spirit guides and from the universe. It's like, it's time, you're going to have to make this change, because nobody is going to save you from this tower. Like you're going to have to do this on your own. And this person did. They listened to that voice in their head telling them that they were going to have to do this, and that it was, even if it was the scariest thing they've ever done, it was also vitally important to being able to live a life that's like full and where they feel fulfilled, to put it that way. So that's what I'm seeing with the tarot cards. And then I'm going to move into the archetype cards. We have Monk Nun, which says selfless devotion and single-minded dedication to spirit. And again, I think that's interesting because I think that there's, there's lots of spiritual energy here with especially the first two cards in the tarot cards. So it could be that, again, like your future spouse might not have realized that they have a strong connection to spirit and that their spirit guides have been trying to guide them on this journey that they have been going on. Or they might be doing that consciously. They might be cultivating a spiritual practice that could be a big part of their lives. That could help them with the Seven of Cups, like framing that in a positive light. Of like my Two of Cups is going to come to me in divine timing when it's supposed to, so I don't need to feel overwhelmed or lost or confused by the Seven of Cups, because I know I'm being divinely guided, and whatever comes up while I'm moving along the path of this journey, I know I'm going to end up at my Two of Cups. I don't have to worry about it. I can leave that up to spirit. I think that's maybe why we have this card here. And then again, I did mention that there could also be a connection to your future spouse's past. Maybe their childhood, where they grew up. They might have grown up in like a religious household or a religious community. And again, specifically with the association with monk and nun, there could have been like a lot of really strict rules around relationships. And that might have been something that they felt that they needed to break away from in order to live the kind of life that they want to live, and the kind of life that's in alignment with their authentic self. So I think that's why we have this card here. And then we have the detective archetype, which I thought was very cool, and which helped give me context for the Seven of Cups and then the Two of Cups. I mean, when the Two of Cups did come out, and that was before I had done the archetype cards, my intuitive sense was like, oh, they're looking for their spouse. That's very cute. But then I realized it was like coming after the Seven, and I was like, oh, okay, they're trying to like narrow it down, I think. So, and I think they're doing that using their detective skills, because it says, great powers of observation and intuition, desire to seek out the truth. And so, again, like the desire to seek out the truth, I think, was part of the reason why they felt that they had to make this transformation, because the truth was they knew that they weren't happy the way that they had been living prior to going through this change. Like they just were not happy. That was the truth of the matter. And it's like once they sought out that truth and were able to admit that to themselves, I think that they were, maybe looking for signs and symbols and support from spirit. Then when they felt like they had that support, or maybe even before that point, I think maybe knocking the tower down confirmed for them that that they were being divinely guided. However that means, I think that your future spouse is just innately very good at following their intuition. And then I think that we have the power of observation. So it could be that that's part of what helps them figure out what they want in the Seven of Cups, is that they're good at discernment, because they're observant. And that could be something that helps them decide who they want in their squad on the Three of Pentacles, and what kind of Two of Cups they want, like what kind of person they want to be in a Two of Cups relationship with. Because they could also, I think, observe other people or observe like other relationships in their life and say, okay, I don't want something like that, or I do want something like that, or that didn't work out for this person, so I'm going to try something differently. Like I just think that their brain kind of like works like that, and they might be very good at like solving puzzles. This might be somebody who really likes like board games or logic games, logic puzzles. They might play chess. Like it's just that kind of analytical thinking mixed with their natural observation skills. It makes this person like the embodiment of the detective archetype. And it could be this could also be like a literal clue as to what your future spouse does for a living. They could be a detective, or they could have a job that's related to like creative problem solving or discerning the truth in some way, in some capacity, or they could work in law enforcement or the legal system in some way. There is, with the 10th house card, there is a connection to like authority figures. So it could be, if they work in a professional setting, that could be the kind of setting that they work in. That might not apply to everybody. It could just be that the detective, like they're just good at detecting things, and that's just like an innate part of their personality, might have nothing to do with their job. So I just wanted to throw that out there. What I do think is interesting is the dark blue on the Monk Nun card kind of, that confirms the connection to spirit for me because it's associated with the third eye chakra. But the color on the Detective card is sort of more like a burnt red, like a pink, like not pink. What's the color I want? It's like, it reminds me of red wine. I'll just put it that way. It reminds me of red wine. I think that I'm just getting a sense it could be connected with the root chakra. And there could be a connection to the root chakra with, I think, the Hearth card, the Vesta card there. Because, again, like that card carries a message about... it's like I don't need to worry about where my physical body is because I carry that warmth of the, like a communal hearth with me wherever I go. Like I carry my community with me wherever I go. And that to me speaks of somebody who has a very solid root chakra. They feel grounded and they feel like they belong wherever they are because they're carrying their home with them. It's not necessarily tied to one specific place. It's more tied to like who this person is, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. And then we have the Antelope Spirit, which says life is speeding up. And I think that really, it's also the number 2. So the number 2 could be significant to your connection. It could be the month of February, could be significant. It could also be in relation to this 2 of Cups. Take it however it resonates. I think that the life is speeding up with the Antelope Spirit. I think that once your future spouse decided to crash through this tower and really get on with the work of, narrowing down the 7 of Cups to get to the 2 of Cups, finding their 3 of Pentacles, and really working on being committed to themselves, I think that their pace has not slowed. And I think that, that's why I'm getting that kind of like really determined energy of somebody who's just so excited that there were so many more options than they thought they had. There's so much more going on in the world than they might have had access to before. And it's like, it's not in like a chaotic or imbalanced way. I just think they're just like really excited to like to go and try this and do that and see what this is all about and go over here and like, let's, the world card, let's travel, let's go see what's out there. Like, look at all this cool stuff on the 7 of Cups. Like, I want to try this and again, like, go there, do that. I want to have fun with it. And I think that this person, like, the pace of this person's life has really picked up since they decided to make that choice to step into their power to create that change for themselves. And it's like once they did that, it's like everything started to change all at once. And it's like all of a sudden I can have everything that I thought I wasn't going to be able to have. Like all of a sudden, all of my blessings are going to come in, and and I'm seeing that is probably the case for this person because they've stepped up into their personal power, they've stepped into their strength, and they've stepped into their own authority here with the 10th house card, as this card, it says authority, and it talks about our relationship to authority figures and how we can be an authority figure. And so this might be speaking in relation to this person's career or their position in society. It could be that that they have become a community leader of some kind with the 3 of Pentacles here. It could be that that this kind of the mountain on the authority card could be like the mountain that they had to climb to get to the other side of their tower, if that makes sense. And that could be why like other people might see them as an authority figure and come to them and see like, well, how do I climb my own mountain? How do I knock down my own tower? And it might really come to them for advice. And it could be that it could also be that whatever they had to confront in their own tower might have been an authority figure in their life or several authority figures, and that they might have had to really examine their relationship with the authority figures in their life and who they were going to choose to listen to. And I think in this case they chose to take the advice of the universe and spirit and their spirit guides over whatever advice they might have been getting from whoever stood to benefit from your future spouse not changing. So I think that getting this, there's a message coming through. This person might have like a complicated relationship with authority figures. That might be something like just a part of their personality, just based on their past and the things that they've had to confront. I think that if they do, I don't think it really has a huge impact in terms of how they relate to other people. I think that it could just be that they have, you know, an idea of the type of authority figure that they respect and the type of authority figure that doesn't deserve their respect. I think they just have like a strong sense of that. And then we have the Vesta card, which I did already talk about a lot of the aspects of this card. And it does say hearth, and hearth is like a hearth is like a as I understand it, like a fireplace or like a fire pit. And it's like it can be in like a communal or a community meeting place. There can be a fire burning, and that's like the hearth. It can also be like in a person's home, you know, it's like a fireplace. It's like the place where the fire is. But it can be, again, like in a community sense, like people gathering around the warmth of the hearth and sharing stories and just enjoying being part of a community. And I think that this card is very related to that Three of Pentacles. I think that your future spouse, part of what they were leaving behind was, you know, maybe who they had been choosing to spend their time with before might not have been like part of their soul tribe and their like spiritual community like on a spiritual level. Like even not if everybody in that community is necessarily spiritual, but you know, like to like the concept of a soul tribe. It's like a friendships that are like almost effortless because it's like our souls know each other, you know, we just get each other. I think that that's why this Three of Pentacles here is part of what your future spouse is looking for. Like in it, that's part of what they needed to, I think, admit to themselves was they didn't have that before they chose to do this transformation. And now that this is part of their Seven of Cups, one of the options that they're looking for, one of the things that they're looking for in this vast, overwhelming sea of options is, who are my soul tribe? Where's my community? I want to build a community hearth, and where you know we can support each other and share stories and share love and share that sense of commitment to the same things, the same ideals. And so I think that that's why this card is here, because I think that's it. Oh, again, and then I want to reiterate the message that this card talks about acting in alignment with our core values, regardless of what the people around us are telling us to do or think we should do. So, so there is also a connection with having like a strong core values and a strong sense of what our moral code is. And I think that that is very important to your future spouse. So that's what I'm seeing in the first part of your reading, pile 2. I am going to move into the second part of the reading, which again is going to be some tarot cards about your relationship. We're going to look at some oracle cards, which is going to be advice from spirit. We're going to get some letters, some numbers, some words, and some other attributes down at the bottom. So I'm just going to go set that up. All right, pile 2. So I want to say a couple things right off the bat. First of all, I'm sorry if my cat starts screaming. I had to kick him out of the room. And then secondly, I will admit that I procrastinated filming this because I wanted this reading to be like really kind of fun and lighthearted. You know, it's about your future spouse. I'm just with the cards here. I'm going to give a couple of interpretations, and you can take whichever one you feel relates to you. There is a chance that these tarot cards are not, they're about your relationship. The tarot cards here are about your relationship. And there's a chance that this is talking about a past iteration of this relationship. It could be that the person that you're going to marry, your future spouse, you might have already been in a relationship with this person. It could be in a past life. We have the past life relationship card here. And so this spread here could be talking about a past life, or it could be talking about, this might be somebody that you already know. Like, you know, take it however it resonates. This might be like it might be like a twin flame kind of connection where like it's really it can be difficult, you know, it can, because it might be somebody that you react so strongly to each other that it's hard. You both have so much like soul growth and work to do that that it can be difficult to weather that kind of connection and stay together, just because it can be so intense. So I don't know. I don't know how this applies to you. If I'm going to describe what I'm seeing here, and again, like, just take it however it resonates. I did give the interpretation. This could be a past life. This could be somebody you already know. This could be somebody, again, that you've already tried to have a relationship with, and it might not have worked out in that at that particular time, in that particular iteration. It could be the fact of the cards that I'm seeing here is, I think that your relationship will need to go through a significant evolution to get it to the place where it's going to be a strong and stable marriage, and like a healing connection where everybody is feeling valued, and it is in that Two of Cups. So I'm getting a message coming through that it might apply to some people. If you have an idea of who I'm talking about, if the person that I described, like in the first part of the reading, if you know somebody like that who maybe hasn't gone through their tower yet, or maybe you've kind of heard through the grapevine that they've made certain changes or whatever, I would take that as confirmation that it might be this person. It could be somebody that you haven't met yet. And again, this could just be like a past life story coming through, and this could be Spirit's way of saying, like, this is how your relationship has evolved over lifetimes. Because both of you keep doing the work as you keep reincarnating in new lives, you keep coming back, your souls keep coming back, and then you keep coming together and working through things, and this is how your relationship is evolving. So I want to throw that out at the top of the reading before I get into the cards, because again, like, I meant for this to be like a fun and happy reading, but some of the energies here are a little bit complicated. So I just wanted to throw that out before I get into the cards. That's not to say that you are not going to have a fun and happy relationship with your future spouse. I'm not saying that at all. I just think that for both of you, and I was seeing it like in the last part of the reading for at least for your future spouse, but I think for both of you, you've probably had some bad past experiences that have created a lot of fear. And I'm saying that because the first tarot card we have here is the Eight of Swords. And this card for me, it's like the key word to the Eight of Swords is fear. And this card, specifically when it applies to a relationship, it can talk about bringing old fears into a new relationship. And it is the first card we have here. So it could be that there's a lot of fear that one or the both of you needs to work through. And with the Moonology cards here, I'm seeing that, you know, this relationship is a good place to do that. I think that we have a time for healing. It's like healing those old, like, it's fears caused by old wounds. So it's an opportunity to heal those old wounds. It's a new romantic cycle. We do have the Ace of Cups as the next card. And you know what this is, if it is, even if it's a new relationship with a existing person, it's still a new romantic cycle. And then we have You Are Good Enough. So if there's fears around inadequacy or self-esteem issues, or whatever this Eight of Swords is referring to, if there's any of that on your end, this relationship with your future spouse is an opportunity to address that stuff, and let go of it, and heal it and release it. And I can see you doing that, because again, we have the next card here is the Ace of Cups, and so that's like, it's a new romantic cycle, you know, it's a new beginning. It's like the exciting part at the beginning of a relationship where we're starting to fall in love, where we're realizing that, oh, I have feelings for this person. We're developing feelings, and I see the aces as opportunities. You know, it's an opportunity for a new beginning to like a really deep emotional connection here, and I see that deepening because the next card we have is the Queen of Cups. And the Queen of Cups, that could represent your energy. It could represent your person, we have a lot of cups energy in your reading here. We've had like 5 cups cards. So your person could be a water sign, they could be a Cancer. We do have Cancer down at the bottom, or that could be in their chart, or that could be you. This Queen of Cups could be representing you in this spread. Either way, having a Queen of Cups energy in your relationship is a very positive thing. That's a very loving, compassionate, nurturing, giving, generous energy, with also a lot of emotional maturity and being able to communicate about your feelings in a healthy way. So I would see this as kind of like taking the opportunity, taking the cup, the Ace of Cups, and the Queen of Cups, kind of cradling it to her chest and saying, I'm going to protect this because it's precious, you know, and really taking the time to really nurture that connection. And so that's all well and good. And then we have the Four of Cups. And the Four of Cups is a card that talks about disappointment. It talks about boredom. And when it comes to a relationship, it can talk about one or both parties losing interest in the connection, or feeling unfulfilled, or feeling unsatisfied, like they're not getting what they need out of the connection. Which, it's like an interesting energy to be right next to a Queen of Cups. It could be that if this is resonating for you with something that has already happened, it could be a situation where one of you was in a Queen of Cups energy and the other person was in a Four of Cups energy. Or it could be, you know, again, this might have been something that happened in a past life, where, again, maybe one of you was in one energy, one of you was in the other energy. Or it could have been that, you know, it was really great at first and you both worked really hard and invested a lot emotionally into the connection, but for whatever reason, it just wasn't the right time for it to work out into like a long-term connection. Or it like that for some reason, like somebody reached a point where they were no longer being fulfilled, or they felt like that was the case. That's honestly why I'm giving the interpretation, again, that this might have been something that happened in the past. Because again, like this is a future spouse reading, you know. So, and I don't want to just say, oh yeah, you know, you're going to get married and then your partner's going to lose interest, have fun, like have a nice life. You know, I don't want to give you that interpretation because, first of all, I'm not getting that intuitively that that's what's going on here. And it's also like we have a lot of confirmations for me here that this, again, it might be like a past life situation, or like a twin flame connection, or just a more complicated connection than, you know, that you're two souls who have never met before, and you're going to come together fully healed, and like you're going to be on easy street. This is a little bit more complex. I think there's more complex energies. I think that you might have had like a difficult time in romantic relationships. You know, if this Eight of Swords energy is coming from you, I could understand, you know, it's a time for healing. Like this is going to be a very healing relationship for you regardless of whatever happens. And it has been very healing for you in the past. Like I am getting that kind of like past life connection here. Like there's just something more going on, you know, than what the tarot cards here are strictly saying. And then the last card we have is the Six of Swords, which talks about moving forward, or a transition of some sort. And when it comes to relationship, it can talk about choosing to move forward together. And that can talk about, you know, let's entertain the idea that everyone is very emotionally invested and working very hard on nurturing the relationship and seeing it as a beautiful opportunity to have this beautiful relationship. Maybe one person or maybe both people go through maybe like a bit of a patch where, you know, where it's like you're not feeling as connected. Things have maybe like fallen out of alignment a little bit. Maybe people have been distracted by work or whatever, and suddenly they're not investing as much into the relationship, and somebody starts to have doubts. That could be why the Four of Cups is here. With the Six of Swords, the Swords card is about communication. The Swords suit is about communications and and like intellectual connection. And so, and with the Six of Swords here, I'm seeing that the Six of Swords is like the opportunity to evolve together. You know, it's saying like, we have something beautiful here with this Ace of Cups. We need to nurture and protect it. Maybe we kind of slipped up a little bit at some point, maybe in a past life, maybe in this life, who knows. However, we're both committed to coming back together, talking about what happened, and working together so that we can move forward into the next iteration of this connection together. Because this is something that is valuable for the both of us, and this is something that this is a connection and a relationship that we deserve, and we both deserve to be happy here with the "You Are Good Enough" card, the full moon in Virgo, you know, and then we have the moon on the Six of Swords. Like, I think it's embracing that that idea that both of you are going to choose to prioritize this relationship, and that is what is going to make it a strong and stable marriage. That's kind of where I'm going with that. That's the interpretation I can get out of these cards here for you. And honestly, like that, it makes sense to me. And I don't want to doom and gloom you either. This isn't going to be like, a bad connection or like a toxic connection or anything. I'm not seeing indications here that this is just like a karmic connection or whatever. Instead, I'm seeing indications that you guys might have obstacles to overcome, or like bumps in the road or certain challenges, etc., because you're meant to overcome them together. Does that make sense? And I want to include that stuff. Like I wanted to be honest about it and not sugarcoat it. Because I just think it's important to give that context. I hope that is helpful, and I'm expressing myself clearly. So that's what I'm seeing in the tarot cards. I'm going to move on to the oracle cards. I did talk about the Moonology cards, and the other thing is that you or your future spouse could be a Libra or a Virgo. I was seeing a lot of water energy, and particularly Cancer, because we have Cancer down at the bottom. We also have both Virgo and Libra down at the bottom. So again, like you could be a Libra or a Virgo, or have like a Libra sun, Virgo moon, or vice versa, etc. Take that however it resonates. I think that the message of the card is the same. I think a new romantic cycle begins in connection with the past life relationship. I think those two cards being together is significant. Because it's another opportunity to work together with this person, with this soul that you know. This person is a soulmate. On some level, this person is absolutely a soulmate. You've had past lives, you've had past relationships. You might have already had a relationship in this lifetime, and this is a chance for a new cycle where you can make different choices and choose to work together and choose to work through things, work through your fears, work through whatever this Four of Cups is, and work on it together and choose to do that together because you are good enough. You're worth putting that work in. And the good news is here that I think that based on the first part of your reading, your future spouse is ready and willing to put that work in, especially with the Two of Cups cards, definitely talking about like an equal partnership and both sides showing up for each other. And I definitely get the sense from the last part of the reading that your future spouse is a hard worker. And especially with the detective archetype, like I think if they realize something isn't working out, and especially with how honest they've had to be about their own authenticity, like I think it might hurt to have that conversation. It might be a difficult conversation to have. I think that your future spouse is very much willing to have the conversation anyway, because it's going to benefit your relationship in the long run, and it's going to build trust in the long run. And they know that they're good enough and they're worth having that conversation, and they know that you are good enough and worth having that conversation, because you both deserve to get what you want and need out of any relationship that you're a part of. You both deserve to have your needs met. So I jumped ahead, but we have a time for healing again. So I think that with all this Cups energy, I think that definitely this is going to be a very healing and nurturing relationship, we do have the Queen of Cups, which is a beautiful energy of healing, healing, nurturing, using compassion and love to get through whatever obstacles come your way. And I think that's going to be very helpful in addressing whatever is coming up in the Eight of Swords. We have the Very Soon card, which says clearly decide what you want so it comes to you now. And I think that you could take that as confirmation that if you already know this person, they might be coming back towards you soon. I mean, they've gone through this major transformation. And, you know, part of that Seven of Cups might be like choosing to reach out to you. Or if you don't know who this person is, I would take this as confirmation that they might be coming towards you very soon. And it says clearly decide what you want so that it comes to you now. And this is just, I think, Spirit's way of saying that there's an opportunity for you here to take some time and really think about and meditate on what it is that you do want from a relationship, and that will help, like doing manifestation work about the things that you want will help attract this relationship into your life. So I hope that makes sense. So I talked about the new moon in Libra, and then the past life relationships. I would take that as confirmation that you have known each other before. I take that as confirmation that you have had past lives together. And it could be that, again, like I think for a lot of people who like if there's two souls who have had a previous relationship and they come back together in this lifetime to have another relationship, it's like it's an opportunity to address things that were not addressed the last time. So I would take that as kind of confirmation. If that's what we're seeing in your tarot cards, then I would take that as confirmation. This is like an opportunity for like a redo of what was going on before. And part of that redo might just be addressing the Four of Cups. If there is that on either side for either of you, or there might be a fear of the Four of Cups. And that might be based on even like previous relationships that you have had with other people or that they have had with other people. There might be like a fear of one or the other person losing interest. And the solution to that with the Six of Swords is just to be honest, communicate about it, and get to a place where you can both work on it together so that you can move your relationship forward. So that's what I'm seeing there. And then I did talk about the Virgo card, and because you are good enough. And then we have calling in your soulmate. Your prayers, affirmations, and visualizations help bring you together. So I would take that again as confirmation that this person is a soulmate. And that could be why the energy here is a little bit more intense. It's a little bit more complex. You have had past lives with this person. You probably signed some sort of soul contract with this person. And again, I would take this as advice from your spirit guides that if you really want, you know, to attract this person, I would say that doing prayers, affirmations, and visualizations would be very helpful. And with the Very Soon card, it's already coming in soon, but doing that stuff can help attract it a little bit sooner. So, so that's what I'm seeing with the Oracle cards. And then, oh, I forgot about these. The words on the side, we have our divine, and then we have the word forever twice, which I thought was interesting. The divine I would just take as confirmation, like it's a soulmate, it's a past life relationship, it's being divinely guided. You guys are being guided towards each other. It is meant to happen, and it's meant to happen the way that it happens. So there's divine intervention going on here. Your spirit guides want you to come together. And with the forever twice here, I'm seeing that as almost like I'm getting an image of two people giving each other promise rings and saying like our souls are meant to be together forever, forever. And like that confirming forever. And it's like we're every lifetime, every incarnation, every time we go through, my soul is going to be with your soul, and we're going to be together forever in every lifetime. And that's a very romantic, very, very beautiful sentiment. I love that, and it's making me emotional. I think that it's likely that you and your future spouse, your souls, made a promise to each other at some point in time to always come together in every lifetime, forever. So That's what I'm seeing with those words. And then we have the letter F, the letter D, the letter R, the letter U, the letter X, the letter O, the letter H, and the letter P. And I did notice the word fox. So a fox might be like an important spirit animal for you. It might be a sign or a symbol, or this person could think you're foxy, or you could think they're foxy, or perhaps both. And I'm sure you can come up with other different words and see things here that I'm not picking up on right now. But feel free to let me know in the comments if you come up with anything. And then we have the numbers on the right side. We have 1, 3, and 5. So that could be relevant to January, March, or May. That could be when you come together, when you meet this person. That could be one or both of your birthdays. Or that could be talking about Aries, Gemini, or Leo. We did have the Strength card that wanted to come out, and I was picking up on it like a kind of like a fiery energy, even though we haven't had any Wands cards. Oh, sorry about that. So, we have long hair, so your person could have long hair regardless of their gender. We do have a lot of figures on these cards do have long hair. Loves the outdoors, so that could apply to you or your future spouse, perhaps both. This person also loves children. They're family oriented, which would again echo that energy of the Queen of Cups. They're very family oriented, loves children, loves animals, that kind of energy. We have the season of autumn, so it could be that you're good. That might be when you meet this person. That could be their favorite season. Like they might be somebody who really likes, Halloween and pumpkin spice, and when the weather turns cold and when the leaves start to fall. Like they could really enjoy that kind of coziness feeling and the whole aesthetic of autumn. Or that could be when their birthday is. And then we have small family. So it could be that your future spouse comes from a small family, or they want to have a small family, even though they love children and are family oriented. Again, like with any relationship reading, like if this is your future spouse, so if you don't want to have children, then this person's on the same page about that. I wouldn't worry about that being like a major barrier in your relationship. This person is a soulmate, like your connection's meant to be. You're going to be on the same page, and regardless, you're going to be willing to work together towards, a common goal here, because we have the Six of Swords. So. This person could also be a Virgo, Libra, or Cancer, or if those are your signs, this could be confirmation for you that this is your pile. I have tall, so it could be that your future spouse is very tall, or there could be a height difference, or one of you could be tall, the other person could be short, or you could both be tall. You might be a tall couple, which is kind of cool. And then we have board games and role-playing games. I think I did mention that I think that, especially with the detective archetype, that I'm getting the sense that your future spouse is somebody who really enjoys like puzzles and board games and maybe like role-playing games and stuff, because I think they really like the aspect of like having to kind of figure things out. I think that is really fun for them, and that might be something that you enjoy doing. Or there could be a way that you meet this person might be by, playing board games. And then we have February, September, and December. And again, those could be when you're going to meet this person, when you're going to come in. Like I said, we have months kind of like all over the map, like all over the different seasons. So the only things I'm not really seeing is summertime. So it could be like winter into spring or autumn into winter. And, just take that however that resonates for you. And with that said, thank you very much for watching. If you like this video, please feel free to give it a like. Please comment down below and let me know how this video resonated for you. If you want to see more from me, you can feel free to subscribe to my channel. And with that said, thank you very much for watching Pile 2, and I hope to see you in my next video. Hello Pile 3, and welcome to your reading. In today's reading we are going to be taking a look at who your future spouse is, and then in the next part of the reading we're going to be looking at what your relationship is going to be like and getting some advice from your spirit guides, along with some numbers and letters and other things that might be relevant to your relationship with your future spouse. And I want to say at the top of the reading, as soon as I started talking, I'm getting a lot of phlegm in my throat, so I don't know if I'm picking up on this person's energy or on your energy. Somebody might have like a blocked throat chakra. I'm thinking, based on the cards here, I think that it might be your energy that I'm picking up on, but I just wanted to throw that in there at the top of the reading. And I want to say, what I'm picking up from your future spouse right off the bat is somebody who is very dynamic and also very focused and like determined. And I think that in pile 2, I think that their person had gone through like a major life change, like a giant tower moment, where it was like every aspect of their life suddenly shifted, you know, and the foundation shifted, and that was like a huge defining moment in their life. Whereas I think with your future spouse, they're always changing. They're always evolving. They're always going through new cycles and learning and growing and adapting. And that's like part of their personality is like this. Your future spouse is not somebody who's afraid of change. They're somebody, I think, who really embraces change as like a way to keep moving forward in a positive and healthy way. And I think that by embracing that, it has made them kind of like an authority on how to overcome obstacles, how to keep moving forward in a situation where other people might not, you know how to handle a situation. I think your future spouse is somebody who's like, okay, if we can't go this way, let's find another way around. Like, let's find a workaround for whatever's going on. And I think that really lights them up. And I think that might be a part of like that kind of creative problem solving, the ability to adapt, the ability to overcome, and the fact that they're always transforming. I think that's a key part of their personality, and I also think it's probably connected, at the very least, probably connected to their life purpose, and it might also be connected to their career or whatever kind of job they have. So I'm gonna get into the cards and kind of describe why I'm saying that. So the first card we have here is the Queen of Cups. And so right off the bat, that's giving me the impression of somebody who is very loving, very nurturing, has an open heart, loves to take care of people, might be very family oriented. I am drawn to the fact that we have the Queen of Cups and then the Two of Cups. And the Two of Cups has like seahorses on it. And the Queen of Cups, there's a seahorse on that card too, behind the mermaid there. And I'm getting an intuitive message. This won't apply for everybody, but it might apply for some of you. Your future spouse might already have a child from a previous relationship. I think that it is likely that your future spouse is looking for a long-term committed partnership. I think that's why the Two of Cups card is here. I think they're looking for their other half. I also get the sense with this card and the fact that we have the Queen of Cups and the King of Swords here, both representing your future spouse. I think they're somebody who is going to approach a relationship in a very balanced way. Like they have a very balanced masculine and feminine energy. That you can't see what I'm doing with my hands. I'm making like this, like they're both sides of the heart. You know, like they can do that for themselves while they wait for their partner, who, you know, is going to be you in this case, because they're your future spouse. But like they're waiting for that person who also has a whole heart, because you know both these seahorses both have hearts on them that are whole, right? And those two whole hearts are going to come together and make a beautiful partnership. That's honestly, I feel like that's a direct message from your future spouse's higher self. And it's like, I tried to focus on the Queen of Cups and they're like, tell them about the Two of Cups. So that message came through. I think that's beautiful. I think that kind of confirms for me that they are ready for your relationship to come in. I think that they just seem like they're kind of in a stage in their life where they're like, you know, I'm the queen. She's kind of holding out her cup. She's like, my cup is full. I've filled my own cup. However, I would like to, you know, come together with this other seahorse who also has a full cup, so that we can have 2 full cups together and in this beautiful partnership. So that's why I think the mermaid on the Queen of Cups is holding out their cup. They're like, okay, here's my full cup. It has a whole heart here. I got my little seahorse pal behind me, which might represent, for some of you, a child from a previous marriage. And they're like, okay, I'm looking forward towards the future. Because this Queen of Cups looking towards all the other cards here, like and towards their own cup and being like, okay, I'm ready for this, and I think it's going to be like a very emotionally fulfilling connection. I think the Queen of Cups is somebody who's an excellent listener, who's great at giving advice, especially in combination with this King of Swords here. Like the Queen of Cups is very intuitive and very emotionally intelligent, and so it's like, not only does this person kind of know the right thing to say because they have the logical, discerning, intellectual mind of a King of Swords, they also have the emotional wisdom. You know, they're bringing that emotional wisdom, their intuition, and they can kind of take that, like, okay, you know, what is, you know, quote unquote the right answer here, like what, and apply that through a filter of, okay, what does this person, like, what is the most helpful thing that I can tell this person to help them emotionally cope with whatever they're coming to me for advice for. It's like they've run it through both filters of like weighing the like a very, very logical approach with like, okay, on the emotional side, what is going to be the best thing to say to this person. So I think that your future spouse is somebody who gives very, very good advice. It is never going to tell you something, maybe like they might know like a hard truth that you know, that it could be something that it's like maybe you're not ready to hear, or it would be painful for you to hear. They either know like the right moment to bring it up so that it causes the least amount of pain, or they know the way to say it that is going to be like the gentlest, kindest way to deliver like maybe a difficult piece of news or a difficult truth or a difficult piece of advice, you know. And I think they know like the right time and when and when not to. And so this person is very safe. Like that's what I'm getting at. They're safe, a safe person to open up to. They're a safe person to be vulnerable around, because they kind of are very emotionally literate. And are very supportive and very nurturing and very compassionate. They will always take your feelings into account. And I think that what I'm hearing is they expect you to do the same, because we have the Two of Cups card here. So, you know, I mean, none of us are perfect. Sometimes we get upset, or we say things we don't mean in the height of emotion, whatever. The point behind the Queen of Cups is that that's, you know, it's okay, we're all human, right? But the point is the Queen of Cups is always going to come back to, you know, how do we resolve this in a way that is loving and compassionate? You know, after the dust has settled, after the feelings have calmed down, how can we approach the situation and bring love back into this situation? Oh, the other message of the Queen of Cups can also be, if somebody is, like if your love language is physical touch, I would see the Queen of Cups as being somebody who is very, gives great hugs, like is very tactilely affectionate. Only if that's something that works for you. I think that I'm getting an intuitive message that might not be for everybody. Like, I think there might be people watching this pile who that is not their love language, and they might actually be a little bit sensitive or very particular about being touched, or you know, it just might not be like into cuddling, you know, or into hugs or whatever. The message I'm getting is this Queen of Cups like will understand what your love language is and will be able to speak that language, you know, like they'll be able to, your future spouse will know how to connect with you in a way that works for you. That's what I'm trying to say. And if your love language is physical touch, or if that's one of your love languages, then that's something that this person is also very good at. So I just want to put that out there. You know, with the Two of Cups, this person's meeting you halfway. They're your future spouse. So whatever works for you also works for them. Like, that's just, you know, and it might take compromise. You know, you might have different love languages, and that's okay. You're still coming together as these two seahorses, each bringing like a full heart to and a full cup to the situation, so that you can have like twice as much together as you would have separate, and you're like creating these little bubbles of hearts in between these two seahorses, and I love it. It's very sweet, and I'm feeling emotional. I'm very happy about this. So I'm loving this energy of these two cards here. These cards are supposed to be about them. The messages I'm getting they are about them. Like, the Queen of Cups represents your future spouse. The Two of Cups represents like what they want in a relationship. However, I'm, you know, you can tell I'm getting intuitive messages that, like, I think that are coming from your future spouse's higher self. Like, they're just coming through, or your spirit guides. Something's sending messages about your relationship, even though I wanted to say that for the next part of the reading. So I just think I'm getting the sense that your future spouse, I think that they're, how do I even put this? I don't know that they cultivate a spiritual practice. They might. They might. However, I'm just getting the sense, like, I'm getting a very, very strong energy from this Queen of Cups of somebody who's very powerful. And it could be, I'm seeing confirmations on these cards that this person could be like literally powerful in the sense that they might have a lot of like social capital. They might be somebody who is in a position of authority. They might have, I think with the Six of Wands here, might be somebody who is like very well recognized, or very highly acclaimed, or highly accredited in whatever they do. Like, they're recognized for something. And we have both the court cards here are the Queen and the King. So, you know, and we have the hero kind of archetype here. So I just, and even like the Hierophant has a crown on. Like, I'm just seeing this as somebody who is very powerful, and I think they might be like a very powerful manifester. And like, you know, with the energy of the Death card here, like, this is somebody like, and I think that might be why their energy is coming through so strongly, and why I'm getting so many messages once I have started reading. I'm getting like that, like a vibrant, powerful energy, and somebody who is like, I'm getting a mental image of a mountain of like fixed. There's a lot of fixed energy here, you know, and we have the Rhino spirit, and it's just like somebody who's powerful and determined. Yet there's also that peaceful energy. We have like a feminine energy with the Queen of Cups here, and then there's like the peaceful energy I would interpret it as peaceful on the Death card with the garden here. There's that like the just like beautiful, soft, romantic, lovely energy of the Two of Cups card here. There's the flowers on the Rhino spirit card, like the butterflies even on the King of Swords, which could typically be, or might be in some decks of tarot cards, interpreted as a more, I'm losing my words. The messages are coming through, and also Mercury's in retrograde. I forgot to say that at the top of the reading, so I might struggle with my words a bit, and I apologize. The King of Swords might have like a bit of like a colder energy, since they represent more of being like in your intellectual mind. So it's like being less about being emotional or spiritual. However, this card it's still like a kind of a softer energy with the butterflies on it, you know, and like, I'm just getting the sense of somebody who is, again, like very powerful. Their energy is immense, like a mountain. It's coming through very strong. However, it's also peaceful, like a mountain. I'm having trouble expressing my thoughts, but I wanted to share that as it was coming through. So, the next card we have is the Death card, and that's why I gave the interpretation at the top of the reading that I think that, especially in combination with the Six of Wands here, I think that your future spouse is somebody who has really mastered the art of transition, like really embraced change as a part of life, because change is inevitable. You know, no matter what we do, things are going to change. And I think that, especially with the rebel archetype, like, and the overcome any obstacle, like, this is a strength of your future spouse, is being able to transmute things and alchemize things and move from one cycle of their life into the next cycle, learn the lessons from the previous cycle, do the work, release things that are no longer serving them, embrace the lessons of things that they do want and need, so that they can close out the previous cycle and move forward into the next cycle. That's something that this person has mastered. I think they're also coming through as somebody who is very adaptable. You know, and I think that was part of the message I was getting from the Queen of Cups is like, it doesn't matter what you're into, it doesn't matter what your relationship needs are, it doesn't matter what your love language is, it really, none of that, it's all superficial, or it's like, that's 3D stuff. You know, like, you are going to be, how do I want to put this? That stuff doesn't necessarily matter, because your future spouse, like the skeleton on this death card, has their, I think it's called a scythe, or a scythe, and they're cultivating a garden, and they're like, okay, let's you know, we'll take out this plant here and we'll plant something new. You know, they're like, just like, so willing to adapt and to compromise and to say, okay, you've given me this piece of information, I will process it, and then we will figure out a way to move forward together. Like, they're in that, and the phrase that just came into my head is ride or die. Like, this is a real ride or die type of person, and that it's that kind of like adaptability energy that I think is also probably very important to their job. It's probably part of their life's purpose. And with the Six of Wands here, I think that's something that your future spouse is known for. Like, they're recognized for that. I think that, like, again, like, I'm just seeing somebody who's like at the top of their field. They're in a leadership position. You know, if they work at a company, it's probably one that they founded, or they're like the CEO or the president or the CFO, or like what, they're just like in a prominent position, and they've earned that position through their ability to do creative problem solving and overcome obstacles, and where other people might see like an insurmountable problem, or like an overwhelming issue, or like a blockage, or like that your future spouse sees those as opportunities, as like, okay, this is a challenge. I'm going to put on my climbing gear on the hero card, and I'm gonna put on my running shoes that have wings on them, you know, and we're going to climb this mountain. I'm going to leap over these wands. You know, we're going to get through it. I'm going to embrace the rhino spirit. We can overcome any obstacle. You know, there's nothing here that can't be shifted, even if the solution to whatever's going on is by finding a different path. You know, it's like, I'm getting the sense of somebody who is always moving forward. Always. And it's not necessarily like the chaotic energy of like, I always have to be moving to the next thing because I'm avoiding what's in front of me, or I'm never satisfied with where I am, or I can never settle down. It's not that like unhealthy and balanced thing. It's more just like, no matter what comes towards your future spouse, they'll be able to deal with it, you know. And I think that they might have like like, I'm just getting the sense of somebody who has like a high-powered job, or the kind of job where it's like people come to them with issues or problems, or like they love that, they thrive on that, and I'm getting the sense of like, just there's some maybe like a business thing, or they might be like a lawyer, or there might be like and it could be, if they are a lawyer, or work in the legal system in some way, they could be doing it from like the side of like social justice. They could be doing it from the side of you know, of really wanting to like represent the people and do good in the world. Like they do have the hero archetype, the hero/heroine archetype, and they also have the rebel archetype. So I mean, I'll address that in a second, but that's why I'm just getting the sense of somebody, especially with the two court cards here, getting the sense of somebody who's very well recognized for what they do. They could even be famous. This might, I don't know if they're like at the level of fame of necessarily being like a household name, but I think that at the very least they might be famous in their field for what they do, which might involve having to overcome like issues on maybe like a case-by-case basis. And that's what people come to them for. That is what they are celebrated for. Like, I think they're celebrated for the Death card. And yeah, I forgot to say, the Queen of Cups and the Two of Cups came out together, which is why I think it's kind of like a joint message there. And then the Death card came out with the Six of Wands, which is why I'm kind of connecting the two of those together. And then we had the King of Swords come out as the last card, and then I took the Hierophant because it was the card on the back of the deck. I had originally intended to do a 5-card spread, and then with pile 1, their spirit guides wanted me to take the bottom of the deck, and I was like, well, I'm going to do that for every pile because otherwise it's not fair. So the bottom of the deck energy for your group was the Hierophant, and I will talk about that in a second. So we do have the King of Swords, and I did talk about that, and I do think it's interesting that specifically in this deck, the King of Swords does have butterflies on it, and I think, like, again, like a key part of your future spouse's personality is their ability to transform. And it's like, I think it applies to many aspects of their life. I think they've gone through a lot of personal transformations, and I think that they've done a lot of personal growth, and I think that, again, I'm getting the sense that this is probably something that they also do for a living. So that I thought that was interesting that there were butterflies on this card. The King of Swords is somebody who is a very clear thinker. They're very intelligent. They're able to weigh the pros and cons of every situation. They do tend to make decisions based on logical thinking. And I'm seeing this as being combined. It's like the energy of the King of Swords being combined with the energy of the Queen of Cups. And that's why when I was addressing the Queen of Cups, I also brought in that kind of King of Swords of your future spouse has a very clear mind. They're sharp. They have a sharp mind. They're very clever. I think that they're probably very well educated. Or if not, if that doesn't apply to this person, I think that they innately have like an intellectual curiosity I'm seeing somebody sharpening a sword. So, I think they've kind of worked really hard on sharpening their mind, and I think that they have that like amazing combination between an intellectual mind and strong emotional intelligence and strong intuition. And I think that it's combined. I'm seeing them being like tied together, and we do, if we take the Hierophant as like the overall energy here, or an additional message, then we have this spread being bookended by the Queen of Cups and the King of Swords, and then it's like everything in between. We have the Death card in the middle, and so it's like these are the two parts of this person's personality that have come together in the Death card. I think one of the transformations they might have had to go through was learning how to marry these two energies together to really embrace their authentic self, their authenticity, and their life's purpose. And that has created, like, given them the ability to be an amazing partner who looks like someone who's looking for an equal partnership in the relationship, somebody who's going to be very loving and nurturing. And also it's given them the recognition that they deserve for being so just like innately excellent at whatever it is that they're doing. So I wanted to throw that out there. And again, the King of Swords, the fact that it's the swords suit, echoes the energy of the Queen of Cups of being an excellent communicator. The King of Swords is somebody who doesn't mince words. They say exactly what they mean. They can be very direct. Sometimes with this card, there's a message of somebody who might be like overly direct. that might be one of the challenges for this person. However, with the fact that it's being tempered by the Queen of Cups is telling me that this does not apply to your future spouse. I think that they are very, very good at tailoring their whatever they're saying to whoever they're saying it to. So they like take their audience into account depending on whatever the situation is. So I just think it's lovely, you know, that we have these two energies. Like I'm just, and that might be why their energy is coming through so clearly. They're a very, very good communicator, and it's like a powerful, strong energy. They're able to manifest and make things happen for themselves, partly because they're so good at communicating, that I think that you know, that they have excellent social skills, and they know how to command a crowd, and they probably very charismatic is what I'm trying to say. That's what's trying to come out here. I think that your future spouse is very charismatic. Whether they would advertise that fact or not, there's just like a natural gift. So that's what I'm seeing with the first 5 cards. And then we have the Hierophant. And this card was interesting for me because based on the other cards here, I wasn't necessarily, like the traditional interpretation of the Hierophant, like I was like, I don't know, it's kind of a contradiction, especially with the Rebel archetype. You know, I'm only taking uprights for this reading, but I would have expected this card to come out reversed in relation to who your future spouse is. I'm sorry if you can hear the vacuum out in the hallway. This card can talk about institutions, it can talk about traditions, it can talk about things like marriage, family traditions, it can talk about teaching, like mentorship, it can talk about this is the way we do things because this is the way we've done them for years or decades or centuries or millennia. You know, this is the established way to do it, and it can represent the establishment. However, with your future spouse, we also have the Rebel card, we have the Rhino Spirit, we have Aquarius energy, and with these energies here, when I was thinking about this card and like thinking, okay, this is a key part of your future spouse's personality is the Hierophant. And then I first of all noticed that this card is the number 5, and 5 represents change. And change is a key part of your future spouse's personality. They're like, it's even like a love of change. It's like their willingness to embrace change as a part of life. It's also like, I love the challenge of changes, you know, and what I'm seeing is there's change in connection with the Hierophant, in connection with the Rebel archetype, is saying to me that your future spouse has had to rebel against a system or use their voice with all this throat chakra energy here and the solar plexus in these last 2 cards. They've really kind of stood up to a system that might not have always been the way that it is in its current iteration. It might have been corrupted somehow. It might have gone down a path that is different from how it started. There could be personalities involved that have really kind of taken the reins of whatever this establishment or institution is or whatever. Like this card can also talk about religion. It can talk, again, like about traditions, you know, the way we've always done things. Your future spouse is challenging that. And it's like, it's in the sense, I think, of let's return to, like, if this is the way we've been doing this for decades or centuries, let's return to how we used to do it a millennia ago, because that is what is in alignment with my values. You know, that is what is in alignment with what I believe is the most compassionate way to do this. You know, the best good for the most people, you know, is the way that we used to do it before this new change that happened to whatever the Hierophant represents here. Like, I'm just getting like, let's go back to an earlier version, because that was the thing that had real meaning. That's the sense I'm getting here. It's like, it is about the Hierophant of like, a Hierophant also associated with Taurus, by the way. It is like associated with tradition and family and things that we've done a certain way and teaching and stuff like that. like again, like this is your future spouse is somebody who wants to affect social change, because the what the Hierophant represents is something that is fundamentally important to them. However, this is also somebody that your future spouse is also somebody who understands the importance of evolving and adapting with the way the world is changing, with the way that humans are evolving, with you know, like they're with the times is what came into my head. So that's I think why we have the Hierophant as like the back of the deck energy for your future spouse. I'm also drawn to the fact that this card, the Griffin on this card's wearing a crown, you know, and we have two royal figures here, and they're also holding a staff with a star on it. And for me, the star is a symbol of hope. And what's interesting is I just realized the two Starcodes cards we have are Aquarius and Taurus, and the star usually is associated with Aquarius, and then the Hierophant's usually associated with Taurus. So I think that in addition to all of the water energy and the Death card being associated with Scorpio, I think that it is highly possible that that your future spouse is either an Aquarius with a lot of Taurus placements, a Taurus with a lot of Aquarius placements. They might have one as their sun sign and one as their moon sign or their rising. Take that however it resonates. Or Scorpio could be big. They might have a lot of water in their chart too. And Aquarius is an air sign. We have the King of Swords here. So I'm going to just address the archetype cards, even though I talked about them a lot. The hero/heroine card says, passion for a journey of personal empowerment. And I think that is like fully related to this Death card here. I think that is something that your future spouse has really embraced. I think that I'm not getting the sense of somebody who is egotistical or has like an overblown sense of their own importance. I'm getting the sense of somebody who is very well respected and again, like very well recognized for their ability to go on this journey of personal empowerment and transmute things and grow through experiences and change and adapt and keep moving forward. They are somebody who I think a lot of people respect and really look up to. I'm not sure that they would say that they're the hero of the story. Like I'm not getting the sense of somebody who has like main character syndrome, especially with the Queen of Cups here. Like I just think this your future spouse is somebody who very genuinely is embracing personal empowerment because they want to help other people. Like I think they really want to help their community. That's something that's really important to them. But by doing that, they've kind of embraced their inner hero's journey, you know, and I think that they are very much recognized for that because with the orange color here, I'm seeing a connection between the hero/heroine and the Six of Wands. So I think this is somebody who's very celebrated for their journey of personal empowerment. And I think that, you know, they have a solid self-esteem, like a healthy self-esteem. You know, they can recognize that this is something that they are very good at, and that is something that they can be proud of. However, they're not like boastful or egotistical about it. So I want to say that. And then we have the Rebel card, which says, challenges authority to affect social change, reject spiritual systems that do not serve inner needs. And that's why I think this card is so important in context with the Hierophant, because I think that sense of community and collaboration, especially with the Aquarius card here, is very, very, very important to your future spouse. However, I would see them as like, let's you know, if things aren't working, if things are no longer like in spiritual alignment, if there are social systems here that are not serving the people, then we need to challenge that. We need to put on our rhino spirit flower crown, you know, and get out there and really like let's work together to change what needs to be changed here. Like I'm just getting a sense of somebody who's very passionate about like let's change what needs to be changed. Let's do it here. Let's make this happen. And that's just, I'm feeling pumped about it. I love that. Like this, your future spouse has really embraced their inner rebel. and like, but for social good, like not just to give, you know, a middle finger to authority just for the heck of it. You know, they're doing it with their community in mind, like doing it for the greater good. That's what I keep hearing, for the greater good, for the greater good. So, or like for the highest good of all, or for the most good for the most people. You know, like obviously we can't save everybody, we can't help everybody. Like if there are going to be people who are upset, or you know, like it's just, there's not necessarily like a perfect solution to every problem. However, there is a way to do more good than what is currently being done. And your future spouse is somebody who's like, okay, well then let's friggin' do it. You know, let's make sure it happens, because people deserve to be taken care of. People deserve to have their needs met. You know, and if the system's not meeting those needs, then let's do something about it. It's that kind of energy, and like and I think that is also very connected with this rhino spirit. Overcome any obstacle. You know, it's like this, your future spouse is like really embracing their ability to affect positive change. That's like a key part of their personality, and I think of their life's purpose, and probably also part of their job. So that's what I'm getting with this rhino spirit here. And I also want to say, I interpret rhinos as being like stubborn. You know, you know, you don't want to mess with a rhino. Once they've kind of set their mind to something, and you know, that can be a huge strength. You know, and I'm a Taurus, and so I associate this as part of like it's a strength, and it's also one of my life's challenges, because it's like a flip side of the coin is determination versus stubbornness. However, I think that, well, stubbornness in the past might have been something that that your future spouse might have had to learn how to let go of. With the Death card here, and the Rebel card, and the collaboration energy of Aquarius, I'm getting the sense that, and especially with like the flexibility like of a Queen of Cups, you know, if it's not serving the greater good, then like what, you know, I'm gonna adjust. I'm going to adjust to whatever the situation is. I'm getting the sense that they've kind of had to learn how to release that stubborn energy, because we also have a lot of fixed signs here. We have, I think Scorpio is a fixed sign. It's associated with the Death card. Aquarius is fixed. Taurus is fixed. So like again, there might be some connection with stubbornness here. However, the flip side of stubbornness, as I said, is determination. And this is definitely somebody who is very determined to make sure that they're collaborating and cultivating the things that are important to them. And the Aquarius card we have here could just be, again, it could just be confirmation from Spirit that this person is an Aquarius. However, this also speaks to me about authenticity. There is that throat chakra energy of the blue color there with the first three cards, about speaking our authentic truth. The King of Swords, definitely somebody who is speaking their authentic truth. The Queen of Cups, like, is emotionally intelligent, so it's like, I'm going to speak my authentic truth, and I'm going to do it in a way that is not hurtful to other people. There's that collaboration. This word, the card says collaborate. There's that collaborative energy. We have somebody pouring water from a jug into a cup, and I would absolutely, so even though Aquarius is an air sign, I would still associate that with the Queen of Cups, because it's like, it's that Queen of Cup, Two of Cup energy of I'm going to fill my own cup, and then I'm going to take the jug and I'm going to, you know, help you fill your cup, and let's collaborate and make sure everybody here has a full cup. That's kind of the energy I'm getting from this card. And then we have Taurus, which says cultivate, and we also have the flowers on the Death card. I'm also being drawn there. And then we have the flowers around the Rhino card. There's a chance that this could be like a clue that your future spouse might enjoy gardening. They might have a garden. If they live in a city, it might be like an indoor garden. They might just have a lot of plants. That might be something that they like to do. Or it could just be referring to that energy of a Queen of Cups, of like the nurturing kind of energy. And really wanting to nurture other people. And I think it's just like a very kind of grounded, practical energy. And I think it's the King of Swords is kind of echoing that, the practicality of a Taurus, in terms of like like, yes, it's important to have passion and drive in order to overcome our obstacles. We also need to think logically about, okay, so, you know, if we're not going to get like through this obstacle, okay, like let's say, okay, and then let's take the practical approach. Okay, well, what else can we do here? What are our other options? You know, are we going to go around this obstacle? Are we going to, you know, go under it? Are we going to go over it? Are we going to ask for help? You know, like there's a more than one solution to every issue, and I think that that's kind of like the practical energy that I'm picking up on here. It's like let's not get emotional about a challenge. Let's just get through it. Like let's make a plan and we can work through it. And I think that there's also a message with the Taurus card that if this resonates for you, only take it if it resonates. It will not apply to everybody. If you are somebody who wants to have children with your future spouse, if that's, you know, something that you really want, your future spouse is going to be a very nurturing and caring and practical, but yes, a very, very nurturing parent. And then I did give the interpretation, they might already have a child from a previous relationship. I'm just like kind of seeing that on the Queen of Cups card. However, that might not apply to everybody, and that's okay. And a message just came through, and again, this will not apply to everybody, so only take it if it resonates. You or your future spouse might have a child who might have passed away, maybe could have been before they were born, could have been afterwards. That might be something that, if it's referring to your future spouse, that might have been something that they've had to overcome. So they could have a child in spirit, is what I'm trying to communicate. And again, that won't apply to everybody, but that could apply to your future spouse. Want to throw that out there. I know it's not going to apply to everybody. So that's kind of what I'm seeing for the first part of the reading about who your future spouse is. And now we're going to move into the second part of the reading, which will be about your relationship. And then some advice from spirits, letters, numbers, other things. We'll see whatever comes out. So I will see you there. All right, pile 3. So here we have the second part of your reading. And I want to say some things that I forgot in the last part of the reading, and one of the reasons is the first tarot card we have here, and the tarot cards in this spread are talking about your relationship. The first tarot card we have here is the Hierophant, so it appeared again, and you know, it's in a slightly different context this time, and you know, and one of the things that this card can talk about is marriage, because it's about like institutions, and like the traditional way of doing things, and so the fact that this card is here, I mean, this is about your future spouse, so I would take that, you know, if you want to get married, then this, you know, this is your future spouse. I would take this as confirmation, like it's definitely in the cards, and it's something that they would want as well. And what I'm getting from this card is, it is likely that your future spouse is somebody who is interested in marriage. They might be very socially progressive. You know, I was picking up on that with the, you know, the Rebel card and the Aquarius energy and the like, let's, you know, let's adapt to the times kind of energy. However, they might be socially progressive and support a system where, you know, everybody has the same rights, like equal rights. They might also want to have a traditional relationship with you, and that probably includes marriage, and that's just because that's something that they want, and that's okay too, you know. And so, you know, just to take that however it resonates. You are watching a future spouse reading, so I am operating under the assumption that you also want to get married. But if you're watching this reading and you're kind of like on the fence about whether or not you would ever want to be married, that's okay too. You know, as I said in the previous part of the reading, your future spouse is somebody, or, you know, the person who we're assuming would be your future spouse is somebody who is very open to discussing the possibilities and to compromise, open to compromise. So, you know, they would be willing to say, okay, well, you know, if marriage isn't something for you, or that's, you know, if it's not going to work out at this particular point in time, that's okay. You know, we'll figure it out. We'll you know, it's not, they're willing to work with you is what I'm trying to say. And the other message of the Hierophant can be a clue as to how you are going to meet this person. Because first of all, we have people kind of sitting in a yoga class, so it could be that You might meet them through yoga or at a gym or while taking a class. But this card can also talk about meeting people the traditional way, in the sense of like, like romance partners, meeting somebody not through like online dating or whatever, but through just organically meeting them out in the world, or while you're going about your daily life, or like you go to your friend's house and they're there, or you're at a party and you meet them. Like it's when you're not looking for it that it just kind of like organically pops into your life. So I'm seeing that with this card. That might be one of the ways for a lot of you that you would meet your future spouse. And I want to say, I think maybe part of the reason why I forgot to bring this up in the last part of the reading was because the first word we have for you in the words on the left is secret. So it could be that your spirit guides don't want to tell you exactly how you're going to meet this person because they want it to be a surprise. Which I think is really cute, and I'm going to tell you anyway what I saw in the previous part of the reading, even though I forgot to mention it. So we had the Queen of Cups, and I'm going to just bring that in front of the camera here. You can see that the cup that she's holding is red with yellow on it, and in combination with the crown on her head, I was thinking about McDonald's and Burger King, and so I was thinking that might be a clue, in combination with the fact that we have the Hierophant in relation to your relationship. And that might be a clue as to how you meet this person, or it could just be like a subtle reference if you're somebody who really likes fast food, or if you have like a particular routine that you do where you go and buy fast food, or if that applies to you in some way. Again, only take if it resonates. That might not be for everybody, but I just wanted to point that out because I thought that it was and I was getting the sense of like a meet cute, like two people in a romance movie or like a romance novel coming together, and it's just like you just bump into each other, and it's like, I wanted to say the other thing was that when I was thinking about that, the thing that popped into my head was a story that I heard a few years ago from an online friend who I used to do online role-playing games with, and she told me how she met her best friend, and that was they both went to the same college. They didn't know each other. They'd never met before, and it was like the first day of the class and the first lecture, and my friend had managed to trip and spill her entire soda in her future best friend's lap, and that was how they met. And so they were showing me that as like kind of like it just happens, like it's a secret because it's a surprise, like it's just gonna happen, you're just gonna meet this person, and it's gonna be organic. That's kind of what I'm hearing here. And again, if that doesn't resonate with you, then I would just take the interpretation here. The Hierophant is just confirmation that this person is your future spouse. That they want to be married. That's part of what they want out of their life with the Two of Cups card. So just take that however it resonates. And then with the Six of Cups card, I'm getting the sense that your future spouse is a soulmate. Because this card can talk about recognition, reconnection, nostalgia, things from our past. And if you haven't, I'm getting a lot of you, you haven't met this person in this lifetime. I think that's why we have, for a lot of you, the Hierophant card here. There's going to be some chance encounter. It could be that you do already know this person, you have met them in this lifetime, however you haven't come together yet, or I'm not necessarily getting the sense, like with Pile 2's person, I had the sense that they might have had a previous romantic relationship with their future spouse. For you, I'm not necessarily getting that sense. It could be somebody that has been in your life that you are aware of on some level. You might be acquaintances or a friend of a friend or something that I'm not sure you've had a romantic connection yet. But that might be part of why the Six of Cups is here. Or if you haven't met this person yet, I would take this as confirmation that this is a soulmate. Your souls know each other, and this relationship is going to feel like coming home. It's going to feel familiar. It's like this person, your future spouse, knows you like the back of their hand, like your souls know each other. And that could be true regardless of whether you've already met this person or not. It could be that you just haven't had the opportunity to really get to know them yet, you know, and you know, you could reconnect somewhere totally random, you know, and before you know it, you're chatting away and it's just all coming together. And I think that it's really important that we have this Six of Cups card, especially because one of your romance oracle cards says, pay attention to the red flags. The signs are cautioning you. And the way that I would interpret that card, because we have the Six of Cups here, is if you find, like if you have a connection with somebody, or you meet somebody and you're getting an intuitive sense that this person is not right for you, or if the way that they are is not matching up to the person that I described in the previous part of the reading, particularly that Queen of Cups energy. If you don't really recognize them on a soul level, if it doesn't feel familiar, if it doesn't feel safe, if it doesn't feel on some level like coming home, like, I mean, give it a chance, you know. But it is important to pay attention to that, because it could be the case that you might meet other people before you meet your future spouse. And you know, and it could be Spirit's way of saying, like, okay, like Spirit could send you signs and signals, like, okay, this isn't your person, like this is something else. Or you might just have an intuitive sense of, like, okay, this person or whoever you're talking about or talking to might be like a karmic connection. And if that's the case, then there might still be some work to do in relation to this full moon in Scorpio, which says it's time to release negativity. There might be something that still needs to be kind of cleared away or dealt with before your future spouse comes in. And if that's the case, then it could be Spirit might send you people to see whether you're ready before they connect you with your future spouse, if that makes sense. I think that's why we have pay attention to the red flags here, and I think that's why we also have the Six of Cups, because when you meet your future spouse, you're gonna know. You will, and it could be something important is my brother and his wife, they had a terrible first date. It was awful, and they still both chose to go on a second date, and since that second date they've been inseparable. Like, fully believe that they're soulmates. Like, it's you know, it was just like it was like from the second date onwards it was great. So it's like, I think there's a message here, like, you know, pay attention to the red flags, right? However, not everything is a red flag. Right? Like, give it a little bit of a chance. You know, I'm being called to give that disclaimer, you know, but at the same time, like, you know, use your discernment. Basically, just use your judgment. And if you are getting like a bad feeling or like an intuitive sense that this is not somebody that you're really vibing with, if they're like not on your level, if they don't sound like the person I described in the first part of the reading, like, it's okay also to kind of let go of that. Or if they're bringing stuff up for you that is like part of something that you might need to release from your past, then I would see that as like, okay, you can take that as confirmation. Like, if they're triggering you in some way, you can take that as confirmation that, okay, this isn't your person, this is an opportunity for you to release things that need to be released before your future spouse can come in. So that's what I'm seeing there. And then what was interesting was I was getting kind of an interesting read with this Queen of Swords here. Because the Queen of Swords, when it comes to relationships, can, like, you know, my intuitive reading of this card when it first popped up was, and I do think that this interpretation is true, but I don't know if that was like the intended meaning of this card being here. But my initial interpretation was, okay, your relationship with your future spouse is going to be based on clear and honest communication, and just like being really, really authentic about what your feelings are, and like, you're just going to have maybe some uncomfortable conversations at the beginning about, you know, about like boundaries and expectations, etc., etc. That happens in every relationship, even soulmate level relationships. And it's actually a really important thing, because it helps to build trust. Having those conversations helps build trust, which helps build intimacy, which helps build really strong relationships. So that was what was coming through, and I think that that's probably true for your relationship anyway, because your future spouse is a very good communicator, and they know how to communicate about feelings. You know, that's something that they're very good at with that Queen of Cups energy. And the reason that I'm kind of saying that I was getting kind of an interesting read off this card is that sometimes when it applies to relationships, this card can talk about somebody who is emotionally distant. And I was like, that's not what I'm getting from your future spouse. I don't, like, it didn't feel like their energy. And so it could be the case that that is something that you need to release. And it could be that, you know, even if you're working hard to release that before you meet your future spouse, it could be that some of that stuff still comes up. It could be the case that you might have been through past relationships where you have had to learn how to protect your heart. It could be that things like intimacy and vulnerability are very difficult for you, or not something that it's like are easy for you. It might take a while for you to really start to trust somebody enough to let your guard down, and that's totally normal, 100% okay. Especially if there's like negative experiences in your past that still need to be released. You know, if there's the past relationships where maybe, you know, you learned that it wasn't safe. It might not have been safe to be emotional or to be emotionally vulnerable. You might have had a very open heart chakra and been very vulnerable in the past, and people might have taken advantage of that and might have really hurt you, and kind of inadvertently taught you that it wasn't safe to open your heart to people. Or it could just be an innate part of your personality, you know, and that's okay too, you know. But what I'm hearing here, the message I'm getting here is, again, like it's not that it doesn't matter, because it very much does matter. It's like a key thing. If what I just described resonates with you, your future spouse with their Queen of Cups energy and that Two of Cups, like meeting you halfway energy, is they know you like the back of their hand. And they're like, even if they haven't in the physical 3D world in this lifetime spent that much time with you, your souls know each other, and they know how to communicate with you, and they know how to connect with you, and they understand you on a level to where if it takes you a while to become comfortable enough in a relationship to kind of let down those emotional shields, they're gonna stick with you. They're gonna help you with that, and they're gonna wait patiently for as long as it takes for you to feel comfortable with them. In order to do that, they're again, I said, like they're ride or die, and they're gonna know with this Six of Cups here. They're gonna know that it's worth the wait. Because they know you. That's what keeps coming through. Like, I know you. And it's like they just know that that you are. Oh, I'm getting very emotional. Sorry, there's just such an intense energy. Your future spouse loves you so much, and what's coming through is a message that, even if there are times when you're struggling to love yourself, if there are times when, even if it's been in the past, even if you've worked really hard and you don't feel like this anymore, if there have been times when you have felt unworthy or unlovable, your future spouse wants to just wrap you up in all of their love and just let you know you are so worthy. You are so loved. I'm sorry, pile 3. I don't know. I don't think I've ever kind of channeled like that before. If that's a message that someone needs to hear, then that's what's coming through. Like, you know, what's coming through is a message like, I can love you hard enough for the both of us. Like, it's that kind of, like, your future spouse has such an open heart. And such a big, caring, nurturing heart, and they really want to, like, they're ride or die for you, even though you might not have met them yet, you know, like it's just gonna be that kind of thing where it's like, and what I was seeing when this card came out was, if this interpretation is not resonating for you, then I would just take the original interpretation of the Queen of Swords representing communication as being like an essential part of your relationship, which I think it is regardless. But what was coming up was, if this Queen of Swords represents your energy, if you have a hard time with vulnerability, if you're like worried that that you're going to get into a relationship with this person and that you're going to struggle to connect with them, because if that is something you have struggled with in the past, or you might have felt like you needed to wear a mask or pretend to be a different way than your authentic self, or if you've had to like use words as weapons, like because to defend yourself, like if that's something that is resonating with you, the next card, the Knight of Wands, it carries a different message also that I will also talk about, because I think it also applies. But I see you might be the Queen of Swords kind of in a tower, up in a tower, you're holding your sword, you're doing your best to fight off this dragon on your own. And it might be the case that you have been single for a while, or you felt like even when you were in a relationship, you were still the only person fighting this dragon. It could have been like you're just up there, you're doing your best, you know, but this dragon just can't be defeated with one person alone. And then here comes your future spouse as the Knight of Wands, and they're like, I just hear it like I'm coming, you know, I'm coming to help. And so I wanted to give that interpretation, because that might be relevant for somebody who might need to hear it. So that's kind of like the fact that we had this imagery with a queen in a tower and then the Knight of Swords coming to fight this dragon. That's one interpretation there. The Knight of Wands is also somebody who is very fun. They're very fun, they're very charismatic, they tell great jokes, they love to go on adventures, and we do have board games and RPGs down there at the bottom. And with the dragon on this card, they might be somebody who likes high fantasy or like fantasy games. They might like things like Dungeons and Dragons or Skyrim or Lord of the Rings or anything kind of in that genre. And if that's something that you really like, then this is something that you're going to have in common, you know, and that it's going to be, you're just going to, and even if not, you know, you're just going to have a really fun time. This is somebody who's very adventurous. We also have travel. So I think that, you know, like your future spouse is somebody who's really going to want to try new things with you, who's going to want to, and we do have the Hierophant, could be you want to take classes together, like do skill building together, travel together, like see the world and go on adventures together. And even if that, you know, even if you are more of like a homebody or somebody who's like not super extroverted, your future spouse is going to be on your level. And it could be like, even if the adventure you're having is playing a game of D&D, like they're going to be right on that level, and they're going to love that too. And that's going to be like, I just see you having so much fun together. And this card is also associated with passion, which we have up in the Romance Oracle. Passion, allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. This is just going to be a fun, joyful connection. And what I just saw was somebody using a wand to like cast fireball on like a block of ice that was surrounding this Queen of Swords. So again, I don't know if that resonates for everybody, but I wanted to say that because it might be important. And then we do have a fiery climax approaches, so it's going to be a connection with great chemistry, and very passionate, very exciting. And this is like the fourth card here. So is telling me this, that sometimes the Knight of Wands can have an energy of like, you know, like, yeah, it's great and fiery and passionate, but what about in the long term? First of all, we're talking about your future spouse, and then we have the Hierophant card here. Like, this person's in it for the long term, and so I'm just getting the sense that this is like the passion's never going to die. Like the connection, and especially if you're building intimacy with this Queen of Swords here by building trust and building communication and building all that stuff together, that's going to help keep the passion burning. It's only going to build and build and build and build. It's not going to dissipate. You know, there's always going to be something new. It's always going to be exciting, especially because your future spouse is somebody who's always changing. You know, they're always transforming. They're always like, let's, you know, if this isn't working anymore, let's try something else. Like, let's go, you know, it's that kind of fun-loving energy of like like, yeah, there are challenges, and that's okay. We can overcome them, and we can do that together. And that's like just a beautiful energy that I'm seeing here. And then we have the Seven of Pentacles, and the way that I'm being called to interpret this Seven of Pentacles is in association with the let go of control issues card up there, that says allow this situation to unfold naturally. I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent. That I'm seeing is also connected with the Hierophant. Like, this could be, if you are trying to manifest this relationship, what I'm hearing is the most important part of a manifestation is once we've done the work and we've meditated on it and we've put our desires out into the universe, if you're doing scripting or using the 2-cup method or whatever you're doing to work on your manifestations, part of it is letting go. Is saying, okay, I've done my part. I put it out into the universe. I've done the gratitude work around it. I've done my part, and now I'm going to leave it up to the universe. And I put it out there, and I'm going to put my faith in divine timing. When it's meant to come in, it will. I've done what I needed to do, and so it's to kind of let go of the reins there a little bit. I think if you've been trying to say, okay, well, when's my person coming, or or like if you've been really. This might be a message for you if you have been doing like online dating or meeting a lot of people, especially in relation to the red flags card or the release and negativity card. Because of the Hierophant card that is here, the message is, first of all, how you're going to meet this person is a secret, but it's a secret because it's going to be like funny or cute, or like a story you can tell your grandchildren if you have kids. Like, it's like, it's going to happen in a way that's totally spontaneous. And you gotta kind of let go if this applies to you. If you've been trying to, when and how and whatnot, how am I gonna, it's like, just let go. The universe has it. The universe has got it. So it's okay to let go of that. The Seven of Pentacles card can also talk about, like needing to know the outcome or being overly invested in controlling every aspect of something. So again, like I'm not sure if this could also be this person's energy. This might be something like a challenge in your relationship. I was getting a lot of fixed energy from your future spouse. However, they're also very adaptable. So it could be that if there is a challenge here, it might be more of a need to kind of go with the flow. However, when this card came out, the Seven of Pentacles card came out, the word that popped into my head was nurturing, cultivating, and we did have cultivate on the Taurus card in the previous part of the reading. It's like we've planted this garden of pentacles, and let's do whatever we need to do to help it grow, and then just let it grow. We don't need to control every aspect of it. We can go with the flow. We can embrace this Knight of Wands energy of like, let's have fun together, and we're going to do the work we need to do, and then let's let go of the outcome. Let's just, enjoy what we have together. And I see like it's a Pentacles card, like you're both equally committed to putting the work in to really making this relationship the best possible version that it can be, and to just kind of let go of the rest. You can control what you can control. You might not be able to control the circumstances, or like if there are bumps in the road or whatever. That happens. That's normal. It happens in every relationship. And what matters is where you're putting your energy. And so I just see this, and I can see on the Six of Cups card, on the Seven of Pentacles card, there's just a very serene expression. And it's even on the Hierophant, the yoga instructor, there's like this, like, I know everything's going to be okay kind of energy, which is, it's beautiful. and I do want to say there's more connection to gardening here with the imagery on the Six of Cup card, the imagery on the Seven of Pentacles card, and I did forget to mention also in the first part of the reading, particularly on the Cups cards, like the Queen of Cups and the Two of Cups. I was getting a message also, in addition to gardening and maybe cultivating a garden or an indoor garden, your future spouse might keep fish. They might have an aquarium, and they might keep like fish or tropical fish. And if they do, they are very good at taking care of their aquarium. Like, they're not somebody who just goes to a pet store and doesn't know anything about fish and just you know, just says, give me whatever. You know, they really care about taking really good care. If they have fish and have an aquarium or any kind of like sea life. I was also getting the impression that this is, like, they would do their research is what I'm trying to say, but I'm also getting the impression this is somebody who might have like an exotic pet of some type, like not necessarily like a tiger or something, but more like a bird or a reptile or a lizard or a snake or a spider or something like that. They might have like an aquarium or a terrarium with an animal like in it, you know. I was getting that as an intuitive message. Again, only take that if it applies. I'm just getting the sense of somebody who might have like an unusual pet. Not a cat or dog. They might have a cat or dog. I don't know. There are a lot of cats on the Everyday Witch cards, but you know, just take that however it resonates. So I'm going to move into the Moonology cards and the cards up top. I talked about a lot of them already, but we do have the full moon in Scorpio, which would echo the kind of scorpionic energy of the Death card. And it says it's time to release negativity. So if this is advice from your spirit guides, I think they're just saying, like, do as much work as you can before you meet your spouse, in terms of letting go of past things, working through things as much as you can, working on discernment. And if it's time to release negativity specifically, you also have luck is on your side with the new moon in Sagittarius, and let go of control issues might be related to, again, if you're trying to manifest this connection. Part of it is putting it out there and then letting it go. The other part of it is working on cultivating a positive attitude, because it's about like the law of attraction. You know, if we're already feeling so happy and grateful because we have faith that our manifestations are coming in for us, that helps attract the manifestation. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're feeling any kind of negativity about this connection, or thinking like, oh, it's just not going to come in, it's not, you know, your spirit guides are just kind of urging you to work on cultivating a more positive mindset when it comes to this connection, and that will help bring it in faster. So that could be the message here. You know, and this could also be confirmation that your future spouse might be a Scorpio. We also have Aries and Sagittarius, and then we have every suit at the bottom and a major arcana. So really they could be any sign. We do have Taurus, Capricorn, and Libra at the side there, so confirmation this person could also be a Taurus. We did have that in the previous part of the reading, or a Capricorn, or a Libra, or you could be, you know, just take that however it resonates. And then again, with the full moon in Aries with a fiery climax approaches, first of all, we have approaches, so it could be that your future spouse might be coming in closer than you think. You know, I was getting the message you might have to go through like a couple more casual connections before you find this person, just so you can work on clearing out the last of whatever needs to be cleared out. However, it's approaching. You know, whatever work you're doing towards this connection is working, and I think that your future spouse is ready. They're ready to meet you. So I would take that. It's approaching. It's coming in for you, and then it's a fiery climax. So again, I think this is gonna be a connection, has great chemistry. Your future spouse is super fun to be around. They're very dynamic, and there's always something happening. You know, it's not a stagnant person at all. Very willing to try new things and experiment, you know, it's just, and I think they love to make you laugh too. Like, I think I'm hearing laughter in the bedroom. Like, that's like something that they love too. It's like, you know, we don't need to take everything so seriously. Like, you know, we're just here to have like fun together. Like, let's just have fun together. You know, it's that kind of energy. And then we have passion, which says allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. And I think that's really how it's going to feel when the two of you come together. It's just you're just gonna feel very fulfilled, and there's going to be lots of joy and maybe some singing. We do have music lover down at the bottom there. It's going to be a very passionate connection regardless, lots of very good chemistry. And it's going to be chemistry built on intimacy, I'm feeling compelled to say. So it's like amazing, like the 10 out of 10. And then we have luck is on your side with the new moon in Sagittarius. So, you know, with that, I'm seeing... like, especially with let go of control, like these two cards I think are probably related. I just think that And especially with the time to release negativity, like luck is on your side. I'm just seeing this as like a gentle reassurance from Spirit that, you know, like, first of all, it's okay to take chances. It's okay to see what's out there and explore, you know, and that luck is on your side. And I would also see this as it being in relation to kind of the, like, you might meet them in a totally unexpected circumstance, you know, and you don't need to worry. Like, don't worry about, what if I don't go to this place on this day? What if I make the wrong choice and then we don't have our chance meeting? You know, don't worry about it. Luck is on your side. Spirit has your back. You can just let go of it. This person's going to come in when they come in, and it's going to be amazing and beautiful. So, and you're going to feel very lucky, and your future spouse feels very lucky too. So, throwing that out there. I want to talk about your the words on the side here. So I already addressed the secret card, and I do think that is related to how you're going to meet your future spouse. It could also be related, like if this resonates as somebody you already know, it could be the case that this might also be related to the Queen of Swords. It's like in the sense of, like, I'm keeping my heart as a secret in my chest. Like there's more to discover. Like there's always, and it could also be like related to the energy of your future spouse, where it's like because they're always changing and evolving and adapting and growing, you know, it's like there's always more, there's always another thing. And it's not necessarily, I'm not getting like the negative side of secrets where you know, we're intentionally keeping something from somebody else because, you know, the information would hurt them or whatever. It's more like things like personality traits we didn't know we had, things we didn't know we enjoyed doing, like hidden parts of ourselves we might not have been aware of, universal secrets. I'm getting that kind of sense. Like I don't think there's a negative connotation with this card. I think it's exciting. Like it's exciting to discover each other's secrets, you know, and it builds intimacy to share secrets with people, and so I think that's really why this card, the word is here, and then we have special. And I think this is here just because, first of all, your soulmate thinks you're special, and this is going to be a very special relationship. And of course, it's like, and I said soulmate instead of future spouse because, again, I'm getting a strong sense this person is your soulmate. They're a soulmate, and there's a very special connection. And I think that it's going to feel very different from every relationship you've ever had, even if you have been in connection with somebody who was also a soulmate in the past. This is just going to feel like it's on a whole different level. It's going to be very special. And then we have smile, and for me that is connected with the energy of the Knight of Wands and the Passion card. It's like, I think your future spouse is going to love watching you smile, making you smile, and making you laugh. And I think you're going to want to smile. I think that your future spouse smiles when they think about you, and I think that this relationship is going to be one where it's like you can wake up in the morning with a smile on your face because you're waking up next to your spouse, and it's just like that, the feeling of like, hell yeah, like this is awesome, you know, it's that kind of sense. And we have always, and so that's kind of why I'm giving the sense that like your future spouse is ride or die for you, and it's just like it's going to be always, like always. And I mean, this is your future spouse. we have the Hierophant. Like it's going to be a long-term committed relationship where probably you're going to get married, and it's just like an always. This is an always soulmate. It's not like a wound mate or a, you know, this is a very powerful, special connection, and it could be with this word here because your souls know each other. Your souls might have, like the word always might be something that's very important to your relationship. Your souls might have signed a soul contract, and it could be that you always come together in every lifetime, or it could be that like that's a promise that you made before this lifetime. Was my soul's always going to find yours. You know, we're always going to find each other, and we're always, it's just gonna happen that way. We're always going to come together because we belong together, and that's a beautiful energy, and I love that. And then we have live, and I think that is related to this, again, this like Knight of Wands, like passionate, adventurous, like let's go and see what's out there. You know, let's go and live our lives. Let's go and have an adventure. And I think it's also connected with the more domestic side of that. Like, let's share our lives together. Let's build lives together. Even like the practical, everyday, day-to-day routine of like getting up, making coffee, going shopping, going to work, etc., etc. I want to live with you. I want to share a life with you. You know, it's that kind of energy. And then we have a hug. And I did mention in the previous part of the reading that I think your future spouse is somebody who gives excellent hugs. And again, even if you're not like a hug person, it's going to feel like a hug for your soul. Like, it's just, that's what it's going to feel like to be around this person. It's just like a huge psychic hug. It's very comforting. It's like coming home. It's just safe. It's also very exciting and passionate. It's like that perfect combination of like, wherever I am, if I'm with you, I'm home. Like, it's like we can be doing the most crazy thing together, and I feel perfectly safe because I'm there with you. It's that kind of energy. And then we have some letters here. We have G, I'm hearing like good game. We have OZ, and then we have LU and X. So those could be initials, it could be your initials, could be your future spouse's initials, could be like the first letter of a city, or Oz could be like Australia. You know, take that as to these however they resonate. You could also be seeing words and things here that I'm not seeing. So, you know, just, you can also feel free to share that in the comments if you do, and if any of this is resonating for you. And then we have music lover, which I was mentioning with the Sing card. That could be something that that is very important to your future spouse. They could have like a favorite genre or a favorite artist, or they could just love all kinds of music. They might love to sing, and that could be something that that the two of you share. That could be something that really brings you together. And I think like regardless of whether you are very into music, or if you have like maybe you have like very different tastes in music, your future spouse is going to be like very excited to share that, and to be like you know, it's not going to be something like where, you know, you hate each other's music and it's like a contentious thing. It would be more like, you know, like, I'm excited to show you my favorite artists. It's okay if you don't like them. I just want to share something that I love with someone that I love. So it's that kind of energy. And then we have loves children and family oriented, which I was kind of seeing with the Queen of Cups energy. It could be the case that, as I said, like, it could be the case that your future spouse already has a child from a previous relationship. It could be that they do want to have children. That could be part of the Hierophant for them. But if that isn't resonating for you, and you're somebody you're not sure whether you want to have kids or you don't want to have kids, your future spouse is on the same page. And they're very open to having that conversation with you, and to compromising. Like, this is like a soul level relationship. Like, it's going to be, you two are compatible. It's like, so just, I wouldn't worry about that. But I think regardless of whether or not your future spouse wants to have children, they do love children. They're probably very good with children. They're family oriented. I think that is something that is important to them. And it could be that even if they are not close with their family of origin, they, I think, would want to have, like, they want to have a family that they are close to, even if it's like a found family of like a close friends and their significant other, or like a family where you know, you have pets, or you have like some other like that. Your family unit can be whatever it works for you, and it's very important. Whatever that family unit is, it is very important to your future spouse, and they just have that kind of like nurturing energy. And we do have small family and close-knit family, so that does resonate with what I was saying about wanting to have a very close-knit family. It could be that your future spouse comes from a small family, or they only want to have a small family. Take that however it resonates for you, or that could apply to you, and if it does, this could be confirmation for you. That this is your person. Then we have board games and RPGs, so that could be like one of your future spouse's hobbies, something that they really enjoy. I could see that with that kind of like creative problem solving, that analytical brain there. I could definitely see that as something that your future spouse really enjoys. I think they like the kind of like puzzle aspect of it. And either way, they just want to have fun, like with that Knight of Wands energy, and they want to have fun with you. So even if you're not into board games or role-playing games, they'll want to find something that you do enjoy doing, and they'll want to do that thing with you. And then we have muscular. So that could be maybe your future spouse does yoga. So we do have yoga on the Hierophant, and so it could be, even if they're not like super jacked, it could be that they just have very toned muscles or very like defined muscles, maybe from doing yoga. Just to, again, take that however it resonates. And then we have travel. So I think that it is likely that your future spouse enjoys traveling. Probably part of their adventurous spirit. And then it could also be something that they have to do for work. They could just travel a lot because that might be part of their job. And then we have tall. And so it could be that your future spouse is very tall or just taller than you, or you could be very tall and there might be like a significant height difference here. Again, only take that if it resonates. Then we have Taurus, Capricorn, Libra as potential signs. And then we have autumn. So that could be somebody's name, or it could be the season when you meet your future spouse. It could be this upcoming autumn, or that could be like, if you honestly, like if you meet this person tomorrow, your relationship could take like a big step forward in autumn. So it could be that you decide to move in together or whatever. Could be like the next big step might be happening in autumn time. Or that could be this person's favorite season. They might really like the aesthetic of autumn, the falling leaves, and like a warm cup of coffee and wearing a nice sweater, and Halloween, like that might be something that they have fun with. And then we have spiritual. So, I was in the first part of the reading saying like there's a strong energy coming through, like a very vibrant, powerful kind of energy. And I feel like I was strongly channeling here for this reading for you guys, pile 3. Like I was getting a very strong read on who your future spouse is. They might be spiritual without realizing that they're spiritual. I think they're very, very powerful manifestors, and they have that death card energy of being able to constantly go through cycles of transformation, which is a very powerful spiritual energy, even if you don't realize that that's what you're doing. So I think that's something that just comes naturally to them. And then we have ambitious, and that I would see as connected with the hero archetype of like always being on a hero's journey, always wanting to climb that mountain, always wanting to, and being in that rebel spirit of like if something is not working, if the system isn't working for us, let's change it. Like let's do the work to affect positive change. It's that kind of ambition that I think we're seeing here. And then we have, I rolled the numbers 1, 1, and 6. So that could be related to Aries. We do have a full moon in Aries here. And I would also associate the Knight of Wands as being connected with Aries, because it's kind of like that cardinal fire kind of energy. This could also be referring to the month of January, or this could be representing the number 11, which would be associated with Aquarius, which we did have in the previous part of the reading, or the month of November, which is in autumn. So take that however it resonates. Or the number 11 could also be a synchronicity that you might see. You might see 1111, or you might just be seeing like 11 on the clock a lot. And if you do, that might be a synchronicity that you see a lot before you meet your future spouse. And then we have the number 6, which would be connected with Virgo. It would be connected with the month of June, or could be 6 months from now. It could be 1 month from now, could be 11 months from now. Again, just take that how it resonates. And you could also be seeing things with these numbers that I'm not aware of. So just, however that applies to you, that could be what is going on here. And with that said, thank you very much for watching this very long video, pile 3. Thank you for watching the whole thing. And if you liked it, please feel free to give it a like. That really helps me out. Please feel free to comment down below and let me know how this reading resonated for you. And if you like my videos and you want to see more from me, please feel free to subscribe to my channel. And with that said, thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in my next video. Hello pile 4, and welcome to your reading. So today we are going to be taking a look at your future spouse, and the first part of the spread here is about who your future spouse is, and then the next part of the reading is going to be about your relationship, and some advice from spirit guides, some letters, some numbers, and any other clues that we can get about who your future spouse may be, how you might meet them, any other context. So that'll be in the next part of the reading. I want to say at the top of the reading, I apologize if I have trouble getting my words out today. Mercury is in retrograde. I'm going to try my best. I'm also, specifically with your pile, I'm getting a very intuitive reading of these cards. That's maybe not necessarily the way I would typically read this spread. I just want to say, I'm going to try my best to explain what I'm seeing, and hopefully it'll make sense. I'm going to try my best to communicate about it. I also want to say we have two of the same cards. I'm only pulling 6 cards per pile for this part of the reading, and we have two of these are the same cards that we had for pile 3, so I will say if you felt drawn to both pile 3 and pile 4, it might be worth watching both, just there might be messages there for you as well. However, I'm getting a different sense, a very distinct energy from your future spouse versus pile 3's. I think it's a very different vibe, even though we have some of the same cards here. They didn't come out of the deck the same way, they're not in the same position, and I don't think they necessarily carry the exact same meaning, even though they have they would have a similar meaning. So I wanted to say that at the top of the reading. With that said, let's get into your reading today. So I'm going to start off by giving kind of an intuitive message that came out as soon as these cards came out. And I want to make sure that I get it out at the top of the reading because I think it's really important. So I want to kind of describe how these cards came out. The Hierophant was the first card that came out. It came out immediately. It flew out. And it was I'm the first. I'm the card here. I need to come out first for context for the rest of these cards here. And I was okay, so I took that card, and then the next 4 cards all came out together. And then the 5 of Swords was the back of the deck energy. And I wasn't originally going to take 6 cards, I was only going to do 5, but then pile 1 spirit guides insisted that I take the card on the back of the deck, so I'm doing it for all the piles. And I'm glad that I'm doing it because I think the 5 of Swords card here is an important clarifier for the rest of the spread here. And I'll explain what I mean. So what is interesting is we have, again, I only pulled 6 cards. We have 4 major arcana, and then we have the 4 of Pentacles, and then the 5 of Swords at the back of the deck. And immediately I was getting an intuitive interpretation that these 4 major arcana are here protecting the 4 of Pentacles. They're your future spouse is using all of this very powerful, big energy to protect the parts of themselves that they feel are vulnerable, or the parts of themselves they've worked very hard on. And I think that they have worked very hard to achieve a certain level of stability. I think it's probably particularly related to their emotional world. I think that they've worked very hard on keeping their heart chakra open, even though they've been through a lot. The read I'm getting on this person is somebody who is very empathic, empathic to the point where if they let it rule their lives, it could destroy them. It's that level of empathy, and I think that they probably grew up with or had to deal with a situation where they were surrounded by people who were not empaths, and I think that they were in a very difficult environment for a long time, difficult emotionally. I feel like they really had to protect their heart and really protect their inner world and their inner child. And I feel like they've really weathered the storm. I think that it might have been something that they had an innate knowing, even when they were a child, that they had to protect themselves because they were surrounded by people who were not safe and negative energy. They might have gone through a few really bad experiences that might have taught them that lesson, or that it could have just been something that they understood innately because they're so empathic. And I think they are really connected with their intuition, and they're great at reading other people's energy. I think that they just had a really solid idea from a young age about if I want to protect myself, I need to do certain things. I hope I'm explaining this well. What I'm seeing is, again, like I'm seeing these four major arcana coming out like this. They're protecting this hippo on the Four of Pentacles, who's like, the hippo's kind of hunched over their pentacles and like, I worked hard for these pentacles, and like I need to protect them. Like they're mine. I need to protect them. I need to make sure there's not going to be a porcupine, like on the one on the Five of Swords, is going to come and try to take my pentacles, you know. And so I'm going to put out all this really powerful energy, and I'm going to hide behind the veil of the moon. I'm going to hide my true self and my heart behind the veil of the moon, and I'm going to project this really strong energy. And it's not like strong in an imbalanced way. It's not like somebody throwing their weight around. It's more just like, I think that if you don't know this person well, you might have a totally inaccurate idea of who they really are. Like, I would say this Strength card is sticking out to me as something that's like a genuine part of your future spouse's personality, especially because we also have Leo here. Like, I think that I'm seeing like a leonine kind of energy, very, very outgoing, community focused, really loves talking with other people, and because they genuinely care about other people, you know, it's that empathy again, you know, it's that, and I think that is what they kind of like, they like to show that side of themselves. But then what I'm really being drawn to is the connection between the Moon card here and the color on the Nightingale spirit, which is like your future spouse's authentic self is on this Nightingale spirit card. And I'm seeing like there's a connection with the moon there. Like that's what's being hidden on the other side of this lion on the Strength card is, you know, is this Nightingale spirit. And I feel like they don't like showing that to everybody because they've learned the hard way that it's not safe to be vulnerable with everybody. And I think they really take it very seriously, this idea that they need to protect their energy. And they do that also. It's not necessarily just because, you know, of wanting to protect themselves and do that. They do, what am I trying to say? They recognize that it's important to protect themselves because they want to protect their inner child and because they deserve to be whole and safe and have that sense of love that comes from within. That's something that they work hard on and I think that they value. However, they are also doing that for other people. They're like it's like the genuine side of both, like that leonine energy of the Leo, wanting to help other people, wanting to share your light with other people, really genuinely loving being around other people and wanting to hear their stories and like just having those great social skills of like, I know when to step into the spotlight, I know when to step back and let other people take the spotlight, so that we can all share in this lovely experience. And then it's also like that feeling of, I needed to learn how to love myself, love my inner child, love, like, and to realize that I am loved and I am lovable, because that was not something that I necessarily had growing up. Does that make sense? I feel like I went on a tangent and lost my original train of thought, so I'm sorry if that's the case. So I am going to go through the cards. I wanted to say that off the bat, and what I think is interesting is that we have some like number things going on here, numerology things going on here. And there might be, I'm going to mention the ones that I'm seeing. There might be things that you see in these numbers that are different from what I'm seeing. So if that's the case, feel free to share about that in the comments, because that will help me and it might help somebody else who picked this pile. So I mean, only do that if you feel compelled to. But what is interesting is that we have kind of these bookends to the spread of the 5 on the Hierophant card and then the 5 of Swords, and it's like they're the same color, you know, and a 5 is a symbol of change. And then on the Nightingale spirit, it's number 41, which also reduces to 5, and then we have the 5 on the Leo card. So, you know, and with the energy of the Death card, I definitely think that there's been some sort of transformation that has been like a vital part of your future spouse's life. I think that it's likely they reached a point where they had like kind of a crossroads moment where they could choose to have gone one way or chosen to have gone a different way. And I'm not seeing it necessarily as like an explosive tower moment, or like a really dramatic 180-degree total life change thing. It might have ended up that way, but with the energy and the spread, the energy I'm picking up on and the energy of these cards, particularly the Solar Calm card and the Nightingale Spirit card, like I'm getting the sense of like more of like a calm, centered energy, where it was just like somebody just made the decision like, oh, this isn't working for me, so I'm just going to walk away. You know, there doesn't need to be a dramatic exit. I don't need to go through the, you know, the toxicity of this Five of Swords anymore, whatever that represents. Like I can just simply choose to walk away. And that's what I'm seeing with the Death card here. I think that, you know, the skeleton's just walking. They're walking through a field of flowers. Like they're just like, okay, I'm gonna walk. And that obviously the Death card is a symbol of transformation, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, again, like a big dramatic moment. It can also just be like that moment when we make a decision to walk away from something that's not working for us. And I think that that is something that really speaks to your future spouse's personality, that they were able to say, okay, I've looked at all the evidence is saying this isn't for me, it's not working for me, it's a bad environment, it's unhealthy for me, and I'm going to right now choose to prioritize myself. I don't have to tell anybody else about my decision. I don't have to do that. I can just choose to, like, literally just choose to walk away from whatever the situation is, and then I can use my experiences to help other people as well. That's something I'm picking up on, and so I am going to get into the cards. I also wanted to say, with like the numerology thing, I was noticing the number 5, and that what I also thought was interesting is with the intuitive sense I was getting of somebody like protecting their stability on the 4 of Pentacles with all of this major arcana energy. It's almost like an interwoven kind of chainmail thing with the numbers here. I'm going to try to explain. I hope I'll be able to make it make sense. What I'm seeing is, also I'm not great at math, so I apologize if I'm getting the math wrong, but what I'm seeing is 5 plus 8 equals 13. So we have 5 on the Hierophant, 8 on the Strength card, 13 on the Death card. And then 13 plus 5 is 18, and we have 18 on the Moon card. So it's like all these energies are interwoven, and they're interwoven in a way that has created strong protection for whatever your future spouse has managed to build for themselves. And that's something they've had to do on their own, and it's something that was it was difficult on an emotional level, even if it wasn't a huge dramatic moment when they made that decision to basically prioritize themselves, to choose themselves and their own well-being. So I wanted to share that. And then I am going to get into the cards. So we're going to start with the Hierophant, and the Hierophant usually symbolizes things like tradition, institutions, like established systems, established routines, like the way we've been doing it for years. Like it's usually represents something like that. It can also represent teaching, or like an established authority figure. It usually is like a positive energy. Those things can be seen as positive. I think a lot of people get a lot of comfort and sense of community from tradition and family and things like like religious institutions and the institution of marriage. Like those things are important and they mean a lot to a lot of people and they offer positive things to a lot of people. However, this card in itself is kind of a neutral message, and it can also represent systems that are in place just because that's the way we've always done it, or systems that are not working for the good of everybody, or systems that work for some people and don't work for other people. So the fact that we have this Hierophant here is like the start of your future spouse's journey, and it's a journey that starts with 5, with change. I think that is interesting, especially because, again, as I was giving my interpretation of why I think the Death card is here, again, like that skeleton for me is walking away from the Hierophant. They're walking away from the Hierophant, they're embracing their inner strength, they're like embracing the energy of the moon, and you know, they built up their pentacles and they're protecting them, and they're like, the context for all of this is the Five of Swords. And that's another reason why I'm giving kind of the interpretation that I think that your future spouse walked away from a system that wasn't working for them anymore. And I think that it might have been, with the Five of Swords here, there might have been people involved in the system who were mistreating your future spouse, or were just very like cutthroat or toxic. This could also be talking about, like, again, it could be on like a less intense level. It might be talking about maybe your future spouse had a job or was involved in a career field where it was very cutthroat and very like achievement focused and success focused, and it's like, I don't care what you have to do to get there, you know, you have to achieve this goal, you know, or we have to make this amount of money, or we have to, you know, you know, however that applies. This is just an example. This might not apply for everybody, but it's like, that could be why we have the Five of Swords here, is like the context for why your future spouse chose to walk away from the Hierophant in their life, the system that they were a part of. And what's interesting is, with the Hierophant, it does talk about like the system that we are a part of, right? And the Solar Calm card in particular, which says clarify, it does carry a message about sometimes the most effective way to bring about a positive change in the system that we're a part of is by doing it calmly, rationally, one step at a time. And I'm hearing like a slow and steady drum beat. You know, it's like that kind of progressive movement. And again, it's not necessarily like a big explosive dramatic change. You know, we have to change everything all at once. It's more just like, we're going to transform through like slow and steady progress. And that could be part of your future spouse's journey. That could be, again, related to an old career that they had. They might have chosen to walk away from a career field because they were like, you know what, I don't want to be part of this cutthroat business anymore. It's not making me feel good. It's not, you know, it's not in alignment with my heart and my desire to share love with the world, and my, like, it's just, I'm an empath, and it's I feel bad for having to be this way, or being encouraged to be in this environment, or that other people are being cutthroat with me even if I'm not engaging with it. I don't want to be around that energy. That's kind of what I'm seeing here, and why I think we have the Hierophant and the Death card here. And even though they did come up for pile 3, it's a very, very different energy. So I wanted to say that. And then we do have the Strength card. And again, like, I think that, you know, this card, in combination with the interpretations I was giving, the Strength card carries a message about, like, I think that your future spouse, like, they have kind of a duality, but it meshes perfectly. Does that make sense? Like, they have the Strength card, Leo, Solar Calm, all connected with the sun. And then we have the moon, and that's, I think, connected with their nightingale spirit. I would see those being connected. So they have both like a sun and a moon, you know. And I mean, everybody, we all have sun signs and moon signs. It could be that maybe Leo is their sun sign, but you know, it's like they have both of those energies. It's like a duality, but they work perfectly together. It's like a perfect combination of the solar energy and the lunar energy. And I think that the solar part of the energy is their strength. It's their, they have a large amount of inner strength. It's what has helped them make the decision to walk away from whatever they walked away from, or make changes in their life, but they don't have to do it in a forceful way. Like, the message of this card can be, like, even though this is represented by a lion, and you can see on the Leo card, like, lions can be scary, you know, they're predators, they're like the quote-unquote king of the jungle, you know, but it's the message of the Strength card is like, I don't have to force change, because, you know, simply by being a lion and accepting the fact that I'm a lion, you know, like, I don't have to throw my weight around or prove myself to anybody else. You know, I can make change happen because I'm a lion, you know. So, and I would say that again, like with the hippo on the Four of Pentacles, like a lion, I would say, has like a very kind of calm energy unless they're hunting or threatened in some way, right? They're usually just like sleeping in the savannah. That's how I would interpret a lion. A hippo, I think they're usually portrayed as being like, you know, like sweet and maybe like you know, they're just like these big water animals who like they lay around all day, and they, you know, they have birds on their head, and they, you know, they're like sleeping in the water. Like that can be a portrayal of them. However, hippos are also known for being ferocious. Like they can be very, very dangerous to humans because they're so territorial, you know, and they're serene a lot of the time. However, when they choose to go on the attack, they're again, like they're ferocious. You know, they're very big. They swim very fast, and they have those big teeth. They're, you know, an angry hippo can do a lot of damage. So, you know, but what I'm seeing here is, I think it's that message of like, I recognize I have tremendous power. We have all this major arcana, but I don't have to throw my weight around. I can make this power work for me and work for other people in a peaceful way. You know, I can find a peaceful solution to this. I don't have to embrace that cutthroat energy, that combative energy of the Five of Swords. I don't have to internalize that. Instead, I can recognize that I'm immensely powerful, use that power for good, and do it in a peaceful way. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. And that's why I think that this Strength card, like the solar energy of the Strength card, the Leo card, it's solar calm, you know, and it's being balanced with the moon. And the moon card here, immediately after I saw this card, I was like, oh, this is this person's inner self. You know, the Strength card might be their outer self. The moon card is their inner self. And the moon card can talk about things like our hidden selves. It can talk about, you know, our inner world. The moon itself is a symbol of emotions and intuition, and I personally, when I see the moon, I take it as like a message from spirit that there are hidden things that we can't see, and it can be a message about surrender, you know, like to surrender to the spiritual aspect of life. It also can carry a message when it comes out in a tarot reading, and I will give the traditional interpretation about things like secrets and illusions, like fears and like, you know, pretending to be something that we're not, wearing a mask, wearing a veil, like hidden truths again, like things that we just can't see, either because people are deliberately keeping us in the dark about something, or again, it can carry that spiritual message of like, there's something going on here that other people can't see, there's something going on here that you might not be able to see. Like that, I think, is the traditional interpretation of the moon card. However, the way I'm being called to kind of like intuitively describe this card is it's like, that was the reason why I was kind of giving that message of like, your future spouse might be somebody who, when you meet them, you see the lion. And that could be something that a lot of like their casual acquaintances, their like work friends, their, you know, like friends who aren't like their best friend. That might be people, I would see this person as somebody who probably has a very large social group, or at least has, you know, a lot of contacts. I think that the lion is what most people see. And the people that they're close to get to see the nightingale, and they get to see the hippo, you know, and the hippo with the birds on its back, the one who's kind of peacefully floating through the water, you know, like that's, you get to the solar calm. You see the solar fire with the Strength card and the Leo energy, and when you stick with this person and really get to know them, to get to see what's behind the moon, you get to see like a really tranquil energy based on love and empathy. I also want to say before I forget, your future spouse might be very interested in space and in solar bodies, astrology. They might have like a practice where they worship the moon or work with moon phases or moon cycles. That might be something that they do unconsciously. But, you know, I'm getting the sense of somebody who might have a spiritual practice. They might meditate a lot. It's a very grounded, calm, tranquil sort of energy. That's what I'm seeing on the other side of this moon card, and that's what I'm seeing with the moon card, is somebody who's like learned how to protect their energy by doing energy work and by like doing those spiritual practices. They might, you know, have a different way of doing it than what you're familiar with, or like what we might typically see in like a YouTube channel or whatever. They might have like their own their own routine, their own way of doing something. But I think it is likely that what I'm hearing is your future spouse's energy is still like the moon, and it's like the phrase that came up when I was looking at the Nightingale Spirit card is still waters run deep. Like this is, you know, your future spouse is somebody who feels things very deeply. And that's where I'm getting that sense of somebody who is very empathic. Like just, they have a huge capacity to love and to love other people because they have so much empathy. They can really feel other people's emotions and feel them very, very deeply. And that's, I think, why they've had to take steps to protect that part of themselves. Because, you know, if we're always open to everybody else's emotions, especially if we're in a Five of Swords sort of environment, you know, it can become destructive, and it can become like self-destructive. So, I think that it is likely that your future spouse, at the very least, meditates, like does some form of energy work to protect their energy, because they've recognized that there are people out there who just want to take that energy. And it's like, I think that your future spouse has learned that discernment between, I'm going to share my energy with people who are genuinely here for the right reasons, you know, rather than people who just want to take my energy and aren't going to fill my cup too. You know, does that make sense? Anyway, so that's what I'm seeing with the Moon card, and I'm getting like a very strong sense of again, like the Strength and the Moon are like the two sides of your future spouse's personality, and they work perfectly together. And before I forget, with these 4 major arcana, we have associated zodiac signs. So the Hierophant is usually associated with Taurus, the Death is usually associated with Scorpio, Strength associated with Leo, which we already talked about, and those 3 signs, I believe, are all fixed signs. So there might be like a lot of fixed energy. And then the Moon, I believe, is associated with Pisces. Not 100% on that one, but it might be Pisces. So it could be that your future spouse might have like a Leo sun and a Pisces moon, or vice versa. Those could be prominent placements. Or they could, like this could just be talking about their innate personality, and it doesn't really have to do with their zodiac. So just take that however it resonates. And then we have some earth energy with the pentacles, and some air energy with the swords. Although I think that's just context, and I'm not necessarily picking that up as like part of your future spouse's personality. I think it's just to give context to the rest of the reading here. So I am going to talk the Four of Pentacles, the interpretation that I gave her, like I think I've already kind of talked about this, but it does talk about like working very hard for what we have, and then enjoying that sense of like I've worked very hard for my stability, and it can be connected with like financial stability. It could be that when your future spouse chose to walk away from this Hierophant, they might have walked into a situation where suddenly they didn't have any money, or suddenly they didn't have access to money that they used to have, or suddenly like they were financially unstable, or I don't know what the word to use is, but like it's they had to work hard, I think, to get to a place of financial stability after whatever happened here. Or it can also just be talking about like security, having a sense of security that you have worked very hard for. I also see the color on the Moon card and the Four of Pentacles and the Nightingale Spirit is that kind of like green energy I associate with the heart chakra. So this could be saying like this is on an emotional level, like your future spouse has worked very hard to feel secure and stable on an emotional level because of everything they've had to go through, particularly related to this Five of Swords. I think that again, like being a very strong empath is very difficult, especially hard in a situation where other people are just taking from you and not giving anything back. And your future spouse has managed to come out of that whole situation with all these beautiful energies in these oracle cards at the bottom. So I would see like I've worked very hard on it, and I'm going to use all my major arcana energy, like this interwoven armor of all these powerful energies, and the fact that I'm a lion and I'm a hippo, and I'm skeleton, and I'm strong and powerful, to protect myself, even though, I'm not going to throw my weight around. If there's a real threat to my security here, my stability, especially on an emotional level, I'll do what I have to do to protect myself, but I'm not, I don't need to prove myself to anybody. I don't need to do that anymore. So that's kind of what I'm seeing with this Four of Pentacles card. And then the Five of Swords, as I said, I think it's the back of the deck energy, and I think it's here just to kind of give me some additional context for the journey that your future spouse has been going on. And the Five of Swords card typically carries a message about, like, I think I already also talked about this card a lot, but it can carry a message about being in a cutthroat environment. It can talk about even feeling guilty about the things that we have done in order to achieve a certain goal or to achieve some standard of success, and it's like that sinking feeling, or that realization of like, oh, like, what have I done to get here? Like, the price was too high, or I feel terrible because I've hurt somebody to get to this position. And that could be part of your future spouse's path. That might have been a hard lesson that they learned, that it's like, oh, I'm not willing to do this because I'm an empath, and I can't shut down that part of my personality. I can't shut down the part of me that cares about other people just because I want to achieve something, like just for my own achievement. Like, I think that your future spouse realized that was not in alignment with their authentic self, and it was not in alignment with their authentic life path. And I think that they made the decision to, make the conscious, determined decision to say, okay, I'm walking away from this. I don't ever want to do this again, or I don't want to have this done to me again. However this applies to this person, I don't want to be in a Five of Swords environment, and I can choose to walk away. That's my power. That's my strength. I get to make that choice. And that's been a major... It's like, it's not even necessarily that this person transformed, what do I want to say, from one person to another person. It's like it's like the caterpillar transitioning into a butterfly, where it's like they're both the same soul. It's just different versions. It's like an evolved version. It's like a butterfly is still authentically itself, even though it used to be a caterpillar. Does that make sense? I hope that I'm explaining that well. That's kind of what I'm picking up here with the tarot cards here for your future spouse. So I'm going to move into the oracle cards, and the two archetype cards that we have here are Virgin, which says maintaining symbolic purity of heart and spirit, and Child Eternal, which says determination to remain young in body, mind, and spirit, ability to see things with fresh eyes. And I think that is... I'm going to talk about that first because I'm getting some messages coming through. I just realized that there are what I believe to be sunflowers on this card, and I associate sunflowers with that solar energy I was talking about. I associate sunflowers just on a personal level. I associate sunflowers with things like the Strength card and the Leo energy, because they're sunflowers. I associate Leo with the sun, and there's also butterflies on this card. So butterfly is a symbol of transformation, and that transformation might have just been from somebody who wasn't listening to or protecting their internal child to somebody who has decided to go the opposite way and evolved into a version of themselves where they're not so concerned about protecting their inner child that they can't have fun, or they can't, bring a childlike enthusiasm to the things that they're doing. And that's a message of this card, is both resilience and being able to hold on to a childlike enthusiasm for life and for the things that are lovely about life, despite what we might have gone through in the past. And that's an innate part of your future spouse's personality, and that's something that they've held on to. And it's like that. I'm getting that really fun energy of the the Leo spirit of that social energy. Let's have fun. Let's play with it. Let's go on an adventure. It's that kind of energy. I just get the sense that your future spouse is somebody who's very in touch with their internal child, and and it shows. You know, I'm not going to say that they're like childish, but I just think that they have like a playful sense of humor, you know, and they're always like willing to try new things, and they kind of have like a think outside the box kind of attitude. I think when it comes to life and to finding things to do, and I just think that that's beautiful. And then we have with the Virgin, what I'm being drawn to is, again, like in connection with this child eternal, like I'm getting the sense of somebody who has been through a lot and they haven't let it make them bitter or like shut down their heart. There's a lot of like heart chakra energy here. You know, it's somebody who loves very deeply and feels things very deeply. And they've been able to hold on to that despite the things that they've gone through. And the color on this Virgin card is like a light blue, like a pastel blue, and then we have like a pastel pink on the card too, and a figure who's kind of holding themselves. And there's some hearts on it. And I'm getting the sense with these colors here, this color combination of like baby blankets, and with somebody who's kind of holding themselves in connection with the Child Eternal card, I'm getting a message about somebody, again, who has really healed their inner child and really like is just very in touch with that. They might have had to reparent themselves, and kind of go back through their experiences and their memories, and give themselves the compassion and the love and the deep understanding that they might not have had growing up. And I think that's kind of my intuitive interpretation for why the Virgin card is here. I don't think this card is saying that your future spouse is going to be like a literal virgin. They might be. I don't know. You know, take whatever resonates. But I think it's more just like symbolic, and it does say maintaining symbolic purity of heart and spirit. And I think that it's purity in the sense of like they've been through a lot, and they could have internalized it, and they could have turned to like self-sabotage and destructive behaviors, and instead they chose to go the other way and really use it as a learning experience, and really use it as an opportunity to step into their own strength and to give themselves love and healing that they might not otherwise have gotten. So that's what I'm seeing with this card. And then we have the Nightingale Spirit, and I love this card. I think it's beautiful. I love the little nightingale, and I think it's standing on something. It looks almost like a gramophone, but it also has like those, oh, I forget what they're called. There's like a stamen or a pistil, or it's like the part of the flower that sticks out, you know. So it's like a megaphone and also a flower, and there's music coming out of it, and it says love is all around, and that's again like a beautiful energy, and it's like I would associate this being connected with the heart chakra, and with love is all around, and this like the Virgin eternal child energy. I'm getting the sense of again, somebody who's had to give themselves that love. And I think it's somebody who's very loving, feels things very deeply, and has had to find love where it was not freely given, in the sense that like love is all around is like something that your future spouse might have had to tell themselves. Like I'm gonna find love for the things around me in my environment. I'm gonna find love for the people, like other people around me, and it's almost like a fake it till you make it kind of thing, where it's like they had to cultivate a love of where they were and their life experiences, and a love, real love, genuine, authentic love for themselves, in order to open their heart chakra back up after whatever happened here. And there's somebody with a wide open heart chakra, even if they sometimes in certain social situations like to show their Leo side more than their moon side, their nightingale side, that this is their authentic self. Somebody who loves very deeply, who recognizes that there's love all around, and who has love for a lot of different people. And I think they are very community minded, and I think it is likely that they have a big social circle, even if, you know, they don't have a ton of like really close friends. Their like social circle of like BFFs might be pretty small, but I think that they know a lot of people, and that's because they've embraced that like sharing the love kind of mentality, that I would also associate with Leo. So, the other thing is, I think they also you know, again, like it's with that energy of somebody who might meditate a lot and be very connected with the moon, and might see the moon as like a spiritual entity. They might work with spirit guides, or they might like, I don't know if it's conscious or not, but they might get messages from the universe that they are loved and they are lovable. And I think they've just learned how to kind of like quietly accept those signs and synchronicities as love from the universe, or from their higher power, or from the moon, or a specific goddess, or like whatever that means to them. I think they've kind of learned to interpret those things, because it says love is all around. And then I'm seeing the hearts on the Virgin archetype card. I personally, when I was going through a very, very, very rough time, I asked my spirit guides to send me symbols that everything was going to be okay. And I suddenly started seeing hearts everywhere, you know. And so for me, that heart, kind of and they're just kind of like flowing in behind this person. For me, that's a symbol that you're getting signs and symbols from spirit that everything's going to be okay, that you're worthy and you are loved. And so that could be something that your future spouse does or has or receives from their spirit guides or the universe. And I think that they might also be subtle about the way that they approach like little romantic gestures and stuff. They might love that, you know. They might love like doing sweet little gestures that you might not even notice, you know. I think that that's one of the ways that they like to spread the love. So that's a message that I was getting there. And then we have solar calm, which I kind of also already talked about. I was kind of jumping all over the place, but I really like this card. Like it has that sunny energy of like a solar system. It's like the sun's shining down on kind of like a calm field, you know, and like we're standing in the sun and we're still tranquil and calm, you know. And again, there is that juxtaposition between the sun and the moon, and it's like it's that kind of energy of like, let's shine a light and be positive and be progressing forward, moving forward, like cultivating things, growing things. However, we can do that in a calm way. We can do that in a steady way. And it does carry that message of, if we want to affect change in a certain system, perhaps connected with the Hierophant card, we can do that from the inside, and we can do that slowly, step by step. And we'll still get there eventually. We don't need to do everything all at once or make it super dramatic. You know, we can change things piece by piece by piece, and that's just as valid as doing the big dramatic thing. And then we have the Leo card, which I think I've also already really talked about. And this card, it just has that great energy of like community and collaboration. It says shine. I think that your future spouse is somebody who really likes sharing their energy and sharing their wisdom, and that they're like their love with other people. They like sharing with other people. They love when other people share with them. I think that they probably have very good social skills. And again, that's why I'm kind of picking up on somebody who might have a large social circle with people, because I think they really enjoy connecting with people. I think that's a big part of their like divine path, regardless of, you know, I'm not getting a ton of clues as to what your future spouse does for a living, and at least in this part of the reading, but I am getting the sense of somebody who enjoys being social because they enjoy connecting with other people. So that's what I'm seeing in the first part of your reading here, pile 4. I am going to move into the next part of the reading, which again is going to be about your relationship. We're going to get some advice from your spirit guides, and then we're going to get some letters, numbers, words, and other things that want to come out. So I'm just going to go set that up. Okay, pile 4. So here we have the second half of your reading. I apologize, I know it's a little bit messy. I did my best to fit everything on the screen. So I will go through everything here. I want to say right off the bat, I do have kind of a clear intuitive sense of what these cards are saying. And I mean, this is your future spouse. It's going to be a beautiful relationship, and Spirit's also giving me kind of the information on what some of like the challenges of your relationship might be. However, the ultimate message here from Spirit is that this is your future spouse. They're a soulmate. We have confirmation here that they are a soulmate. and they might be somebody you've had a past life relationship with, you know, and it's like no matter what happens in this connection, it's meant to be. Like this is and it's your future spouse. So this is like a long-term committed relationship that is meant to happen. Every relationship goes through challenges and has specific things that need to be overcome and worked through. And the great news is, I'm seeing that you will do that. Like this relationship is an opportunity for you to work on things that that you might be struggling with in relationships, or close out old cycles from previous things that have happened. We do have the end of a tough cycle approaches. You might be like getting close to closing out old relationship cycles. And then also I am seeing things in the cards here about that kind of confirm for me the reading that I was getting in the previous part about who your future spouse is as a person. And I think you know, part of what they have had to learn how to do is how to protect themselves. And I was getting that sense of somebody who is very protective of their heart, and doesn't really like to let a lot of people in. And so that could be like just a challenge that the two of you will need to overcome together. There could be some like a misunderstanding here or something that happens, and I think the advice is really just to be patient. Try not to blow things out of proportion. Try not to let old fears get in your way, and just to be like open and honest with your communication as much as possible with your future spouse. And the good news is both of you are equally committed to this relationship, and you are going to have a beautiful relationship here. It's going to tick all the boxes. It's going to be like the wish fulfillment relationship of the soulmate that you've been waiting for. I also feel compelled, like I need to, you know, when Spirit's like, you know, this is something that they need to work on together, or this might crop up in their relationship. Like they're giving me kind of like the honest lowdown of what this relationship is going to be. In every relationship, as I said, they come with like a unique set of challenges, but the two of you are going to work through that stuff together. You know, and this is your future spouse, so it's going to be a beautiful relationship here. So I'm going to get into the cards. So the reason why I'm saying I think that this is a soulmate, and probably somebody that you might have had like a past life relationship with, is because the first card we have here is the Six of Cups. And the Six of Cups, when it shows up in a relationship reading, can carry like that like nostalgic feeling, like that familiarity of the Six of Cups, and it applies it to a relationship with somebody new. Like I'm getting the sense that it's likely that you have not yet met this person in this lifetime. For some of you, you might know who this person is, but you might not yet be in a relationship with them, which makes sense given their energy and the energy that we have here. However, I am getting the sense that you are going to know that this is a soulmate, because your souls are just going to recognize each other. It's like that sense of familiarity. It's a sense of like, oh, like this person is home. Like it's like coming home, you know, and it's a very like tender, sweet feeling of like, oh, I know you, I recognize you, I know that. And if there's a challenge here, I think it might be with the Swords cards that we have here. And I'm getting the sense that this King of Swords represents your future spouse's energy. I think that's like very much in alignment with what I was seeing in the previous part of the reading. And I think the Eight of Swords might be coming from you in this connection, or it could be coming from both of you. You know, this person that I'm, you know, your future spouse whose energy I'm picking up on has been through a lot. And they have legitimate reasons to be more reserved, and you know, and they might have some like intimacy issues related to like fear of being hurt. You know, they've worked really hard on trying not to bring that into their relationships, but you know, we were seeing a lot of I was getting a lot of messages about like that social armor, like all the major arcana kind of standing in the way of what this person has built for themselves, and like creating a barrier around them, using their strength, their leonine Leo energy, as like, you know, I have a big social group, I have a lot of friends, but you know, do people really know who I am Like, do they see beyond the moon to the nightingale spirit? And that's why I think we have the King of Swords here. I think that's representing your future spouse's energy. And when it shows up in a relationship reading, it can represent somebody who does struggle with intimacy, who struggles with being vulnerable and letting people see their true self. They might, struggle in the terms of like letting their guard down enough to connect with somebody else emotionally. But I mean, given everything, like all the other things that we saw in the previous part of the reading, I think that what I'm getting with this card is that it just might require patience, and it might take a while for like, they'll recognize you as a soulmate. They might not like want to acknowledge that right away. It might just take a while for them to be able to kind of let their guard down in order to show you the moon side of their personality. You know, it's like in order to show you the depth of their emotions and their love, and they're doing that because they're such a strong empath that they just can't afford to take on the energy of other people the way that like an empath would, and so they keep that part of themselves hidden until that there's really a strong trust built in the relationship. The good news is this is the second card here, so I would see that even though it might take a while for this person to really start to open up, I think that it's not gonna be that long. You know, it's like this is going to be the first obstacle. You're going to recognize each other as soulmates immediately, but this is going to, you're going to want to get to know each other, right? But there might be like, if there's some initial resistance on the part of your future spouse, it's not because they don't like you or they don't want to, be with you or that they don't know that you're a soulmate. It's just because of their own past experiences. And the way to deal with that is to just be genuine, be honest, be loving, let your friends help you, and just be patient with this person. Just like, just showing up every day as your honest, authentic self, and really like showing genuine interest in wanting to get to know this person. Like, I'm just getting the sense that your future spouse might be somebody who like portrays themselves as like the life of the party. However, like they're just like such a deep soul. They're a really deep person. And then I think that like that's the part of themselves that they try to keep hidden. Like I think for a lot of their connections, they try to keep it surface level because they don't necessarily like trust other people. It's like all of that energy that I was picking up in the first part of the reading about I need to protect myself, and so that's not necessarily an unhealthy thing. It's not necessarily a negative thing. It might take a while for this person to really let you see every aspect of their personality. And the good news is once they do that, it's like I'm seeing like water overflowing a dam. It's like it all comes out, and like you will know. You will feel the depth of that love. And it's like, I think that it's likely that most of the people that your future spouse encounters don't bother to take the time to get past their first impression to really figure out who this person is. And it's like, that's probably the way that they like it. Because I really don't think that your future spouse is somebody who enjoys feeling vulnerable. I think they've had their vulnerability used against them too many times to really feel comfortable with that. But they're like, there is so much going on beneath that facade that they really want to be able to share with somebody that they genuinely trust. They want to be able to give their love to their soulmate. They want to be able to do that. It's just, it might take a little bit of time. That's all I'm seeing here. And with the Three of Cups here, I'm going to be honest with you, pile 4. I know sometimes people say that the Three of Cups is associated with like a third party situation or whatever. That's not what I'm seeing here. However, when I pulled out the your commitment is being tested card in relation to the honeymoon card, I did get an intuitive message that your relationship might be tested, your commitment to the relationship might be tested on your honeymoon. However, I don't think it's because somebody's doing something wrong. I think that it might just be related to this Eight of Swords, like these old fears that are coming up. And it might be that there might be a miscommunication or a misunderstanding on your honeymoon. So if that's the case, then I mean, the advice would be just to like really communicate about what's going on. You know, be very honest, and just like, if you see something, say something. You know what I mean? Like, just call it out. Call it out the way that you see it. And if, you know, if this fear is coming from your future spouse, and they blow something out of proportion, then it's an opportunity to just say, like, that's not what happened here. Here is the genuine truth about what happened. I understand why you're feeling this way. However, it's not accurate. You know, so I wanted, that's my, that was an intuitive message that came up. Might not apply to everybody. I wanted to share it just in case that might be helpful for somebody to hear. Now, my intuitive reading when the Three of Cups came out was just like, there's going to be a lot to celebrate. I think that this is going to be a connection, because I am picking up that your future spouse does have a lot of social acquaintances, and like has a big social group, and people like they would consider friends, but maybe not like on the BFF kind of level. And I think that they are very social, and they love spending time in groups and with other people. And with the Three of Cups, I would say, like, that's, you know, and with the, you know, the Let Your Friends Help You card, I think that you're really going to get along with their friends. Their friends are really going to love you, and you and your future spouse are going to have the support of a very big friends group. And they're really going to be rooting for your relationship, and they're really going to help you out. And there's going to be a lot of celebrating, a lot to celebrate, a lot of fun times. You might go camping together, you might go swimming together. Just like, I'm just seeing like a lot of like really like, yeah, like this is like, I've met my soulmate, and we have a soul tribe, and like we're all here together, we're all in it together. That would be my interpretation of why we have the Three of Cups card here. And then we have the Nine of Cups, and that's like, you know, a beautiful message, because the Nine of Cups is about wish fulfillment. And when it applies to a relationship, it's like, I found somebody who is exactly what I wanted. I found a relationship that it ticks all the boxes. It's exactly what I wanted in a relationship. It might even be on the level of like, I didn't know what I needed until I had this relationship, and it's like, oh my, I didn't even know I wanted that, and now I can't live without it. You know, it's that kind of energy. So that's like just a beautiful card. And then we do have like the kind of serene energy of this person sitting on the beach of that I was picking up, of that kind of like that tranquil, still water kind of energy of the moon, of, you know, like, once you kind of crack through the hard exterior of the King of Swords and get to the gooey center underneath, it's just going to be such a fulfilling and loving and beautiful relationship. We have a lot of Cups cards here, like, I'm just, that is confirming for me, like, when your future spouse realizes that not only do they love you, but that you love them, like the real them, the moon them, the nightingale spirit them, the them behind the curtain, everything's going to come flooding out, and it's going to be such a deep, emotionally fulfilling relationship. And again, it's going to tick all the boxes, even ones you didn't know were there to tick, you know, and it's just going to be like so beautiful and effortless. And then we have the Eight of Swords, and again, I was seeing that as being connected with like, you know, if there is a challenge that comes up, if there is, like, I would see maybe both of you having things in your past, especially with the advice up top, that that can cause fears to come up every now and again, maybe things that we've internalized, we didn't realize were there, or like things from past connections, past relationships that are just going to pop up every now and again. Like, I don't see this as like you're going to have your Nine of Cups and then it's like, and then fear is going to take over. I think that what I'm seeing is, because you're going to have your Nine of Cups, you're going to be able to get through the Eight of Swords together, both of you together. And the Eight of Swords is a card that talks about fear, you know, and it talks about like the message of the Eight of Swords card is you might feel like fear is kind of holding you back. However, you're not really trapped. It is an illusion. And what I'm seeing, what's very interesting here that I noticed, is on this Eight of Swords card in this deck, on one of the swords on the hilt, there's a bird. And we do have your spouse's energy here being represented by the nightingale spirit. And so the way that I'm seeing this is like, you are going to help each other overcome your fears. And it's because you found this Nine of Cups together, this wish fulfillment relationship with a soulmate. You're going to be able to help each other. Like I would see, you know, when this person feels like they're trapped with all these swords around them, they're going to have the voice of their nightingale saying, you're not really trapped. It's not real. I'm here. You can get out of this. I'm right here with you. You know, we can get out of this together. Just listen to my voice. It's like it's that kind of energy. And it's beautiful. And that's why I was saying, like, even when things do come up in the relationship, because things come up in every relationship, you know, it's like you're going to work through it together. And you're going to be so happy. And it's going to be such a deep and fulfilling relationship. It's like, no wonder this is your future spouse, you know? It's like you're going to meet them and you're just going to be like, oh yeah, yep, that's what I was looking for. You know, and I think it's even, you know, and the point when you're dealing with kind of the King of Swords, maybe needing to wait for this person to kind of let you in a little bit more. I don't think it's going to be like a long or tedious or upsetting process. I think it's going to be like, just like, yeah, of course I'm going to wait for this person to feel comfortable with me, you know, because that they're my soulmate, you know, and we're going to have this amazing life together. And I am already falling for them, you know, and I know that, you know, that whatever they're feeling is not about me. It's about their past. And I know that because I've gone through that same stuff too. So that's kind of the energy I'm feeling here. And then I am going to get into the advice from Spirit. So we have the end of a tough cycle approaches with the full moon in Capricorn. I would take this as encouragement from your spirit guides that if you're currently going through a tough romantic cycle or a tough cycle in general in your life, it is going to end soon. You're getting close to the end of it. Your hard work is not going unnoticed. It's really, I think your spirit guides are kind of commending you for the hard work you've put into it, and you're not going to be in that place forever, and you're going to have something beautiful coming in. And then we have let your friends help you. It says ask for and accept support from others. I think that this could be applying to this Three of Cups that I was seeing, that I think you're going to have a social group that is really rooting for your relationship. I think that if this message applies to something that you're currently going through in your life, whether it is a romantic cycle or it's just any other kind of cycle that's being mentioned here in this full moon in Capricorn card, this would just be advice from Spirit to maybe talk to a friend about it, or reach out for help if you need it. Your friends want to help you. It might be the case that if you are in a place where you're like, I know this person's my soulmate, why won't they let me in? You know, it'd be a great idea to turn to your friends for support in that circumstance, and just, you know, you if you have a support system of friends, it might be an idea to kind of lean on them if that is something that is helpful for you right now. And then we have don't let your past hold you back. So I would see that as being related to this Eight of Swords, and that's kind of why I'm saying this might be like a joint energy. This might be something that both of you like just struggle with in general, is you know, is releasing things from the past fears that might pop up. You know, we might think we've released something, and then you know, something happens, and it's like, oh nope, that thing is still there. And I think that your spirit guides are just urging you to release as much of that as you can. Maybe work on worthiness, because we do have you deserve love, you are lovable. Maybe doing like self-esteem work, affirmations in the mirror. If you have like a supportive friends group, maybe reaching out to them and just saying like, I'm feeling really down or really low, or, you know, I'm really struggling with this. Can you just like, you know, give me a bit of an ego boost? Like, it's okay to ask people for that, especially the people who love you and want to support you, you know, and you do deserve love. You are lovable. You're going to have this beautiful, amazing soulmate. It's going to be your future spouse. You're going to have this beautiful wish fulfillment relationship. And even when things do crop up, it's going to be okay, because you're going to work through them together. And you deserve a love like that. And so it's like, if you feel that you are trapped in this Eight of Swords energy right now, I think you're being urged to reach out for help and to really work on addressing things like worthiness and self-esteem. And then we have your commitment is being tested with the first quarter moon. And so that could be like a specific message if you are trying to manifest this relationship. It could be just be an acknowledgement from Spirit that like we've heard you, we know. You might have had, if you're at the end of a tough cycle and don't let your past hold you back, this could be a message from Spirit that they might try to test you to see how ready you are to meet this future spouse, because that's something they do. You know, they might send people into your path who are like karmic connections, or who might bring up like old things in the Eight of Swords, old fears, old anxieties, old, like they just might trigger old stuff from our past. And this might be saying your commitment to being tested, so your commitment to releasing this old cycle might be being tested by people who might come into your path before you meet your spouse. And that's a way for Spirit to figure out whether you're really ready for this relationship with your future spouse, or if you might need to spend more time releasing things. So just take that however it resonates for you. And then we have the honeymoon card. And, I did give a specific message for, specifically about your honeymoon with your future spouse. Aside from that, if that's not resonating for you, I think it's just, this is very much connected with the Nine of Cups. It's like that wish fulfillment. It's the beautiful honeymoon in a beautiful part of the world. It says, enjoy the bliss of holiday time together. What I'm hearing is every day is going to feel like a holiday when you're spending it with your future spouse. It's just like you could be anywhere. You could be sitting in rush hour traffic and it feels like you're on the beach. Like, it's just like that blissful feeling of the honeymoon period, and it's not going to go away. It's not going to be a phase in this relationship. So that's what I'm seeing with these oracle cards. And then I'm going to move on to the words here. We have song. So that could be saying that your future spouse might love singing. You might have a particular song that has like particular meaning for your relationship. I know not every couple has a song, but you guys might have like a special song. It might be something that you dance to at your wedding. Just something that is meaningful for the both of you. You might really enjoy singing. They might really enjoy singing. You might be both really into music, or it could just be that one particular song that's relevant to your relationship and your connection. That is very meaningful and powerful for you. And then we have will, which I think is speaking to like will and determination. That was the first thing that popped into my head. It's like I can and I will. It's like about that kind of solar plexus energy that I was seeing. We had that yellow color on the Hierophant card and the Five of Swords in the last part of the reading. It's like I can and will make a change in my life. And it's like that will and determination I think also to keep going through the relationship, even when you're going through the King of Swords phase, and even when things from the Eight of Swords pop up every now and then. It's that will of like, this is my soulmate, and we have this beautiful Nine of Cups relationship. I'm not going to let anything hold me back from having the kind of relationship that I want with my soulmate. So I'm just going to have the will and determination to get through whatever obstacles pop up, and we're going to do that together because this relationship is worth it, and because we both deserve love, the kind of love that is like a continual honeymoon. So I also want to say this person, you or your future spouse might have like Will as their name, like it might be William, or like Willa or Willow, might be a name that's relevant to your connection. Or will could also be referring to one or the both of you might receive an inheritance. That might be something that happens over the course of your relationship. Or if that has happened to you recently, this might just be a confirmation for you that this is your pile. And then we have forever and always, which is like beautiful. And I will say, like these words came out, like forever came out for one pile, always came out for another pile. And I just was interpreting that as, with the Six of Cups here, I think that it's likely that you and your future spouse signed a soul contract and have had past life relationships in past lives. And I think it's like forever and always our souls are going to find each other. We're going to find each other, we're always going to come together. It doesn't matter what the superficial circumstances are in whatever place or circumstance that we incarnate at. We're always and forever, our souls are going to know each other. And then we have Princess, and that could be a pet name. It could be a pet name that they give to you. It could be something that you give to them. This would be something that you call each other, or it could just be like a joking reference. It could be the name of a pet. It could be, if you want to have children, it could be something that you call one of your children, or if this resonates for you, it could be saying that your future spouse will treat you like a princess, if that resonates. Then we have some letters here. We have W-I-L, which I thought was interesting because we do have will up top. We have E-S-J-J, which could be JJ. It could be, they might have double letters in their name. And then we have U, M, and C. I'm sure I think UMC stands for something, but I'm not sure what it is. And I'm sure you can find different words and stuff in here that I couldn't really see. I'm seeing miles, I'm seeing jewel, I'm seeing smile, but I'm sure you guys can find other things as well. And these could also represent their initials, could be your initials, could be the first letter of a city or a country, or just take it however it resonates. And then we have facial hair or beard. So if they're capable of growing facial hair, that they might have facial hair. Only if you like it. I'm sure that if you're somebody who absolutely hates facial hair or it just doesn't apply to you, just don't take it. You don't need it. But for some of you who do enjoy facial hair, that it could be an indication for you. And then we have large family. So it could be that your future spouse comes from a large family. Or that they want to have a large family. And again, only take that if it resonates. If you don't want to have kids, it's not a big deal. You guys will be on the same page about that. We have February and September. And then we have a great sense of humor. We also have generous and outgoing, which I thought was very much in alignment with that Leo energy I was picking up. And I think that is part of this person's social persona. And it is an authentic part of themselves. It's not like I'm seeing them, they like wear it as armor, but it's not necessarily a mask. Like it's something that they come by authentically, and so, like, they don't struggle with it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it is an authentic part of their personality. They do have a great sense of humor. They are very generous. They are outgoing naturally. However, there's another side to them as well. There's the deeper side to them as well. So I want to say that, like, there's a genuine part of their personality, and they're super fun to be around, which is probably why they have so many friends, and that is a genuine part of their personality. So I don't want you to think that that's just a mask that they're wearing, that's part of who they truly are. And then we have makeup. So, if your future spouse is somebody who wears makeup, then I would see that as like they're very good at it, or they really enjoy it. They might have a really large makeup collection. That might be a point of connection between the two of you. Only take that as it resonates. And then we have Pisces, which is interesting because we did have the moon in the last part of the reading, and we have Sagittarius. So they could be a Sagittarius, or you could be a Sagittarius, or they might just have that in their chart. And then we have Loves the Outdoors, which we do have a lot of cards here that are outdoors. So, with the Three of Cups in particular, I'm seeing people who are like celebrating outdoors. It seems like the Six of Cups is like taking place in like a garden center. So I would just take that as an indication that your future spouse might really love being outdoors and doing outdoor activities, or they might really like flowers or gardening. And then we have board games and RPGs, which is interesting because that has come out for every single pile. So I think this is just a group of people who really love board games or role-playing games. So do I. Like, I think that's fun. And it could also be that even if they're not like super into the board games, because they have, for previous piles, I was getting a sense that they liked board games because they really like solving puzzles. With your person, it might be more like the social aspect of like playing board games together or role-playing games together. Like, I think that's the part that's fun for them, is spending time with other people. And especially in like maybe like a collaborative storytelling game. I think that's something that they really have fun with. And then we have the months of May, June, and July. We do have February and September, which I didn't go into when I read them because they're in a different spot in the reading. But we have February, September, September, February, and then May, June, and July. And so that could be when you meet this person. It could be when you come together. If this is somebody that you already know, it could be when your relationship starts to deepen. It could be through the months of May, June, and July is when you're really getting to know this person, start, you know, getting to know who they are on a deeper level. You know, you could, with the honeymoon card, you could be taking a vacation at that time, and that could be where the two of you come together. Or those could be this person's favorite months. They might really like May, June, and July because of if there's warmer weather wherever they live. They might really enjoy like being outdoors in the summertime. And just take that however it resonates. And then we have tall. So your future spouse might be tall, or you might be tall. There might be like a height difference there. Or it could be that this doesn't apply to you, just take it however it resonates. We do have travel. I think that, so your future spouse might be somebody who really likes to travel, is like very kind of adventurous in terms of wanting to go different places, you know, with connection with the loves the outdoors and the idea of camping and being outside. They might love to travel to like different camping spots, even like in a local area. So again, just take that however it resonates. And then the numbers that I rolled are, I rolled 3 twice, and then I rolled a 5. And so that would represent Gemini, 5 again associated with Leo. We had a lot of 5s in the previous part of the reading. I was seeing a lot of 5. And 5 also is connected with the month of May. So that might be confirmation. You might either meet your future spouse in May, or that might be when your relationship starts to deepen. And then we have the 3s would be associated with March. So it could also be as soon as March when you meet this person. Or we could also have 33 as a synchronicity that you might see a lot before you come into contact with this person. It might be like a symbol from your spirit guides that this relationship is close, that you're closing out the old cycle, you're not letting your past hold you back anymore, you know, you're working on your worthiness. You might start seeing 33 or a lot of 3s. And then 3, I would also take that as confirmation, because we have the 3 of Cups here, that, and you know, with let your friends help you, friendship is going to be important to this connection in some way, and like a sense of community, I think is going to be important to your relationship in some way, whether that community comes from a community that your future spouse already has, that you will become a part of, or whether your 2 friends groups will merge together. I'm getting the sense that no matter what, your friends and their friends, you're all going to love each other. You're going to have a great time together, and your friends are really going to support this relationship and really help you through whatever comes up here. So that's what I have for you today, pile 4. I hope that this reading was helpful. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did enjoy it, please feel free to give the video a like. Please comment down below and let me know how it resonated for you. If you like my videos and you want to see more from me, feel free to subscribe to my channel. And with that said, thank you very much for watching Pile 4, and I do hope to see you in my next video.